Chapter 11 Holy Grail War? No. Dragon Ball Wars. In the endless white space, a man plays with some marbles in his hand. It's a little deserted. It's decided, let's randomly select a lucky person to fulfill his wish. Balance the beautiful marble in your hand and look at it wantonly. The man's identity? Those are meaningless things, after all, he doesn't know how long it has existed. I only know that the last time I saw someone else, they still called him that. God. However, I don't know how long ago it was. Yet, but it would be too boring to give it directly like this. Oh, let's call a special war. He seemed to have seen something interesting, he murmured. At the same time as he thought, 7 orange beads appeared in his hand, each of which contained a varying number of stars. The first choice will be Earth. There are also good choices for location and era, and God is starting to prepare to find people. ... But at this moment, God also felt the communication from the two consciousnesses. The Gaia and Alaya of this place. You want 2 participating positions. Well, it's not impossible, but don't choose someone who will disrupt the situation too much. Although I know that you want to recreate the existence of people from other worlds and create new heroic spirits, but it doesn't matter. Understanding the purposeful requests of these 2 beings, God agreed to their conditions. After all, the stage is on other people's territory, so it doesn't matter if you give them some face. When he is in a good mood, he is still very talkative. So. Dimensional Dragon Ball War. Let's get started. This is a war where wishes can truly come true. The 7 orange beads in his hand gradually became smaller, and then turned into light beams and flew to different locations. Declaration. Late at night in Fuiuki City, an unknown ritual is going on. Holy Grail War. It is said that the omnipotent cup can realize any wish, and can even lead people to the root. The 7 participants in this war control their followers as masters, and the one who wins in the end you will get a wishing machine. And tonight is also the time for many masters to summon their servants. The chosen ones all think that they are the chosen ones. The red mark that appears on the back of the hand is the symbol of being a master. Bang! Ahem! Weber Velvet, a student of the clock tower, personally intervened in this war for some special reasons. The diffuse smoke and dust were dissipating, and the shadows in it also made him breathe a sigh of relief. The summoning ceremony of the servant was indeed successful. I just don't know which heroic spirit it is. Although he still doesn't know who he summoned, in this alien Holy Grail War, it at least proves that he has the most basic guarantee. The hand in his pocket tightly held the orange bead, and Weber became a little nervous. When he saw the face of the person in front of him clearly, he looked a little dull. The overly cold aura and handsome face, as well as the jet black hair color and deep purple pupils, highlight the owner's enchanting appearance. The gorgeous white imperial costume reveals his identity that is beyond ordinary people. Although her physique looks too slender, her aura is indeed amazing. Are you my master? The visitor first looked him up and down, and then asked. Yes. Weber responded nervously, and Weber was trembling inexplicably. This is Japan. Without paying too much attention to Weber's reaction, he looked back at the surrounding environment. From the high platform, he could even see the beautiful night view of the city. Hearing the other party's words, Weber was stunned for a moment. Although the servant was a hero in history, it was strange to be able to recognize him so quickly even with the knowledge he had been instilled. It's nothing, let me introduce you. After all, we are partners who will cooperate in the next war. If there is a distrustful relationship, it will be very troublesome. My occupation is writer. My name. Lelich 6 Britannia. Kyrie, have you completed the summons? Yes, teacher. In the dark night house, Tokyomi, one of the landowners of Fuiuki City, was looking at his disciple with expectant eyes. The job agency is assassin. Without too much hesitation, Kotomine Kaire revealed the servant job description in his hand. A different kind of assassin. It doesn't matter. If used properly, it can also bring us great advantages. Tokiomi turned his gaze to the man leaning against the door. The other man's lifeless attitude was really curious. She has long brown red hair, tied in a ponytail, and has an obvious cross scar on her left cheek. Her eyes have a terrifying cold light. She is dressed like an ancient Ronin, with a samurai sword slung around her waist. He is a very good swordsman. In a head-on battle, I might die in his hands in an instant, right? Kotomine Kaire looked back at his servant, thinking about how much commotion the summoning had caused. His father was even frightened by his terrifying murderous intent and subconsciously wanted to take action. As a result, he was almost killed with a knife. Kaire Kotomine was astonished by the speed displayed by assassin. Beidosai. Himura Kenshin. The title and name of the other party were also authentically Japanese. The curiosity about his identity also made Kotomine Kaire want to go find classical and historical texts and read them immediately. No need to belittle yourself. Servants are all extremely powerful heroes. Of course, master cannot be an opponent. Holding red wine in his hand, Tokiomi smiled elegantly. Teacher, your disciple. Ah, don't worry, it was successful as expected. But when asked about his situation, Tokiomi's face was obviously happy, and he said enthusiastically. The servant summoned by Tokiomi is named Archer. As one of the 3 great knights, he should be happy. After all, he is the most famous ancient king in history. Gilgamesh. His status and strength are beyond doubt. Even if there are so-called mutations in this Holy Grail war, it is still my advantage. Stop! Kill him! Berserker! Ruthless words came from it, and the purple-haired girl looked at the old man in front of her without any mercy. The berserker wearing pitch-black armor rushed forward. Can you kill me like this? The old man stood on the stairs with a wooden stick and smiled evilly. Although the servant was very strong, his background as a magician was not in vain. The flying insects all attacked forward, but were evaporated by the magical power of light. That power was energy that the old man had never seen before. It just so happened that you were the chosen one. As if he felt something, the old man glanced at the constant noise outside the door but ignored it. The body was instantly shattered by the berserker, but Matazangian didn't care at all. As long as 7 of these tiny beads are gathered together, any wish can come true. In this Holy Grail war, I must win them. Desire emerged from his heart, and Matazangian couldn't wait any longer. Originally, he had no intention of taking action in this Holy Grail war, but with the new variables, he naturally wanted to give it a try. Especially when Kariya did not become the master, but Sakura was chosen, he was even more surprised. Logically speaking, this is the most unlikely situation. But if it happens, he can only find a way to deal with it. Otherwise, according to the spread of the Holy Grail war, everything will never be peaceful. Compared to Kariya, Sakura is extremely outstanding. At first, I wanted to see how far this guy Kariya could do it. In fact, he really thought too much, and even the Holy Grail would not admit that waste. He had originally wanted to transform the girl adopted from the Tosaka family a long time ago, but she had been protected by the magical light. Until today, the other party summoned a servant and was even more convinced of Matazangian's guess. The girl's inner prayers and pleas for help were answered by a certain being The marking insect driving the main body planned to leave the hiding place, but a huge magical power suddenly appeared, which made Matazangian feel something bad. Instinct was warning him to leave quickly. Boom! Black light burst out from the ground, lifting the ceiling of the entire basement. All the remaining insects below were swallowed up by the magic power and perished, leaving only 2 figures. One of them is Matasakura with a cold expression, and the other is stroking the top of his head with his hand. He is exuding black energy, wearing black armor, and has an unknown aura sword behind his back. He is wearing a helmet and cannot see his face. Warrior. Berserker. It seems it's not as simple as I imagined. Seeing through the other person's job description at a glance, Matuzangian also suppressed the fear in his heart. Although the other party is not a good person based on his appearance, he is not afraid at all because he is well informed. But the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Because the opponent rushed towards him who was hiding, and his speed was so fast that he didn't even have the energy to struggle. Stop! Before there was much resistance, the lifeline hidden in the shadows was pinched, which was the imprinting insect as the main body. How did he find out? How could my superb magic skills be seen through so easily? Feeling the threat of death, Matuzangian didn't think much and immediately wanted to speak, but the other party crushed his body without any mercy. Ah! In Matu Sakura's relieved mood, the old man who had repeatedly tried to persecute her finally turned into dust. The Holy Grail War. The orange beads rolled down from above. Matu Sakura picked it up tremblingly. The 4-star beads looked so beautiful. Having been instilled with the corresponding knowledge, she also understood what kind of dangerous struggle she was involved in. But, it doesn't matter. Because Berserker is here. When he was desperate, the only one who responded to his call for help was not his father Tokiomi, nor his mother Aoi, nor Uncle Korea and his sister Rin. But Berserker, known as the Warrior of Light. He is the strongest. Matu Sakura believes so. Ba ba ba. What is this? It's so disgusting. This guy is just like Malik. In a house, looking at the dirty environment in front of him, the blonde-haired young man sounded very dissatisfied. He was just invited to participate in a duel that could grant any wish, so why did he encounter this kind of thing? His partner turned out to be a perverted murderer. Fortunately, he had an accident. Otherwise, I would be really annoyed to be paired with this guy. I don't know if this guy was unlucky or if Yanushi was lucky, but the murderer as the master was killed because his head fell back and hit the wall. Witnessing this scene, Yanushi looked disgusted and picked up the dragon ball that the other party dropped, feeling a little uneasy at the same time. My job agency is Seacaster. Is it the identity that uses magic to fight? But I don't know magic. And what should I do if the so-called master dies? If not, wouldn't I have to leave immediately? After worrying for a while, he finally collected the body of this guy, and then he started to have a headache. Hey, I thought about it, maybe I can use this. As he clapped his hands, he seemed to have thought of something, and a mechanical creation suddenly appeared on his left arm. Sure enough, the dual plate and deck are both there. Let's see if there are any cards we can use. Don't let me leave before it starts. Excuse me, are you my master? Kiritsugu looked at the girl wearing holy armor in front of him with a blank expression and felt ridiculous. Is this girl the rumored King Arthur? Or is it that he actually smoked crookedly? Although it seems that I have drawn a good card like Saber, I am still a little surprised by its identity. Without saying anything else, Kiritsugu finally chose to leave this situation to his wife Iris Veal. Do you want to collect 7? Touching the command seal in his hand, Kiritsugu frowned as he considered the upcoming war. He then reached out and pulled out an orange bead with a star engraved on it, which was so conspicuous in the night light. Having doubts, he thought so. Can such a small thing really come true? Kenneth, why do you insist on coming? You said it was just a simple country competition, so why bother? Sola, who was about to set off, was very dissatisfied with Kenneth's arrival. Although he had warned him many times, he insisted on coming, which made her a little angry. She shouldn't have told the other party about this special Holy Grail war in the first place. Masters need to collect objects called Dragon Balls, and then their wishes can be realized. Regardless of whether it is true or not, since she was chosen, she naturally has the name to explore it. There is no reason to retreat. Unfortunately, Kenneth seemed a little restless when he found out and insisted on following here. Sora, I'm just here to help you as a facilitator. Although Lancer appears as a heroic spirit, no matter how she looks, she is just a little girl with unknown background. Magical girl? That's ridiculous. Kenneth explained his behavior. This time he was not selected for the Holy Grail War, but his fiancée was selected. This is very mysterious. But with an attitude of not letting things go, he still followed. With his help, it will be better. After all, although the one Sora summoned this time was also one of the 3 great knights, it was not reliable at all. Tisk. The girl wearing light green casual clothes and blue jeans, with long crimson hair and a black bow, leaned against the wall and showed an unhappy expression when she heard these words. Humph, you're not allowed to say that to Lancer. If you don't trust her, then don't get in the way. When Sola heard this, she was also very unhappy. She finally had a chance, but there was an outsider who kept chattering, "You're not good at this and it's better to do this." It would be strange for someone to point out the country before it has even begun. Forget it, if you insist on doing so. After coughing and seeing the displeasure on his fiancée's face, Kenneth did not bite the bullet and continue to show low emotional intelligence. At this point, the 7 servants have been summoned, and the huge Holy Grail and Dragon Ball War is about to begin. P.S. Please support the new book. Please vote and recommend. By the way, for those who have never watched Fate, let me explain the basic settings. Saber means swordsman. Lancer uses a spear. Rider refers to someone who controls something. Acre refers to someone who uses a bow, theoretically. Berserker means berserker. Assassin is the assassin. Caster is the magician. Each class represents different characters and usages. It is actually very simple and easy to understand. You can tell what they are good at by looking at their class. Then the person who summons them is called Master. The Master has 3 command spells, and he can consume one of them to force his followers to do something. But it will be difficult to work on those with high magic resistance. That's basically it. Chapter 2 to Attack. Fuyaki City. This supposedly peaceful city has welcomed many uninvited guests. I said. Ryder. How did you do it? Weber looked at the surrounding environment with some trepidation and asked in a weak tone. Of course I had a friendly exchange with the host. When others are happy, they give it to us. But Ryder's words in response left Weber unable to refute. Before moving to this luxurious villa, Weber couldn't even think about it, but Ryder just said, "I'll take care of it. The most important thing is not to force it by killing ordinary people." Hint. Although he initially found someone to use magic to hint at him, he was obviously not as good as Ryder. But when I think about Ryder's job placement, I feel that there should be no possibility of hint. Is it possible that Ryder can do magic like Caster? It's impossible no matter how you think about it, right? Weber shook his head and dismissed the job agent's suspicion with a wry smile. What a discerning master! Sitting on the sofa, drinking old tea, Lelich thought as he looked at the young man in front of him. Although it is much smarter than Suzaku, it is still easy to handle. Command spell. Turning his attention to the back of his hand, looking at the red mark, Lelich was wondering if he should find a chance to get rid of it. The best way is to use the power of geese to dominate the opponent. That is the safest way. But considering that the masters may come into contact and be discovered by some careful people, it will be very troublesome. Geese's ability is his biggest trump card. It is an excellent killing weapon for both servants and enemy masters. In addition, Ryder's job description can provide him with a hidden sign. He who uses a mecha doesn't look like a servant with magic, right? Once someone knows geese in advance, it's not worth being on guard. This is also the reason why Lelich has not taken action against Weber. Let's observe it for now. Assassin, it seems you went out without permission. Kotomine Kaire felt the movement in the room and suddenly asked. I just went outside to take a look. The cold words sounded, which also showed his emotions. Fayakan Batusai, I have read through many historical documents but have not been able to find a member who completely matches your identity. Hearing Koto Mine Kairei's words, Himura Kenshin did not reply, but there was a strange look in his eyes. Well, it doesn't matter, although I may lose the bonus of popularity. But I believe that I am very good. Regarding this point, Koto Mine Kairei did not ask any questions, but just followed the instructions of his father and teacher. But deep down in his heart, Koto Mine Kairei had a doubt. The man in front of him may also have the answer he wants to know. The sky is changing, and the passage of time indicates that the stage is gradually opening. Wow, this is incredible. Have you never come out to see it? XXXX. In the black car, Saber took Iris Veal with a fake identity while traveling, but little did he know that their every move had already fallen into the eyes of others. That's Saber and her master. It's such an imprudent combination. If they weren't concerned about the so-called mystery, they would have been forced to leave the show long ago. Standing on a tall building, his body is transforming into a spiritual body, and he secretly observes the swaggering combination below, while the shadow in the dark whispers. If the other party gives you a chance like this, he will not show mercy. It should be noted that Saber may have some strange way to allow the master to avoid a fatal attack. Saber and Iris Veal walked to the beach and felt the murderous aura under the dark night sky. Saber. Even the optimistic Iris Veal noticed that something was wrong. This kind of unabashed murderous intent. Are you saying that you will definitely kill the target you target? What a underestimate. A figure has appeared in his eyes, and the knife on his waist is obviously a bad person. Saber directly regarded the other party's behavior as a provocation. Oops. But the next moment, the other party did not say hello or respond at all. Instead, he drew his sword out of its sheath, and the ghost-like figure had already rushed over. Who? Danger. Reminding herself intuitively, Saber subconsciously pulled away from Iris Veal, allowing the latter to avoid the attack from the sword. Click. A ravine was cut directly on the ground, but no one was seen. That's. Glancing at the sharp blade, Saber judged that the opponent was a skilled opponent with excellent swordsmanship. She took Iris Veal's hand and dragged it behind her, protecting her behind her back. She was wary of the front. Whoops. So fast. This pace. The wide area seemed to have completely become a place for the opponent to perform, and she felt the opponent's agile movements. After images flickered in the air, Saber then changed her clothes and took out her holy sword. The length of the holy sword wrapped in the barrier could not be seen visually, so it pushed back the incoming figure. The sword hidden in the wind. No longer hiding, but appearing directly in front of the opponent, Himura Kenshin observed Saber's invisible holy sword and said, "Are you assassin?" The weapon the other party held was also a sword, and with that weird skill, Saber asked tentatively. The assassin would actually attack someone face to face. Iris Veal does know some common sense about the Holy Grail war, such as hiding mysteries, and generally speaking, shouldn't assassin be the one who needs to hide and assassinate the most? Why do you dare to face the battle directly, and face the most powerful Saber? For me, if you need to take action. It doesn't matter what time period it is. This is not a lie. As Batusai, he killed countless enemies and high-ranking officials. Except for a few masters of the Shinzingami, there were really not many left alive. It was only when he met a loved one that he moderated his excessive killing, but this time it was different. As long as she wins, she and the world, who are seriously injured, will be saved. Therefore, no matter what, Kenshin will kill all enemies that stand in his way this time. Even if it's just an unarmed master, it's the same. Assassin fights Saber openly. Hey, let's put on a good show, Zaxiu. The assassin's reckless behavior felt ridiculous, and Gilgamesh sensed it even from a distance. An unintended challenge? He doesn't think this is anything to be ashamed of, at least it can give him a good show. Although Assassin has good intentions in his heart, he is also a human killer. If you make up your mind, you won't hold back. It seems like a lot of bugs got in. Emi Yakiritsugu's expression changed slightly as he lay on the floor of the tall building. After receiving the communication from Iris Veal, he found a nearby support point and prepared to set up a sniper, but he did not expect that. There are also masters. Wearing golden armor, he immediately recognized that the other party was a servant, so he held his breath and hid. It would be unwise to reveal his identity now, but the battle situation not far away also made him worried. Saber was fine just facing Assassin, but having to deal with a servant hiding in the dark would be full of danger. On my first day in Fuyuki City, I didn't expect to encounter such an exciting thing. It really changed too fast. If necessary, we have to let Saber retreat first. Chapter 3 Fire. The situation is very bad. At least for Kiritsugu, he shouldn't be so passive. He was unable to confirm the perception range and situation of the other party's servant, and he did not dare to act rashly. Just taking a sniper glance, he was almost discovered by the opponent. Mie, be careful over there. The location of the new servant in the northeast. Taking out the walkie-talkie and giving instructions to his partner, Kiritsugu thought about it. How to deal with this situation. Bang! Rub! The sound of swords clashing continued to come from the seaside. Saber was fighting with Assassin on the beach. His swordsmanship is sharp and swift. I also have such flexibility. It's hard to believe this is Assassin. The more Saber fought with the opponent, the more she felt the opponent's superb swordsmanship. If the opponent had not been concerned about the holy sword hidden in her hand, his attack might have been more aggressive. Drink! Saber resisted the opponent's jumping attack and pushed him away with force, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Saber was suppressed. Alice's pupils twitched slightly, and she was surprised at the scene in front of her. As everyone knows, Saber is the best performer among the 7 riders, and the only ones who can fight her head-on without losing are probably the other 2 riders. However, in the eyes of the world, Assassin should not be able to achieve this level. Not to mention that the opponent can suppress Saber in swordsmanship. It's a good thing that the opponent's job is Assassin. If the opponent had changed to Saber's job, wouldn't the game have taken off immediately? Who on earth is he? Such a sharp swordsmanship could not have remained unknown in history. Looking at his outfit and sword, it is obviously Japanese style. The cross scar on the left cheek. Local heroic spirit. Thinking of this, Alice Phil also understood that the other party might have benefited from the so-called fame and land bonuses. In this case, it is not impossible to fight Saber head-on. Swoosh! The figure rushing towards him made Saber concentrate his attention. Wow! But just before he was about to fight her, Assassin suddenly moved to the side. Oh no! Realizing something, Saber turned around suddenly, and the holy sword in her hand began to burst out with astonishing wind pressure. Tisk! Kenshin looked at the tip of the knife that had brushed against the opponent's neck and couldn't help but sigh in regret. The body was then blown away by the wind pressure. Well! Alice Phil realized belatedly that she had just walked through the gates of hell. The bright red bloodstains and tiny cuts on the neck showed how dangerous it was just now. You bastard! She quickly ran to his side to protect him, and Saber's beautiful face was filled with anger. If she had reacted a little later, she would have lost her master. He never expected that the other party would actually feint and pretend to fight with him, but was actually looking for an opportunity to get close to Iris Veal. As expected. Do you have intuition? Standing up from the ground, Kenshin silently recalled what had happened just now and thought that his previous judgment was correct. Whenever he tried to launch a surprise attack, the other party would react immediately and his efforts would be in vain. Kyrie, it seems that assassin has displayed a combat power beyond imagination. If we can confront Saber head-on like this, then we have a chance. Tozaka Tokiomi and his disciple Kotomine Kaire were watching the battle in the workshop. Tozaka Tokiomi was quite satisfied with Kenshin's performance. This means that as long as they join forces with Archer, Saber can be easily surrounded and eliminated, and they will have one less powerful enemy. When we find an opportunity, we will ask the king to annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop. And at the moment when all of them were making their own calculations, objects that were unimaginable to ordinary people were hidden in the sky. Is Ryder really okay? Weber looked at the scene below with trepidation and asked while sitting in the machine. Don't worry. With their insight, it is impossible for them to discover this machine. Lelich spoke with a confident smile, staring at the scene inside the machine. Perhaps it was because he became a heroic spirit, and the things he owned had changed a lot. This Gawain should have been damaged long ago, but he was able to summon it out and use it. Moreover, magic has been added to the performance and weapons, making them far more powerful than before they were alive. There are many advantages, but there are also disadvantages, that is, it requires magic power to drive it, but this is not a difficult task for him and Weber. I didn't expect there were 3 servants present. Saber, assassin, what's the job of that guy in golden armor? Except for Saber's master, who are the other 2? Assassin's master. After getting the response, Weber didn't pay attention to the previous question. Instead, he pointed at Mia and Kiritsugu in the picture in confusion. In Ryder's high-tech detection, the life reaction below was immediately locked. This made him sigh at the power of technology, which was sometimes much more convenient than so-called familiars and magic. Almost. Looking at the confrontation going on again on the screen, Lelich suddenly spoke. Swallowing, Weber felt nervous about what would happen next. Ryder has already informed he told him what he would do when the time came, so he looked forward to it as he looked at his servants who were preparing to take action. If Ryder's plan succeeds, it might be possible to eliminate 1 or 2 major enemies in one go. That will immediately lighten your own burden. Then, let's announce our participation in the war with this gorgeous explosion. The button was activated, and purple energy began to charge in the chest of the machine. Then a purple energy light cannon violently bombarded downwards. At this moment, everyone below felt the threat from high in the sky. Even without looking up, you know how dangerous the illuminated night sky is. Order it with a command spell. Saber, come to me. No. At the critical moment, Kiritsugu also discovered the strange attack and used the power of the command seal without hesitation. Saber's figure disappeared from beside Iris Veal, leaving her and assassin alone. At this moment, the high-altitude shelling crashed to the ground, creating an unimaginable roar. Boom! The purple light illuminated the entire sea surface, and even the ground was shaken. Bang! The destructive power swept across the coast, shaking the city in the middle of the night, causing many people to wake up. What's wrong? Earthquake. The too obvious shaking caused bad suspicions. There is actually a 4th servant here. Even Tokiomi and Kaire sitting in the workshop never expected such a result. Kaire, how is assassin? Since it was a matter of personal concern, Tokiomi had to ask about Kaire's status. The contract has not been terminated, but assassin seems to have been seriously injured. Feeling the magic power in his body being slowly extracted, frowning, Kotomine Kaire answered. That's good. The king of heroes who went to watch the battle will definitely be fine. It would be a big loss if assassin was lost for no reason. Who is it? The familiars who went to investigate were also affected and wiped out, making it impossible to know the situation at the scene. Chapter 4 Follow-up. Mie, are you okay? It's okay for now. I'm still a little far away. I escaped the impact of the explosion, but Iris Veal. Using the radio to communicate, Kiritsugu relied on Saber's protection and barely blocked the incoming attack at close range. After clarifying the situation, his lifeless expression only caused a slight disturbance, and then he began to contact another partner. You. Next to him, Saber wearing a night costume was glaring angrily. She looked at the ruthless man in front of her. It was beyond her acceptance that he could do this to such an extent. In order to give himself a little more possibility of survival, he did not hesitate to give up the lives of his family. If you want to say something, then I suggest you ask yourself why you didn't notice the existence of new followers in the sky during the battle. You don't react until the other party launches an attack. Even if Mang Mang is in that situation, he can't protect her at all, can he? The pupils were shaking unnoticeably, and Kiritsugu asked in turn. Emiya Kiritsugu is an extreme realist, he will only make the most correct choice. In the situation just now, perhaps letting Saber stay where she was could protect her wife even if she was injured, but she would also be at risk of death. In order to avoid that crisis, he naturally let Saber protect him instead of gambling on the weak possibility of survival. Although this may seem callous to outsiders, this is what he does. What's more, he had the confidence to do so. After all, Iris Veal was buried in Saber's scabbard inside her body. Even if she was hit by a cannon shot from the front, there was still a certain survival rate. Being asked such a rhetorical question and failing to think carefully about Kiritsugu's thoughts, Saber could not refute anything. She did neglect her duty in this regard and failed to discover the hidden attacker in time. To be honest, she had no reason to blame Kiritsugu. The other party just chose the most intuitive and realistic approach. High-altitude bombardment. What kind of servant is that? That attack without any greeting made Kiritsugu frown and worry. The other party's straightforward behavior shows that he doesn't care about the spirit of chivalry that Saber cares about. But now he had to go to the scene to confirm Iris Veal's condition. Whether it is life or death, there must be a conclusion. Otherwise, if the scabbard is exposed there, it will be a big problem. But if Saber goes there, it will be easy for her to see it. In the short term, he does not want to return the scabbard with the ability to save his life to the King of Knights. But the enemy in the sky obviously hasn't left yet, and he can't risk another sniper shot to look at it. With such power, he had no confidence that he could survive after being affected. Various conditions are entangled together, seemingly creating a dead end. Rider, it seems like no one is dead. Sitting inside the machine, Weber carefully looked at his servant's face, and then spoke. I previously boasted that this Gundam is very powerful, but it seems that it didn't achieve the expected results. Forget it being a servant, how did that woman survive? The picture that was brought up on the screen made Lelich frown. The possibility that the legendary heroes would survive was something he expected to happen. But there should be no reason for an ordinary master to survive an explosion like that. Her injuries seem to be slowly recovering. It's not like healing magic, it's something else. After noticing the doubts, Lelich and Weber finally had an idea. Rider, assassin ran away with her, why don't we chase her? Weber looked at the galloping figure holding his waist with one hand and said. It's meaningless. The blow just now has already attracted their attention. Even if we catch up now, it's impossible to use this machine. After all, it is about so-called secretness. It's fine to carry out shelling on such a deserted beach, but shooting in the city will be hated by others. Lelich is not stupid enough to risk being surrounded by doing such a thing. If we chase him alone, even though assassin is injured, it will easily cause interference from another bystander. The certain servant who had been standing on the street lamp watching the battle had long since attracted Lelich's attention. He was able to survive the bombardment without incident, and the other party also had quite extraordinary abilities. Let's stop it for now. The results tonight are already quite outstanding. It was enough to test Saber's true master and injure assassin. The machinery hidden in the sky began to fade away, and the covering clouds gradually dispersed, revealing the white moonlight. What? Is this the end? Gilgamesh stood on the street lamp, looking at the other party leaving, his tone full of dissatisfaction. He just watched it for a while, so it would be too disappointing to stop fighting now. Well, forget it, that light just now. It did allow me to witness a very interesting scene. Touching his chin, Gilgamesh recalled the scene of Irisveel's constant healing. If he read it correctly, then maybe. Assassin, why did you bring this woman back? He should be just a smoke bomb released by Saber's master. I was lucky enough to survive that explosion. I was really lucky. Kotomine Kaire had just finished discussing future plans with Tokiomi Tosaka, and when he returned to his residence, he saw Kenshin placing the injured Irisveel on the carpet. The snow-white skin and graceful body were on display, but neither of the two people in the room had any intention of observing. Without giving any unnecessary answers, Kenshin just leaned against the head of the bed, breathing heavily. He had really eaten that magic cannon. To be honest, if it hadn't been for the will to survive, and he had evaded danger for a while in an emergency, he might have really died if he didn't stay where he was. But even so, in the explosion, his right arm was broken off and he suffered considerable injuries all over his body. Under normal circumstances, you may have already faced the stage of exit. Injury. Is this? Kotomine Kaire just glanced at him, and then noticed the key problem with Irisveel. What a wonderful thing to hide. Unable to help but reach out and touch it, Kotomine Kaire reacted. I don't know whether it was pain or groaning, but Irisveel still hadn't woken up from the aftermath of the explosion. Berserker, what was that just now? Lying on the bed, Sakura, who had fallen asleep, was woken up. Her restless heart fell into calmness when she saw Berserker sitting next to her. The face of the other party's uncle looked so mature after taking off his helmet. There was no verbal response, as if he couldn't speak at all. This servant could only explain through subtle gestures and expressions. Well, it's okay. If you're here, nothing will be difficult. In an unprecedented moment of peace of mind, Mata Sakura said with a smile. By the way, I had a dream just now. The story of a hero who constantly helps others, defeats the evil dragon, helps friends restore their country, and saves the world. That's awesome. Chapter 5 Action. Could the explosion last night be another contestant? Yanushi just woke up from his sleep, glanced at the direction of the shock through the window and muttered. He didn't get involved last night, but it was obvious that the so-called big game had already begun. Okay. I'll also find someone to duel with. Being so nervous, he won't worry about what will happen next, he just thinks about it from the bottom of his heart. Glancing at the duel plate on his arm, he saw that the magic trap area on it was already filled with cards. The only monster sent out has not returned yet. Hey, you have to try it. For Yanushi, this so-called war is nothing more than another duel. If he can get his wish just by grabbing those 6 Dragon Balls, that would be a huge profit. There happened to be many souls of his companions that he needed to find a way to save. If he could save them in this way, that wouldn't be a bad thing. What does this mean, Kaire? Gilgamesh leaned on the sofa and drank wine leisurely, looked at Kotomine Kaire standing in front of him and asked. On the table directly in front of him, there was a shining dragon ball. It's just a transaction. Kotomine Kaire did not sit down without permission, he was just choosing what was beneficial to him. I see. Indeed, this bead is something I have never seen in my treasury. The luster and value are immeasurable, it's great. Glancing at the bead with 2 stars inside, Gilgamesh was indeed very interested in this thing. Even with his extraordinary experience and knowledge, he has never seen such a miraculous creation. Perhaps this is the product of a certain god? It might be an artificial object from a certain civilization, but no matter what it is, it has a very good appeal to him. After all, if you don't have something, of course you will want to possess it. What's more, Gilgamesh is the king. It seems that you have carefully considered my thoughts. As a minister, this time I am indeed happy. It's no wonder that Kotomine Kaire took such initiative. He must have considered the special nature of this Holy Grail war. Oh, that's a reward. He unceremoniously put the beads in front of him into the treasure house. There were ripples behind Gilgamesh, and things wrapped in cloth bags flew out of it. This is... Catching the flying bag with his hand, Kotomine Kaire felt the weight. The gods of that country, no, the people call them the elixir possessed by gods. If you eat it, any injuries can be recovered. You want assassin to recover, don't you? The corner of his mouth curled up. Gilgamesh didn't know what Kotomine Kaire was thinking. Even if one's personal abilities are good among masters, without the help of followers, one will still be unable to make progress. In order to prevent the worst-case scenario from happening, Kotomine Kaire would naturally not let assassin be in such a serious injury situation. But it will not be that simple to cure assassin's injury in a short time. After much deliberation, he could only ask for help from the oldest king. Of course, this was something Tokiomi did secretly without telling his teacher. Losing that bead also proves that you have lost the qualification to make a wish. To make such a move behind Tokiomi's back is a shame. As long as we still have control over the servants, we will be able to capture new Dragon Balls from other contestants sooner or later, so there is nothing to worry about. Regarding Gilgamesh's words, Kotomine Kaire answered unmoved. Ha ha ha, you see things very clearly. Yes, this Holy Grail war is different from the past. A lot of new fun. Speaking of this, Gilgamesh was quite happy. He had never encountered such a strange war. The mysterious Dragon Balls and strange heroic spirits contain the disputes and wishes between master and slave. Even if he did nothing, he wanted to see what the final scene of this battle would be like. It's so pleasant, Kaire. How's it going, Lancer? It's not bad. Phew, it's delicious. In the hotel, while Kenneth was meticulously arranging barriers and other magic methods, the two masters and servants were already opening the banquet. I said, even if you do it perfectly, it's useless. If you really want to take aim at the shelling last night, you are just doing construction in vain. Turning her head and looking back at Kenneth, Sakura Kyoko, as Lancer, persuaded him kindly. It was really difficult for her to understand what this stubborn man was thinking. If it weren't for the fact that he was the master's fiancé, she wouldn't want to talk to him. Yet, you were planning to let Lancer go over last night, but luckily I stopped you. Otherwise, he would definitely be like assassin and get hurt badly. When it comes to this matter, Sola seems to be blaming him. Kenneth didn't want to let go of such a good opportunity yesterday, so he tried to order Lancer to attack. But judging from the results, the choice to wait and see is the right one. But not every lucky person has the chance to survive such a bombardment unscathed. Hey, just be prepared. Hearing this, Kenneth looked very bad, but then he snorted coldly. Judging from the current situation, it was indeed the right thing not to go out last night. The battle between the servants turned out to be so high-end, which was really what he expected. I just don't know whether last night's bombardment was the liberation of the noble phantasm. What's more, I haven't learned about the other party's employment agency, but judging from the situation, it is very likely to be Castor. Although there is a so-called need to conceal mysteries, there are also people who do things alone regardless of worldly opinions. Your arrangements could easily be in vain. Sakura Kyoko understands people like that very well, just like the magical girl named Hori Akatsuki she met. Except for the Ishikama Maru that can sway him, nothing else will make the other party pay attention. Have a leisurely mind. Why don't you go out and gather intelligence? That's what you should do as a servant, right? Instead of feasting here. Sorry, Kenneth, I'm the master now, can you please stop giving orders to my servant? Sora. Although Kenneth was embarrassed by his fiancée many times, he never got angry. After all, he did not become the master this time, but came as an assistant. If he hadn't insisted on doing so, Sora would never agree. He's right, he ate a lot. It's time to find information about other servants and masters. After all, you still have to give back. After finishing the food in front of her, Sakura Kyoko stood up and said seriously. She didn't come here to play this time. In order to save the colleague who turned into a witch, she would try any method. So, she must win this time. P.S. Please recommend. Please read. Please support the new book. Thank you. Chapter 66 Caster and Lancer. Bang! His hand slammed heavily on the table, and Kiritsugu lost his composure for a rare moment. He still underestimated the Holy Grail War. In addition to her own wishes, Kiritsugu chose to do so because he thought it would be helpful. But he didn't expect that he would fall into such a miserable state just at the beginning. According to Saber's description, it is very likely that she was kidnapped by assassin. In an extreme case, the scabbard will also be discovered by the opponent. In that case, Saber's real name will be discovered at once. The sudden bombardment from high altitude is the biggest variable. Otherwise, the appearance of assassin alone would not have made them so passive. The best way now is to find assassin's location as soon as possible and take back Ellie. Whether it is her own nature or the scabbard, it is an indispensable factor. I will help. Although she didn't have a very good relationship with Kiritsugu, Saber would not tolerate such humiliation. The person she was supposed to protect was not only injured, but also kidnapped. How could she, the Night King, remain indifferent? She would get him back no matter what. Assassin can't be safe either. The best scenario is to complete the raid today. Considering the new operation, Kiritsugu could only choose to act with Saber at this time. After witnessing the battle last night, he didn't think he could face the unknown battle situation with confidence. The first thing to do is to find the location of assassin and his master. Writer, even if you change into modern clothes, it's too ostentatious, isn't it? Indeed, I don't look like a Japanese person at all. You are quite conspicuous among foreigners. Looking at Lelich walking around in the street, Waver was a little worried. It was because Ryder's appearance was too easy to attract attention. Excellent temperament, elegant behavior, handsome appearance. He was just like a prince in a fairy tale. It would be strange if he didn't get noticed. Don't worry, nothing will happen in this kind of street. If there is a servant attacking in such a situation in a square with such a large flow of people, then perhaps it is not them who should be worried, but the so-called church. There is a flow of magic. But at this moment, Waver noticed something unusual somewhere, and he turned his head to look over. There are servants fighting in other places. What a pity. Lelich took a sip of the tea, glanced at his feet, and said with regret. He had originally wanted to try if there was a brave servant like Suzaku to attack, so he specially prepared a big gift. But now it seems that it is useless. Let's go. Oh. This guy? Is he a servant? Waving the spear in her hand, without changing her clothes, Sakura Anza looked at the figure in black armor and a hatchet tied to her right arm. She had just passed this alley and was attacked. Bang! Clang! The opponent's force was still within her tolerance, and she could easily take it. But his combat awareness was quite flexible. That's not a servant. It should be a familiar, but perhaps only Caster, who is proficient in magic, can control such a familiar. In the distance, Kenneth, who was watching here, was sure of the other party's identity. Although he is not as powerful as Lancer, he is quite difficult to deal with. Even without Kenneth's explanation, Sora, as the master, could also detect the problem. Hey, after meal exercise, it is considered qualified. After making such an evaluation, Sakura Anza did not want to be too embarrassed in front of the two. Waving the spear pierced the figure in front, and the other person twisted his waist to avoid the direct hit. Pity. It's useless just to avoid it. The gun that penetrated the past turned around from the front end, twisted like a nunc hook, and then hit its flank. Bang! Click! Like glass being shattered, the familiar in front of him shattered and disappeared. Hey, is the defense so weak? It just took a hit and then it was gone. Looking at this scene in surprise, Sakura Kyoko showed a confused expression. It seems that the opponent's equipment is very strong, but this phenomenon seems to be a bit inconsistent with the performance. I see, is this the way of fighting here? A voice came from the deserted corner. Sakura Kyoko then turned around and looked over, only to see a blonde young man walking out. Are you the master of the familiar? Not the master. It should be the so-called caster. Holding a spear in one hand and pointing it at the opponent, Sakura Kyoko didn't know why the opponent had the confidence to show up, but it was exactly what she wanted. Well, I don't quite understand the rules here. The identity assigned to me is indeed Ka. It's not important. Mangya didn't know how to do this, didn't he? Taking out the Dragon Ball, Yanushi grinned. Hey, hand it over honestly. That won't work. Something is wrong. Hey? Why do you say that? Kenneth's words aroused Sola's confusion, and the two sat in the car and communicated. That Dragon Ball should usually be kept by the master. In terms of existence, it should be the same as the command seal. You told me before. That's it. But it doesn't matter if the opponent's Dragon Ball is held by caster. How dare he, a magician, face Lancer, one of the three great knights? Judging from the observed data, except for luck, caster's value is far lower than Lancer in every aspect. Even magic power is supposed to be caster's strongest area, but Lancer is still higher than him? Under such circumstances, it is really wrong for the other party to dare to show up. Lancer, deal with him as soon as possible, he may be a scam. Sora reacted and immediately urged him. Let's stay away from each other. In order to avoid being affected by the shelling last night, Kenneth did not dare to make too big a mistake. Don't blame me for coming out so arrogantly. Looking at Caster in front of her, Sakura Kyoko had no intention of being polite. The spear was brandished instantly, ready to stab forward. Oh, so much. Just now, you declared an attack, right? Not panicking, Yanushi just put his hands on his hips and smiled proudly. At this moment, Sakura Kyoko suddenly found that she could not move. Varied. Looking down, he saw strange magic circles appearing on his arms. The curse of the six-pointed star. A halo of light surrounded her, restricting her like a chain. Except for the slight movement of the feet, the movement of the arms is completely blocked. Is this your magic? Having been instilled with the corresponding knowledge, Sakura Kyoko has never encountered such an opponent. She clearly didn't see the other party make any moves, so she was hit first. To this, Yanushi responded confidently. The moment you intended to attack me, the trap was already activated. P.S. By the way, there are some notes that need to be marked here at the end. Curse of the six-pointed star, activate by selecting one monster on the opponent's field. The selected monster cannot attack or change its battle position. When the selected monster is destroyed, this card is destroyed. The actual performance is to block the opponent's flat A. Can it be viewed like this and called disarming? It should be the biggest trouble for those opponents who are proficient in fighting and close combat. Chapter 7 Within 7 Cities, this is technological magic. It's my turn now. Wearing a conspicuous dual plate on his left hand, Yanushi looked at Sakura Kyoko, who was restrained, and said. He used his right hand to pull out one of the cards from the thick pile. Bring it on. Tiger Axe Warrior. The strange card slapped on the dual disc generated a physical monster and appeared. That is a tiger holding a giant axe and able to stand. Who? Unable to move her hands, Sakura Kyoko tried to make the spear in her hand expand, contract, and change. But suddenly she realized that she had not succeeded, so she could only retreat hurriedly. Bang! The giant axe struck the ground, creating small cracks. Oh! The tiger roared and chased after him, continuing to chop with the giant axe. Wow! Wow! Even though she was restrained by the strange six-pointed star, Sakura Kyoko's flexibility was not greatly affected, and she dodged the attacks every time with great sensitivity. Lancer! Why don't you fight back? Kenneth looked at Sakura Kyoko, who could only passively dodge through the familiar, and asked. Of course it can't be done. This strange magic circle has sealed my attack ability. As if she heard his question, Sakura Kyoko responded angrily. If she could fight back normally, she would have done it long ago. It was because she couldn't do it that she looked so embarrassed. Lancer's anti-magic power should be very advanced. Even so, will it be subject to caster's magic? It seems that the other party is not as simple as we thought. Tisk, normal attacks won't work. No matter how many times she tried, she had no intention of breaking free. In desperation, she used another ability. Click! Chains like thorns shuttled through the air, and then pierced the tiger in front. It just seals the normal attack ability. Having judged this, Sakura Kyoko then looked at the conspicuous machine on Yanushi's left arm. That's the reason why you use magic, right? Without the slightest hint of politeness, she aimed her attack at that point. Whoosh! Like an iron chain, the red thorns rushed over. This is not possible. Facing the attack calmly, Yanushi quickly slapped another card on the dual plate. Oh! What appeared this time was a warrior wearing a helmet and holding a heavy axe in one hand. He swung his axe and flicked away the incoming thorn chain locks. SA. Launch an attack. After giving the instruction, the soldier jumped up and approached Sakura Kyoko. Humph! Who would be hit by such a slow attack? Looking disdainfully at the chop that jumped from high in the sky, Sakura Kyoko ducked to the side. Bang! The giant axe struck the ground, causing a shock. But before Sakura Kyoko could say anything, she suddenly noticed the sound coming from the other direction. Wow! In an emergency, she dragged herself away from her original position by dragging the thorn bar, avoiding the surprise attack. Can I summon more than one familiar? Looking at the identical warriors holding heavy axes, Sakura Kyoko frowned. Theoretically, Caster himself is not a troublesome guy, but the magic and familiars he can use are quite special. It is something that people have never seen before. The movements are really flexible. It seems that it is not easy for you to simply hand over the Dragon Ball. Yanushi was a little surprised when the two monsters' flanking attack failed to achieve results. Compared with the rigid one attack one defense duel, actual battles have more possibilities of dodge. Bang! Clang! You can't hit the opponent at all. It can't be completely treated as a duel. Although the form is very close, it is not a duel in the true sense. 3001. 3000. 2999. Continuing to waste it like this is not an option. Glancing at the life points on the dual plate, Yanushi felt a headache. Because he lacks the so-called master, the source of magic power becomes a problem. If he wants not to withdraw, he needs to continue to maintain his LP. Without a master, his health will continue to decrease, and he cannot take too many risks to fight. Judging from the fact that the girl in front of me can defeat Iron Knight Kia Freed with one strike, her attack power is over 1800 at least. If he is hit, he will be in danger. Take a gamble. After taking a look at the cover card and the hand card, Yanushi also made a decision. He reached out and took out the card on top of the deck. Here it comes again, another card that is not in my deck. There is no way to check what cards are in the deck, and the cards drawn out are all unknown. This is what Zhao Naoki is worried about. It's okay for him to recognize some cards, but for those he doesn't recognize, it's easy for him to have a cognitive short circuit. Change of heart? This should be Mo Yang's card, right? Control? According to the previous situation, I should be able to control this girl. But just by controlling me, it's impossible to make her commit suicide. Inserting the green magic card into the magic trap area, Yanushi was tangled. He came here to seize the Dragon Ball, but he was not fighting with such extreme thoughts. That's right. Bring it on. Thinking of a useful method, Yanushi then activated the card. What? A girl, one white and one black, appeared at the scene, and Sakura Kyoko suddenly had a bad premonition. Invisible ripples came, and her eyes lost their luster for a moment. "Sa, go and get your master's Dragon Ball for me." Although it is not known how long it will last, Yanushi believes that it should not be too short. So he immediately issued such an order. Whoosh! Looking at the other party disappearing, Yanushi suddenly thought of something. Is it time to lift her restrictions at this time? When he thought that the opponent's normal attack ability was blocked by the curse of the six-pointed star, Yanushi realized it in hindsight. Caster seems to be controlling Lancer. Isn't this too strong? Hiding somewhere and witnessing the whole scene, Weber was a little panicked. Whether it's the summoned familiar or the mysterious magic. This was something he had never seen before, and now even hostile servants could be manipulated. The most unstable opponent. Lelich was silent and gave a very high evaluation for a while. If it were him, he would definitely ask Lancer to commit suicide immediately, and then go to find the master to seize the Dragon Ball. That would reduce a lot of risks. After all, we still don't know what kind of treasures and trump cards Lancer has. He, who had great trust in Gee's abilities before, now doesn't want to face Caster. Because he couldn't figure out how many ambush actors this Caster had. Judging from the machinery on the arm, the opponent is already filled with unknown cards, which means that traps exist at any time. Attacking and confronting will trigger the opponent's magic, so meeting this person will be quite dangerous. The best way is to snipe him from far away. The mecha in my hand seems to be the best solution. But here comes the question. Will ultra-long-range attacks and range attacks trigger Cater's magic? P.S. Change of heart, it can be activated by targeting one monster on the opponent's field. Control of that monster is gained until the end phase. As the effect description says, it is to control the opponent, but there is a time limit. But having too high resistance can also shorten the time of being controlled. I can only say that luckily I met Yanushi. If it were someone else who had no conscience, the job agency Lancer would have followed the popular tradition again. Chapter 88 Exploration. Get out of the way. Feeling indescribably suffocated, Sakura Kyoko could only shout at the master who was hiding. The red thorn chain is flying through the air, blocking the opponent's route. At this time, I was actually very lucky that I was blocked from ordinary attack methods. Looking at the magic circle on her body, Sakura Kyoko really felt very lucky. Otherwise, in her current state, her master may not have a chance to escape. Bang bang bang! Sparks were flying everywhere, and the silver water droplets protected the surroundings like slimes, but the gradually concave and convex marks told of unpleasant consequences. Moon Spirit Marrow Liquid. The magic gift held by Kenneth has excellent abilities on both offense and defense. This was specially worn by him to assist Sora. Even if Lancer doesn't attack with a gun, we can't sustain it for long. Kenneth frowned and Sora was protected, but they were unable to escape smoothly. It was unexpected that Lancer would be manipulated by Caster. In other words, I have never seen such a straightforward control method before. Sora, use the command spell. Having made this judgment, Kenneth could only try this method. They would definitely not be able to outrun Lancer as a servant. Without knowing the principle of the opponent's control, the best way at present is to use the command spell to snatch Lancer back. But, how to give the order? Hearing this, Sora hesitated for a while before speaking. Although the command seal claims to be able to command followers, the problem is that if the instructions given are too vague, the effectiveness will be insufficient. Just let her leave here. With the current situation, other servants and masters will probably be approaching soon, right? We first have to leave the center that may become the focus of attention. We cannot stay here for long. It can only be said that Castor's strange methods forced them to be in such a mess. These heroic heroes always have their own incomprehensible moves. Order it with a command curse. Get out of here. Lancer. Red light flashed on the back of the hand, and the thorn chains traveling all over the sky stopped in the air, and the attack did not come again. Taking this opportunity, Kenneth immediately took Sora and left the scene. Hey, you're quite flexible. Her body froze in place, and Sakura Kyoko breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that her master would fight without thinking clearly, which would only make matters worse. Now just exposing yourself to the outside world is not a bad thing. Tisk, I can feel that the flow of magic power has become less. It seems that Castor's magic is not omnipotent, and the magic he controls has a countervailing effect with the command spell. The control that restrained him had begun to weaken, but the magic circle on his body was still so conspicuous. Sakura Kyoko was slightly troubled as she thought about the means to fight against Castor. Just one opponent was so troublesome, she didn't dare think about what would happen to other guys. Although I have regained the inherent skills that a magical girl deserves due to her heroic transformation, I can only use them as strange moves. Once seen by those who are good at fighting, it may no longer be effective. This war is much more difficult than fighting the witch. Are Rider and Berserker the only ones who haven't shown up yet? Tozaka Tokiomi sat in the magic studio he had decorated, thinking deeply. He saw the confrontation between Castor and Lancer through his familiar. Counting the servants I have seen so far, Rider is the only one and Berserker didn't show up. Last night's shelling. Did Castor do it? Judging from the methods Castor showed today, it is difficult to determine who was responsible for the attack yesterday. Rider. Berserker. Rather, it is more likely that these two riders will. The Matov family also participated this time, but I haven't seen any action from them so far. This is quite strange. Thinking of a certain forgotten force, Tokiomi frowned and thought. Logically speaking, there seemed to be no contestants from the Matov family this year, but later he found out that someone from the other party had also been selected. But it was never revealed who it was. Previously, Tokiomi Tozaka only thought that the Matov family had ambitions, so he ignored it, but now it seems something is wrong. Is the other party too quiet? Rider and Berserker didn't know which of the two riders was the other's servant. Teacher. How is Assassin's condition? The injury is very serious and it is difficult to move at the moment. Yet. Looking at the disciples entering the door, Tokiomi Tozaka immediately greeted him, but after receiving the other's answer, he felt a little distressed. Originally it would have been best to let Assassin go to inquire about the situation, but due to the injury, it was unexpected to cause such trouble. Send your familiar to see the Matov family. Surveillance. They should also have contestants and need to be on guard. Understood. Complying with Tokiomi's arrangement, Kotomine Kaire said nothing more. Until he left, his expression was so indifferent. Compared with Tokiomi's pursuit, Kotomine Kaire now wants to satisfy himself more. Maybe he was an obedient good baby before, but just dreaming about part of Assassin's life experience filled him with emotions that he had never had before. Is that sadness or surprise or joy? That impulsive feeling of trying to do something gave him some enlightenment, who had always had no desires and desires. Under that strange emotional awakening, Kotomine Kaire no longer clung to the calmness and desirelessness of the past. Sure enough, people are full of unknown possibilities. The answer I'm looking for is becoming clearer and clearer. Initially, he wanted to see Emi Yakiritsugu in person, but now it seemed that he didn't need to. It makes me so curious. Sure enough, the Holy Grail war is incredible. Full of exploration, the priest who already had his own self began to search. Assassin. It's better to pay more attention to the teacher's words. It's not safe to send out familiars. You should go there yourself. Be careful. Instructing the figure in the shadow, Kotomine Kaire naturally put his hands behind his back. Whoosh! The blurry figure disappeared in place, and Kotomine Kaire had to sigh that the medicine given by Gilgamesh was really useful. Such a serious injury healed in just one night. Although he exchanged it for Dragon Balls, it didn't matter. Qualifications and whatnot. As long as he and Assassin cooperate well, they don't have to worry about such opportunities. As long as the servant holds it in his hands, sooner or later he can grab a new Dragon Ball and return it to the chessboard. As for the Dragon Balls that Gilgamesh took back into the treasury, it was no longer a problem. As masters participating in the competition, the knowledge given to them by the Dragon Balls far exceeds what the heroic spirits know. The white wolf with empty gloves. And the concealment he made from the teacher. When he thought about his bold actions, his heart was filled with an unknown sense of satisfaction. Gilgamesh was too naive after all. Do you think that if you take the Dragon Balls back to the treasure house, no one can get them again? The corner of his mouth raised a vague arc. Kotomine Kaire was looking forward to seeing the king lose his composure. Chapter 99 Mysterious Berserker. The fighting outside is so fierce, is it really okay? Matukariya stayed in the courtyard, watching Sakura running happily in front and asked the person next to her. Wearing pitch-black armor and a bi-horned helmet, his face cannot be seen clearly. I don't even know which country or which legendary hero it is. Rather than being a hero, he is more like the devil in the story. Just by standing next to him, with the invisible momentum, Yan Ye already felt a lot of pressure. So much so that he didn't dare to speak too loudly every time. He shook his head and did not answer anything. The servant seemed indifferent. Really? Now I can only trust your judgment. I just hope she can grow up healthily. It's too dangerous to get involved in a dispute like this. I don't know whether the other party didn't bother to answer or was unable to speak due to the madness factor, so Korea could only agree. After the elder was captured and killed by the servant, he looked at Sakura who had regained her freedom and had no regrets. The only thing I hope now is that the other party can survive this war safely. If possible, it doesn't matter if he becomes the victim instead. It's fine when there's no fighting, but once it comes to from Berserker or, it is obviously not something that Sakura can completely control now. The consumption of magic power can easily lead to problems, so Korea plans to become a member of the demon worshipper with his half-experienced status. But Berserker himself doesn't seem to mind this. Although I couldn't get a response from him before, the other party seems to have a special ability to deal with the consumption of magic power. At least in daily interactions, he didn't notice any signs of discomfort in Sakura. Berserker. Look. I got it. Sakura, who came trotting over, smiled happily, holding beautiful flowers in her hands and shouted to the servant who could be called the Demon King. The rough hand rested on the gauntlet and gently stroked the little girl's head, looking so gentle. Yan Ye, who was watching from the side, didn't know how to describe this feeling. Over there. Pointing in a certain direction, Berserker gestured with one hand. Sakura turned her head and ran over happily. That's enough. Seeing Sakura so relaxed, Korea was relieved, but then he saw Berserker looking in another direction, and then the figure suddenly disappeared. Is there an enemy? After realizing that Berserker had deliberately pushed Sakura away, Korea became wary. Can you detect my aura so quickly? You are not someone who is idle. With his hand already on the hilt of the sword at his waist, Kenshin looked at the opponent in front of him and said in a deep voice. As soon as he approached, the other party had already noticed it in advance. That keenness is stronger than sabers. The smell of blood. Unable to speak, Berserker could understand the nature of the swordsman in front of him. That was the executioner who killed countless people and was stained with blood. Even if there is no murderous intent, the blood energy wrapped around his body can be felt by Berserker the most. The dark perspective is emitted, and the past is read by it. In just that moment, Kenshin noticed that the other party was stiff for a moment. But he did not attack recklessly. The person in front of me looks unknown just by looking at his clothes, but he is definitely not an easy opponent. Even if there is no fight, just looking at each other, his instinct as a killer reminds him that the opponent is a master who is not weaker than Saber. Assassin. Himura Kenshin. The executioner who cares about the people. Not only the real name and job description. Berserker can even see the other person's past. This is not as simple as the so-called real name seeing or clairvoyance. But it's his own ability. The power of transcendence. When in contact with a specific group of people, Berserker can see the other person's past life. So hiding it is meaningless to Berserker. A contradictory individual. After evaluating the killer in front of him, a big sword appeared out of thin air in Berserker's hand. This evil spirit. A terrifying aura erupted, and Jian Xin was shocked as he looked at the big sword filled with resentment. The dark aura wrapped around the sword, and the dragon's eye formed could even be faintly seen. Let's not mention the origin of this sword for the moment. Just the way it looks effortless to lift it with one hand is worthy of vigilance. His hand had already subconsciously pulled out the sword from his waist, and the sword's heart was also tentative. Although this goes against the master's request, since as a servant, there will be a moment of confrontation sooner or later, so you might as well take the opportunity to find out now, and if it doesn't work, you can escape when the time comes. He is still confident about getting out of the war. But the next moment, he realized how naive his idea was. That strong physique and agility were not inferior to the saber I encountered before. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of you. Oops! When he wanted to move, the big sword in front of him gave off a grey light. The power of Dragon Eye. This evil dragon great sword was created from the slain evil dragon Nidhogg, so the sword itself contains huge resentment, and Berserker can easily suppress it and use it. Suffering from mental erosion, Kenshin's movements froze. At the same time, the big sword had already struck. Bah! Sakura, please wait for a while, Berserker went to get something. Liar! Well, I know, there are other nasty guys here. Originally, he wanted to say hello casually, but Korea saw from the cold expression of the other party that his attitude was completely different from before. But if it's a Berserker, it will definitely be fine. No matter who he faces, he will win. Holding white flowers in her hands, the purple-haired girl made a confident declaration. That look really made Korea feel strange. But he didn't care too much about his guilt and concern for Sakura. At this moment, a dark figure appeared next to him. It seemed like he had done something trivial, and Berserker had no intention of explaining it. XXXX. Although he couldn't speak. Haha. My flying sword style is of no use to him. Who is he? Leaning against a tree and gasping for breath, Kenshin encountered such a terrible opponent for the first time. It was just like he was confronting his own master, Hikoshi Juro. No, stronger than master. Looking at the knife in his hand that had broken into 2 pieces, he felt very complicated. Ignoring the scratch on his chest, he recalled that the result of his slashing with a knife was sparks on the opponent's heavy armor. The opponent doesn't even need to defend or block. He just swung the knife a few times and it broke. Although he was dressed like that, the opponent's speed was no slower than the saber he had met before. And the fighting style is a type that I have never encountered before. Perhaps it is too difficult for him at the moment to face a strong opponent of that level. Is this what they call there are always people better than you? Kenshin used the broken sword to support himself and stood up, but he felt a sense of heaviness. He came into this with different ideas, but in this war, the enemies were stronger than the other. As an executioner, it seems that I have no advantage at all in a head-on confrontation. These opponents are much stronger than the masters of the shogunate. Compared with such a powerful enemy, he still seems to be a little unskilled. At the end, there is a picture of the warrior of light. The image of this period is actually very consistent with the image of a berserker. Chapter 10:10 Recapture Operation. Are you injured again? Kotomine Kaire looked at his servant running back and couldn't help but frown slightly. He clearly just asked the other party to investigate the Mata family, so why did he come back with injuries? Fortunately, I now have a healing scabbard, so it will not affect the next action too much. That should be the berserker. I was discovered by the other party before I got too close to the mansion. He is very strong, based on my own senses, even better than Saber. Kenshin had no intention of making excuses for the fact that he was injured again, but told the truth. He also realized that he would have no problem dealing with opponents who were still within the human range, but if he faced a powerful enemy with extraordinary means, he would have no chance of winning at the moment. Such an enemy was far superior to him in both equipment and martial arts. Saber is okay, but Berserker is almost beyond his ability to handle. Don't underestimate yourself. You are already good enough to challenge Saber with Assassin's performance. Perhaps this war has some transcendental existence, but as long as there is a master, there will naturally be weaknesses. Kotomine Kaire could see the wavering hidden in Kenshin's heart, and said in a deep voice. Perhaps the Berserker assassin met was a little special, which led to such an idea. The Mata family drew a good card. I just don't know who the master is. If the assassin can't get close, it will be even harder to detect the familiar. Although the job descriptions of the servants held by the Mata family have been discovered, it is still unknown who their master is. The only one left is Rider, who has never appeared. Without much hesitation, Kotomine Kaire then planned to report to his teacher. As for how much specific information to reveal, it's hard to say. As a contestant, you have close contact with the church. It seems that this so-called supervisor cannot be fully trusted. Kiritsugu was hiding in a house and exchanging information with Mia and Saber. Kiritsugu knew very well who Assassin's master was. Kotomine Kaire. The guy who made him feel terrified just by looking at him. He is a dangerous person. After learning about the other party's identity and situation, Kiritsugu felt a sense of difficulty. Not only the master, but also people involved with the church. Kiritsugu doesn't believe that there is no back door here. It's troublesome just thinking about referees and players working together. The action will be taken later. We can't wait until night. Iris Veal, who had already woken up, was sitting on a chair in a nun's outfit, looking at Assassin who was healing in front of her with great suspicion. It was obvious that the chest had been hit by some huge cutting object, leaving a cut. It was hard for Iris Veal to imagine who the servant could be who could deal such a blow to Assassin. You know, even Saber would find it difficult to gain an advantage over this person in a battle, as the opponent's agility is beyond common sense. This scabbard. I can clearly feel that the injuries on my body are being healed. This equipment taken out of Iris Veal's body by Kotomine Kaire is so magical. If we can bring this scabbard back, then BA can be saved, right? Thinking of this, his thoughts returned to the moment before he was summoned. Kenshin's original wish was actually very ordinary, that is, he longed for peace in the world. For this reason, he ignored his master's opposition, went down the mountain alone to join the reformists, and then began several years of killing. It was not until the appearance of BA that he regained his so-called humanity. The other party was fatally injured for some reason, and he should have faced the reality, but he was shaken by the existence of Dragon Ball. Whether it is world peace or boss injury, as long as you wield your sword and participate in a fight, you can get it after victory. It was like a life-saving straw, making it impossible for the young Kenshin to let go. But in fact, after actually participating, Kenshin realized that he had overestimated himself and underestimated his opponent. He is not the only so-called hero. There are also beings that are far superior to oneself. As he has not even mastered the profound meaning of the flying sword style, his potential is very limited. The saber, who is said to have the strongest performance, can fully respond to his speed, and the mysterious berserker can't even be cut by him even when he is standing. And the magical bombardment they faced on the coast that day, an archer who called himself king. These are powerful enemies Kenshin has never encountered before. No one knows who the remaining lancer, rider, and caster are. Bang! After partially healing his wound, Assassin stood up and left. Although she could intuitively perceive the changes in the other person's expression, Alice could not ask any more questions. The other party would not answer any of her questions. The house was sealed with a special magic and she couldn't leave. Thinking of this, she was more worried about Kiritsugu. When she woke up, Iris Veal had never thought that she could still live in this state. All I can say is that Saber's scabbard is very useful, but unfortunately it has now been taken away by Kotomine Kaire and given to Assassin. After she woke up, Kotomine Kaire did not make any requests, but just imprisoned her in this room. She had a bad feeling. I really didn't expect that. Do you have such an anxious moment? Emiya Kiritsugu. Kotomine Kaire was attacked in his own residence. Bang, 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 bang. On the other side was his opponent who had already pointed his gun at him and was shooting at him continuously. The clothes he wore were bulletproof, so he didn't care about ordinary bullets. He just needed to protect the exposed part of his body. Ding ding ding. The bullet hit the clothes, made a pleasant sound and then bounced off. I know. Saber is also nearby, on guard against Assassin, right? Then Menmai asked Haneo to go and rescue the woman. You clearly want to kill me, but you have no chance. The corners of his mouth unconsciously raised into an arc, always on guard. Kotomine Kaire really liked this feeling at the moment. The kind of treatment that makes the other party helpless but forced to listen to him talk is really novel. Makes people feel happy. But the unexpected scene that followed made the priest unable to react in time. There is always time to control. Double speed. Kiritsugu Emiya used his own magic to control the power of time. Bang! Bang! One origin bullet and one ordinary bullet. In order to prevent accidents, Kiritsugu used his magic and firearms together. His movements were faster than Kotomine Kaire had imagined. By the time he reacted, the bullet was already in front of him. Too late. He couldn't even raise his hands to block them. If these two bullets hit him, he would lose his life or mobility instantly. Bang! But then, the two bullets were deflected by a broken sword, thus avoiding the danger for Kotomine Kaire. Tisk! Assassin! Only a servant can perform such a dexterous movement. What made Kiritsugu unhappy was that Saber didn't seem to stop the other party. If it had been a little later, he would have been able to make Kotomine Kaire withdraw from the war in the true sense. Pity. Chapter 11:11 Why your heart is crying. It's really lively, writer. The battle between Lancer and Caster has not yet completely ended, and Saber and Assassin have started again. Observing through his familiar, Weber has become accustomed to this kind of daily routine. These heroes are more restless than each other. Writer, should we do something? Weber was puzzled when he found that Lelich did not answer him. After realizing Ryder's reliability, he didn't have so many thoughts and acted according to the other party's arrangements. If they just want to watch the battle, the familiars you send out will be enough to monitor them. If you want to join the war, you must first ensure your own safety. Reckless actions will only put us in a disadvantageous situation. Holding the teacup elegantly, Lelich glanced at him and reminded him. This master may seem a little unintelligent at first glance, but he is not that rigid. Well. Slightly stunned after hearing this, Weber scratched his head and realized that his servant had left the right of choice to him. Although it was a trivial matter to Ryder, as a master, Weber was still very happy. At least it proves that your servants trust and respect you. He followed, then started thinking. Once the robot driven by Ryder starts fighting, it will cause a large-scale bombing. Not to mention the battery life issue, let's just say that the machine gun equipped can easily penetrate a street. The uncharged magic cannon can even level some areas. Although the place where Lancer and Castor were located was not in the center of Fuyuki City, it could not be said to be remote. If there were no expelled people nearby, there would still be ordinary people living nearby. Allowing his followers to affect ordinary people at will, Weber is not that crazy as a magician, so he cannot go there. Let's go, Ryder, let's go find Saber and Assassin. After clarifying his thoughts, Weber then made a decision. Hey! Listening to Weber's words, Lelich chuckled. No matter what Weber chooses, it will actually have little impact on him. Let's not talk about the remaining Archer and Berserker. Saber, Lancer, Castor, Assassin. He temporarily thought of ways to deal with the above 4 riders. We have to disrupt the situation. At least we have to lure Archer and Berserker out. Not showing up is the biggest instability factor, just like they have been hiding. The current group of people are all entangled with each other, so they take the initiative to attack. But like him, he doesn't have so many worries. After provoking 2 families, he only needs to lurk down, not missing any traces, and no one can trace him. So now Lelich only cares about Archer and Berserker. Clang! Bang bang bang! The sound of blades being exchanged came out. Saber and Assassin were fighting continuously. Dragon Nest Flash! He waved the broken sword in his hand and made rapid attacks, but all of them were blocked by Saber. Compared to before, Saber clearly had the upper hand this time. As an assassin, you are indeed very strong. Looking directly at the opponent in front of her, Saber was so frank. Only relying on superb swordsmanship and agile movement to face yourself at the weakest level is not something that any heroic spirit can do. Your swordsmanship, every move is full of deadly attacks. If not avoided, it will cause great harm. But now that the sword is broken, there is no such sufficient threat. The wholehearted vigilance and assassin holding only the broken sword were not enough to prevent Saber from being injured. No matter how powerful a swordsman is, a broken sword is no different than an injured hand. Although she didn't know why Assassin's knife broke, she wouldn't be pretentious at this moment. Ha! The sword hidden in the wind pressure swung away, Jian Xin's eyes narrowed, and his body jumped up and twisted in the air. Flying sword style, tornado flash. While avoiding a direct hit, he used the inertia in the air to stab Saber in the head with the broken knife. Bang! However, Saber used one hand to release the sword and blocked it. The broken sword hit the gauntlet and was bounced away. After Kenshin landed, he quickly distanced himself from him. Sure enough, it is too difficult to fight against her with this knife. Frowning, Kenshin has never had such an urgent moment. Even if the sword was broken in the past, he could still kill the enemy. But this time it won't work. Heroic spirit. Those are all masters who are comparable to him. If there is even a little carelessness and negligence, he will be the loser. But the timing of Saber's arrival was too coincidental. He had no time to ask his master to prepare a good sword. What's more, now both master and slave are restrained on their respective battlefields. Bang 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 bang! Ding ding ding! Using the black keys to deflect the incoming bullets, Kotomine Kaire would not give Emiya Kiritsugu a second chance like that. That step towards failure really made him sweat a little. Fortunately, Assassin arrived in time. Tisk! Looking at Kaire running closer, Kiritsugu could only step back. Judging from the opponent's skill, close combat would be very detrimental to him. Whoosh! Avoiding the incoming black keys, Kiritsugu immediately raised the gun in his hand and pointed it forward and fired rapidly. Ba bang bang. A series of shots successfully made Koto Mine Kaire freeze in place. Kiritsugu. I found madam. Except for the magic seal, there are no obstacles along the way. Mia's voice sounded in his ears, and Kiritsugu's expression moved slightly. She is fine, but it is said that the scabbard has been taken away by Koto Mine Kaire. Really? Then remember to be careful. When he heard that Iris Veal had been successfully rescued, he was convinced, but he always felt uneasy. Has that woman been found? As if he had guessed something, Koto Mine Kaire put down his raised hands and said calmly. Although I'm not trying to save you, I've taken it into consideration. Your assistant and wife should be the few things you care about, right? Cross when he heard Koto Mine Kaire speak like this, the uneasiness in his heart became even more intense. And in the next second, it was verified. If you lose them, will you be in pain? Bang! A roaring explosion sounded, and the sky-high firelight flickered from the priest's back. His pupils dilated for a moment, and only then did Kiritsugu understand the source of that uneasiness. Except for the magic seal, there are no obstacles along the way. Mia's words still echo in my ears, and they sound so harsh now. He should have discovered it earlier. If he had been warned, he might have been saved. The hand holding the gun unconsciously tightened. Bomb! This unconventional fighting method is indeed very convenient. In that case, neither of them would survive unless it was you. Staring at Emiya Kiritsugu's expression, Koto Mine Kaire found a trace of satisfaction. As expected, this man can still be moved. After understanding this, Koto Mine Kaire felt that the arrangement was not in vain. When the woman was brought back by assassin, he had thoughts of temptation. How much will Emiya Kiritsugu pay for this woman and the scabbard buried in her body? Having figured out the cause and effect, Emiya Kiritsugu also saw through the man Koto Mine Kaire. Use Ellie to set a trap and lure him to rescue. But Yanmin Kaire had anticipated his situation and knew the final result. Saber must be wary of assassin. And he himself must face Koto Mine Kaire. The only one who can act is Miri, the assistant. Everything was planned by Koto Mine Kaire. And seducing Mia to trap and kill Eri together is what Koto Mine Kaire wants most. I just want to know. You, known as the Magician Killer, will grieve over the loss of others. Judging from the results, it seems that it will. You're crying inside. Emiya Kiritsugu. Chapter 12 Let's Fight. Berserker. Your assistant is a human who is very experienced in using firearms, but facing a magician, she probably wouldn't have thought that I would use something as unorthodox as a bomb, right? As the so-called magic uses technology, Emiya Kiritsugu is an expert in this aspect. Most other magicians have never done this. What happens if you occasionally use so-called technological products? With the mentality of giving it a try, Koto Mine Kaire used Iris Veal as bait to set this trap. You are indeed a guy who must be dealt with. Suppressing the pain in his heart, Emiya Kiritsugu's eyes stabilized and he spoke in a heavy tone. He stopped thinking about what would happen to Mia and Eri for the time being. And now he must get through the situation in front of him. Saber's scabbard was taken away and is currently missing, but it is most likely being used by Koto Mine Kaire himself. In this case, the opponent will not die even if he receives a relatively slight fatal injury. When he thought of this, he felt more and more that Koto Mine Kaire was a terrible enemy. A magician with a careful mind and unconventional methods. He is a guy very close to me. If you can't get rid of him right here, it will definitely be a big trouble. Assassin has fallen into a disadvantage and cannot come to help. Taking advantage of the moment when he uses magic, the origin bomb has a chance to severely damage him. Considering the magical effect of the scabbard, Kiritsugu was at an impasse. Just being injured and disabled, such a result is completely meaningless to him. He was not sure whether Koto Mine Kaire really buried the scabbard in his body. This information is very important and will affect subsequent plans and arrangements. We can only test it first. With this thought in mind, Kiritsugu decided to use ordinary bullets to wound Kaire first. If the opponent's injuries will recover on their own, then it proves that the scabbard is in his body. Bang! Ha 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 ha! Interesting, with such a rapid transformation, did you learn something from Assassin? As archer, Gilgamesh witnessed the entire process and became interested in what Kotomine Kaire did. A priest who claimed to have no desires now began to touch things that he usually restrained. That was the beginning of moral collapse. Kotomine Kaire, a miscellaneous cultivator, can really bring fun to people. There are also some unscrupulous people who plan to intervene in this battle. That's just right, it's time for me to make my appearance. With your supreme appearance, it's time to open the eyes of these miscellaneous cultivators. He had no intention of discussing it with his master, Tokiomi Tozaka, and just disappeared in his golden armor. Sitting in the basement, Tokiomi Tozaka's face froze. He looked at the command spell on the back of his hand and hesitated. The king had acted without authorization not once or twice. But his attempts to communicate with it all ended in failure. The person who describes himself is disappointing and boring minister. No matter how low his emotional intelligence was, Tokiomi Tozaka knew that it would be difficult for him to stay with that king. A shameful impression. Never mind. As long as he doesn't do anything extraordinary, there's no harm in letting him run wild. The 3 command spells have never been used once, so he has to be on guard at all times. Considering Kotomine Rimasa's support for him, he may have to make serious preparations. On the contrary, the master of the Matu family has not taken any action yet. The letter he sent did not receive a response. Tokiomi Tozaka frowned and wondered what the other party's attitude was. The report brought by the disciple is the servant he is driving is Berserker, but his identity cannot be identified. Based on this information, he sent a letter using his familiar. The original intention was to form an alliance to test, but in the end, the other party didn't care about me at all. Based on the previous relationship between the Matu family and the Tozaka family, this arrogant attitude of rejecting others is not at all like what Motozoyan would do. Is there any special reason? With such doubts, he could only send his familiar to investigate. Matu Kariya was very used to carrying a bag on the street and looking at Berserker who had just finished his work. Berserker, who has changed into modern clothes, is simply an enthusiastic good young man. Can help people push carts, find lost things, and accompany children and the elderly to play. This servant was obviously dressed in such evil and ominous clothes before, but inside he was completely different. Although he had not spoken a word, he was unexpectedly popular. Among the children and old people, a red-haired boy looked at him with bright eyes. By the way, uncle, can you lend me this book temporarily? I haven't finished reading the story inside yet. I'll go back and read it today, and I'll return it to you later. Holding up the thickly bound books in his hands, the red-haired boy asked excitedly. Memoirs of the Sky? It was a detailed record of a certain hero's story, and he was very interested in reading it. Very good. Nodding, the child was happy to see the other party's response. Berserker, if you go back too late, Sakura will be angry. Watching the tall figure leaving the other party, the boy's heart was filled with longing. An adult who is passionate about helping others and capable of doing anything is simply too handsome in his opinion. Is it really okay to lend that book to others? I remember that Sakura seemed to be very enthusiastic as well. Having also witnessed Berserker's actions, Kariya mentioned it. But the other party's attitude of shaking his head no longer bothered him. Until the two of them returned to Mata's house, they just met the purple-haired girl waiting at the door with her mouth bulging. Smiling bitterly, Kariya could already imagine being complained about. But the next moment, he saw Sakura take out a large bead from her skirt pocket, and the stars inside were twinkling. Korea knew that that was the item that the masters and slaves were fighting for in this war. But what does Sakura mean when she takes it out at this time? Berserker. I have decided that I will participate in this war. Why? Sakura. Hearing the other party's serious words, Korea was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand why Sakura, who had no intention of intervening before, changed her attitude. The war will end sooner or later, by that time. Did you lose your penis? So, I have to snatch the other Dragon Balls. At such a young age, she hides bottomless desires, she is so straightforward. Even Korea could sense this girl's thoughts. You will help me, right? Berserker. With a slight smile on her face, Mata Sakura said softly. He made a gesture of sighing, but seemed to see someone's shadow, but Berserker didn't refuse anything. Originally, in this war, he was called here after hearing Mata Sakura's cry for help. As for whether you want the Dragon Ball to make a wish or not, that doesn't matter. For him, if he really wants to realize his wish, it may only be to revive the lives lost in the catastrophic disaster. Go fight! Berserker. The master has given the order, and the dark armor has been put on his body. Nyoda's figure disappeared. The Chinese New Year is coming up recently, so the number of updates is a bit sparse. Chapter 13 Intervention. Sakura, do you really understand? Of course I know, that's why I have to do it. When asked by Korea, Sakura shook her head indifferently. Berserker is not an ordinary servant. He looks very strong. Once you start fighting, you won't have enough magic power to support him. On the other hand, Yan Ye squatted down and explained anxiously. It's fine. Berserker is the strongest. Even without my magic power, he can win. With such confidence, Mata Sakura had nothing to worry about. In Korea's eyes, this is simply blind trust. But for Mata Sakura, that is not the ignorance of a child. She is clear. Berserker has special inherent skills. Out of combat reply. Berserker that does not enter combat will automatically recover its injuries and mana. Even if he was seriously injured, but after leaving the battle, it only took less than 10 seconds to fully recover to his peak state. This is also the reason why Mata Sakura, a child as the master, was not drained. Berserker's magic power was always recovering, so she didn't spend any money at all. Even if he fights, Berserker himself has huge power to support his actions. The disadvantage may be that it will have less battery life during the battle and cannot continuously use large-scale noble phantasm liberation. But that doesn't matter, as long as you get out of the battle, you can recover in a few seconds. As a master, Sakura only needs to maintain her own stability. This is also the source of her confidence. Bang! Hey, didn't it succeed? Yanushi dodged an attack and looked at Lancer who was coming back in front of him and whispered. Originally, I wanted to gamble on my luck after using that magic card, but it seemed that it didn't work out. Hey, I won't let you get it easily again. Sakura Kyoko looked at Yanushi hiding behind the bunker, and then used her magic. Rosa Phantasma, Red Ghost. The figures were dividing in the air, and in the sight of the city, there were many more people on the other side. Clone. Seeing the numerous individuals, Yanushi panicked. He glanced at the 3 Gayfucus left on the dual plate, turned around and ran away. Don't even think about escaping. Driving 7 of the clones to chase after her, Sakura Kyoko said loudly. After Castor's control failed, she turned the gun and ran back. Although the magic circle sealed on her body is still there, it does not prevent her from using other means to defeat that guy. Damn it, the controlling magic was obviously released quickly, but this magic circle is still going on. It was a headache. Because of this magic circle, she couldn't even wield the spear to fight. To her, it was like having her hands sealed, it was too restrictive. This is why she pursues Castor to the death. You can't escape with the magic circle in your hands and then wonder when it will be lifted, right? Wouldn't it be doomed if we met other servants like that? So no matter what you say, Castor must be arrested. Clang! Bang! The broken sword was blocked and his arm was stabbed. Kenshin then picked up his scabbard and hit Saber on the shoulder. Tisk! With a cry of pain, Saber was forced to distance herself. Looking at the opponent in front of her, she had to admire his superb fighting consciousness. You can still make such a wonderful counterattack even when the knife is broken. That fierce swordsmanship! You must be a famous swordsman in this country before you were born, right? Said like this, without concealing her admiring gaze at all. Saber had roughly guessed Assassin's identity through previous communication with Kiritsugu. The cross scar on the left cheek. An assassin with superb swordsmanship. Judging from the style of clothing and posture, he is undoubtedly a local servant. But he does not know exactly which era he is a hero. I'm just an executioner in the shadows. Without answering too much, Kenshin just took a good stance and spoke. He doesn't care whether he will leave his name in history. At least judging from the history given by Kotomine Kaire, there is no record of Himura Batosai. This is a good thing and a bad thing for him. I will defeat you this time. Not yet aware of what was happening on the other side, Saber held her sword and looked at the enemy in front of her and said. There was no reply. Kenshin just glanced at the healed wound on his arm. Is this the scabbard held by the legendary King of Knights? That King Arthur? After hearing the news told by Kotomine Kaire, Kenshin also knew the name of the other party. Arturia Pendragon. As a king who rules the country, having such strong strength really opened Kenshin's eyes. I'm still not strong enough. This is the realization he gained during this war. The skills and swordsmanship he had developed during the shogunate period would be difficult for him to win head-on here. If necessary, you are allowed to release your noble phantasm to kill assassin. Saber looked at the enemy with twinkling eyes and remembered her previous exchange with Kiritsugu. In this attack, Kiritsugu was determined to rescue Eri and even killed Kotomine Kaire and his servants. And next, Saber is indeed planning to liberate the noble phantasm. Destroy the enemy with the holy sword in her hand. Seize its flaw, and the winner will be determined instantly. It may be difficult to defeat you directly in hand-to-hand combat, but then. There were golden light spots flashing around, and the holy posture said so. Having a bad premonition, Kenshin frowned and did not dare to be careless. This king in a foreign country seems to have hidden power that he doesn't know about. Raising the sword in front of his chest, the sacred sword revealed its true appearance, and the floating golden light spots exuded astonishing air pressure. This is... Realizing something, Kenshin stepped on the ground and rushed away. It can't be like this. Let the other party be released easily. Although we don't know what will happen, we must not sit idly by and watch. The extremely fast speed allowed him to get close to Saber quickly. Sure enough. Among the opponents I have fought so far, your physical skills and swordsmanship are rare in the world. But, seeing the swordsman approaching, Saber had already raised the holy sword in her hand. The sword of victory oath. That is the most powerful fortress noble phantasm held by King Arthur. X. The aurora shines on the sword, and the shouting words will be uttered. Bang! But a violent shock interrupted the confrontation between the two. The ground shook, and they were unable to stand firm. Both Kenshin and Saber were forced to interrupt their actions at the moment. What? The smoke and dust rose up, and when it dissipated, what came into their eyes was a burly body. The heavy black armor wrapped around the whole body, but the big sword in his hand made people feel ominous, and the devil-like posture was even more frightening. Looking at the person coming, Jian Xin's pupils shrank and he recognized the other person's identity. Berserker. Chapter 14 1 against 2. Berserker. Hearing Assassin's words, Saber looked at the visitor intently. The heavy armor made of unknown materials, the heavy sword stuck on the ground, and a dark aura exuding, may have been the culprit of the previous shock. This servant, judging from his appearance alone, is quite strong. Without words, the opponent grabbed the heavy sword with one hand and waved it around. Hoo! The wind was howling, and the fierce air pressure blew over, raising his and her bangs. By interfering in my duel with assassin, do you mean to fight 1 against 2? Standing with the sword in hand, the light of the holy sword had not dissipated yet, Saber looked at the other party and asked. Who? And in just a moment, the other party gave the answer. He was holding such a big sword, but its movements were not slow at all, on the contrary, they were extremely fast. Clang! Having already slashed from top to bottom, Saber immediately raised her holy sword to block it. The moment the evil sword and the holy sword clashed, dazzling sparks burst out. Click! The ground Saber was standing on collapsed due to the heavy pressure, and her entire feet sank into the ground. What a heavy force! This was the first time she was suppressed like this, and she even felt like she couldn't stand it. Saber! Don't open your eyes and look at his sword. Having already suffered a loss, Kenshin stood up and immediately shouted loudly. What? Hearing Assassin's reminder, Saber was stunned for a moment, but when she raised her head, she saw the purple-black aura emanating from the opponent's sword forming a scarlet dragon eye. Is this the resentment and anger of the dragon? After realizing the will contained in the dragon eye, his body froze for a moment, unable to exert any force at all. At the same time, the big sword has been suppressed. Too bad. If you endure it like this, you will definitely be seriously injured. Clang! At the critical moment, Kenshin was already holding the broken sword and the scabbard, both of which were shining brightly. Flying sword style. Double dragon flash. 2 violent blows hit Berserker's helmet. It is true that he couldn't cut the heavily armed Berserker with a knife, but he could still use the powerful inertial force to repel the opponent. Bah! The friction between her feet made ravines, and Berserker was knocked back a little distance. As a result, the sword that suppressed Saber was retracted. Thank you, assassin. After thanking him naturally, Saber said with lingering fear. If it hadn't been for Kenshin's help just now, she would have been injured. Once that exaggerated sword struck her, her own armor would certainly not be able to completely defend her. Kaka. But then Saber saw cracks in Assassin's half-broken sword. Did you also fight Berserker before? Suddenly she understood why Kenshin's sword was broken in half. Saber woke up and said. Although this is not my original intention, if he insists on coming here, I will have no choice but to cooperate with you. Nodding, Kenshin positioned himself defensively. Although he could have refrained from helping Saber just now, he would undoubtedly be seeking his own death. Only by working with Saber can you have a chance to repel or defeat Berserker. He alone cannot do it. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, this saying is universal all over the world. The outcome between you and me will be decided after defeating Berserker. The corners of her mouth curved slightly, and Saber didn't dislike such an expansion. On the contrary, she admires honest people. It can be seen from the rescue just now and the current attitude that Assassin is not an ignorant and conciliatory person. A disgusting guy. Although there was a history of trying to assassinate one's own master before, that was part of the other party's responsibilities and position, and there was nothing to blame. Be careful, he's coming. Tensing his nerves, Kenshin then spoke in a deep voice. Who? Kicking off the ground with one leg, he rushed over like a rocket, slashing horizontally with his big sword. There is a strong intention to kill both Saber and Assassin together. Saber took the initiative to move forward, waving her holy sword to block the heavy sword that was slashing across her. Both feet gripped the ground at the same time to stabilize the center of gravity. Bah! But the position of being pushed several meters horizontally seemed extremely difficult. As a berserker, this strength is too abnormal. In the confrontation of strength, she was pushed away. Kenshin, on the other hand, suddenly avoided the front of the sword and used the scabbard to hit the opponent's leg joints from the side. As a killer, he knows exactly how to target his enemies. It was impossible to cause damage with the broken knife. He could only use the scabbard to cause as much trouble as possible to his opponent. Varied. But at the next moment, before Kenshin's attack came, he found that the opponent had let go of the sword, and his other hand grabbed the golden spear that suddenly appeared, and stabbed him in the forehead. No. Exchange injury for injury. Having judged the situation, Kenshin's figure suddenly retreated to the side. It happened to avoid the opponent's heavy blow, but it also failed to attack successfully. If he had even the slightest hesitation just now, he might have been injured again. It's hard to say whether he would be injured if he hit the opponent with the scabbard, but he would definitely be dead or disabled. What a quick response! Saber couldn't help but be surprised when she saw Berserker being able to fight back despite this. With assassin's speed, he would be countered by the opponent. This is too exaggerated. A great sword filled with dragon resentment. Golden spear. Does he actually hold multiple noble phantasms? Saber looked at Berserker's behavior a little strangely, full of doubts. Generally speaking, it is not surprising that a servant has multiple noble phantasms, but due to the problem of job placement, the weapons that can be used are relatively unified. To put it simply, Saber always uses a sword, Archer uses a bow, Lancer uses a spear, and Rider definitely has to drive a car. And a servant who can hold a sword and use a spear is quite rare. Having put away the big sword and using the spear to fight us, is it possible that Lancer is going to dodge with his back? And judging from the structure of the weapons, they don't seem to be made of conventional materials. Which country is he a hero? The dissipated sword removed its figure, leaving only the undulating golden spear. This is the first time for Saber to see such a special heroic spirit. And next, she witnessed the horror of the other party. Whoosh! Crack! The spear in her hand struck with such force that she had no time to fight back with such a tricky attack. This marksmanship. It was a completely unfamiliar offensive, and it was difficult for Saber to describe it. Berserker is not just a random fighter. The opponent is like a familiar spear master, and he controls every stabbing, picking, stirring, mixing, bumping, etc. very well. Blood marks appeared on the side of the face, which were spurts that could not be avoided. Flying sword style. Earth Dragon Flash. He hit the ground hard with his scabbard, causing violent air pressure and gravel to hit Berserker's back. This sudden attack slowed down Berserker's actions and gave Saber a chance to breathe. What an unexpectedly powerful enemy! Taking advantage of the situation, she distanced herself. Saber wiped the blood on her face and said. She never thought that Berserker could be so powerful. It's okay to use a big sword to suppress him, but a spear is just as powerful. But at this moment, the two suddenly discovered that the golden spear held by Berserker had turned into an ancient and gorgeous magic book engraved with unknown words. The weapons have changed. P.S. It's an explanation, so I'll put it here. The protagonist of FF14, the Warrior of Light, is referred to as Light Dumb because his early performance was very dull and he could only express emotions by shaking his head and nodding, so he was called this. But after actually experiencing the plot, Guang Dai's combat power is impeccable. Defeating the evil dragon, helping people restore their country, defeating the empire, and defeating the despair that could threaten the universe, these are too many to simply describe. One of his biggest features is that he uses too many equipments. Great sword, tachi, spear, gun, machine cannon, magic book, staff, divination, sickle, fighting, axe, fishing rod. Almost all of them are proficient. To use one of the descriptions, he also has the title of Dragon Knight of the Sky when using a spear in the plot, and he is called Dark Knight when using a big sword. Chapter 15:15 Lend me your sword. The golden spear turned into a magic book with strange characters. At that moment, Saber noticed something bad has arrived. In the field of vision, Berserker opened his mouth as if reciting something, but she, an assassin, could not hear any sound. Gemin summons. A blue multi-tailed creature appeared on the ground. Cat? Rabbit? What kind of species it is? Neither Saber nor Kenshin knows. At least it's not an animal they've ever seen. But if you just describe it in terms of appearance, it would be cute. But if paired with a being like Berserker, the two of them wouldn't think this was something to be happy about. Sing. Could it be? Seeing Berserker opening his mouth again, Saber reacted first and then tried to launch a surprise attack. She finally understood that not only swords and spears, Berserker also had the ability to use magic. But one thing she found difficult to understand was that according to the job description given by the Holy Grail, the abilities that a servant could use should be limited. As mentioned before, a saber, swordsman, will never deviate from his sword, and a lancer, will always have a spear. It is almost impossible to have saber use a gun and lancer use a sword, which violates the job-related setting. But Berserker seems not to be affected at all. No one can give the answer. She, an assassin, can only find ways to stop each other first. Although she didn't know how strong Berserker's magic ability was, she didn't want to try it out. Judging from the previous confrontation, this is a tough and powerful enemy. Are you intercepting me? Being blocked by that small strange creature, Kenshin dodged a tail flick and his heart sank. This strange creature also has a power that cannot be underestimated. Although he was able to get rid of the opponent quickly, this time was enough for Berserker's chant to be completed. So we can only leave it to Saber to deal with it head-on. Bang! But in the field of vision, the moment Saber approached, he was blown away by a burst of shining white light. Crack! Pfft! The body hit the ground hard and slid. Saber crashed into an uninhabited building before coming to a halt. The magic chant is so fast. And it locked onto me instantly. Clutching her abdomen, feeling the pain in her body, Saber stood up with her holy sword on the ground. Although her speed is not as flexible as Assassin's, it is still quite good, but even so, she still cannot reach Berserker. The next shot is coming. With her intuition triggered, Saber immediately blocked the holy sword in front of her. Bang! The unoccupied building collapsed, accompanied by a splash of rubble and gravel that stirred up thick smoke and dust. After forcing back the attacking blue cat rabbit, Kenshin found it hard to imagine how he could defeat this opponent. Too strong. This is the first time in his history that he has encountered such a terrifying and powerful enemy. There is no hope of winning at all. With just the knife in his hand, he is no match for him. But then, he saw the strange creatures disappear, and the grimoire in Berserker's hand turned into a huge golden axe. With the heavy armor he was wearing, he looked too powerful. Sure enough, he is not an ordinary person, he is stronger than the master. After confirming that the opponent could switch weapons to fight at any time, Kenshin became more and more surprised. This is also a kind of cognitive cleansing for Kenshin, who is only a teenager. Good equipment, excellent personal martial arts, impeccable playing style. This was something he had never seen before. Whew! The giant axe had been swung over, and he could only dodge in embarrassment. It was impossible to counterattack at all. With the mass of that golden axe, the scabbard and broken sword would probably be disintegrated in an instant. If he hadn't relied on his flexible body skills, he might have been kicked off the stage long ago. But even if you dodge like this, there is nothing you can do. Sooner or later you will be hit. His mind was running wildly, and Kenshin was looking for a way to reverse it. Then he spotted a shining light in the ruins of a building. That's where Saber was before. Berserker used magic to blow Saber away, but Saber's holy sword was still stuck in the ground. Sword. Something seemed to be connected in his mind, and Kenshin suddenly rushed over there. Whoops! Berserker was chasing after him. Wow! As Kenshin ran towards the holy sword, he stretched out his hand to grab the hilt, and Berserker swung his giant axe and struck it down vertically. Assassin! This scene happened to be seen clearly by Saber, who got up not far away. She knew what Kenshin was planning to do, to use her holy sword to fight instead of a weapon. If it were him, he might actually have a chance with just an ordinary wave. Of course the Sword of Victory Oath cannot be used, but if it were just used as an ordinary weapon for fighting, it would be more than enough. Clang! Kenshin turned around, his body lying in the air, and at the same time he drew out the holy sword. Blocked above. The holy sword and the giant axe were exchanged, and there was a huge impact. The sword was forced to the ground, and the powerful force suppressed him. Kaka! The ground my back rests on is shattered. Kenshin took a deep breath, tilted his body, and slipped out from the side. The giant axe hit the ground, causing a wave of air. Flying sword style. Dragon hammer flash. Taking the opportunity to jump up from the side, Kenshin held the holy sword in both hands and jumped down from above. Berserker felt his movement and backed away from him. But Jiangxin's speed is not slow. Kaka! This time there was no flick of the knife or sparks, but it actually cut through Berserker's thick heavy armor. Succeeded. Looking at Berserker, who was forced to retreat, Saber hesitated. Although there was no blood splatter, there is no doubt that assassin did break through the defense. He lowered his head and glanced at the damaged armor on his chest. The corners of Berserker's mouth hidden under the armor on his head were raised. These two unknown heroes. He indeed has incredible abilities and skills. Being able to fight with him like this for a while is already quite powerful. Bang! At this moment, there was an explosion sound nearby, and a figure rolled out in an awkward manner. Ba, ba, ba. There's dust in the mouth. The blonde figure climbed up from the ground and made strange moves. How many more traps do you have? Still being handcuffed to the magic circle, Sakura Kyoko jumped down from high altitude and said angrily. This magician is too hellish. She didn't know how many traps she had stepped on. She was so stunned that she couldn't catch the other party. Instead, she was turned into ashes. This is Lancer and Caster. The two people who suddenly came out also diverted the attention of Saber and others. Unexpectedly, they were still fighting fiercely here, but the other side was also involved. Hey? Is there fighting here too? Not good. With hindsight, Sakura Kyoko discovered that there were three people who were not quite right not far away. She could clearly feel the aura of the other party as a servant, and she really didn't want to face those guys at this time. The spearman's hands are blocked and he cannot use the gun. What kind of thing is this? But at this moment, golden light flashed. A burst of inappropriate laughter came from the street lamp next to him. Ah ha ha ah ha ha ha. Chapter 16:16 Are you also the King of Britain? The golden light shining on the street lamp and the sound conveyed immediately attracted everyone's attention. Hey? What's going on, that guy? Being able to clearly see the appearance of the servant wearing golden armor, Yanushi felt baffled by this guy who was laughing. When you come on stage, you come on stage. What the hell are you saying haha loudly here? That's right. The miscellaneous cultivators have allowed me to see many interesting sideshows. But the words the other party said immediately made Yanushi's eyelids twitch. This condescending attitude reminded him of a certain old friend inexplicably. Here comes another strange guy. Sakura Kyoko turned to look at Gilgamesh standing on the street lamp and commented in a low voice. Bang! But at this moment, there was a confrontation that drew their attention. Berserker was seen wielding the golden giant axe and knocking away the holy sword held in Kenshin's hand. The holy sword swung around in the air, then fell in front of Saber. After doing this, Berserker put away the golden axe. This scene aroused confusion among the other servants. Kenshin reacted and retreated directly below Gilgamesh. Berserker probably knew that he and Archer were in the same camp, so he deliberately knocked down the holy sword he was holding. Humph! I haven't seen such a servant for a long time. I am a little interested in the real name of the miscellaneous cultivator. He didn't care about the other party's rude behavior of not saying hello. Looking down, Gilgamesh said proudly to Berserker. Being able to make such a judgment proves that Berserker already has considerable weight in front of this king. The weapons held by the opponent are all not found in his king's treasure. Whether it is the evil dragon sword full of resentment before or the golden spear, magic book, and giant axe that can change at any time, they are all brands that have never been seen before. You must know that Gilgamesh is called the oldest king. Its precious phantom, the king's treasure, contains the original code of all human treasures. In other words, as long as there are treasures that exist in history, they will definitely be in his treasure house. Even he himself cannot remember the huge number of treasures. Therefore, the holy sword held by Saber was exposed and he knew his true name and identity at a glance. That's it. Berserker's weapons and heavy armor were items he had never seen before. This is quite novel. Also, I have been hiding in the dark. Is this year's rider a mouse? Berserker didn't reply, and Gilgamesh wasn't in a hurry. He was very patient with people he liked. His eyes moved somewhere, and the space behind him rippled. What? Are those all noble phantasms? More exaggerated than Berserker. In everyone's field of vision, 7 or 8 ripples were tumbling, and various knives, swords, spears, and halberds emerged from them. Swish, swish, swish. Bang bang bang. The weapon was fired, passed through the dense forest not far away, and caused an explosion. What's going on? Yanushi and Sakura Kyoko still didn't understand why the other party suddenly attacked over there. But when the diffuse smoke cleared and a huge robot appeared at the source of the explosion, they were stunned. What a rude way to say hello! Such a savage and violent temper. It's quite in line with those ancient kings. The barrier blocked the incoming attack, and Lelich, wearing a gorgeous white imperial uniform, stood on the outstretched palm of the mecha. Hey, that's what I mean. Are all 7 servants here? After reacting, Yanushi reached out and counted the people around him in shock. He didn't expect that today would be so exciting. He went out to find someone to duel with, but all 7 of them met here. This guy is rider and that shiny guy is archer. He didn't use a bow or arrow, he was just shooting randomly with weapons. Sakura Kyoko frowned and looked at each other's identities before speaking. This was the first time she knew that archers used their weapons as arrows to shoot out. Being involved with these weird guys, they magical girls are too normal. Humph, Zaxiu, who allowed you to stand on the same level as me? Ignoring Sakura Kyoko's question, the door behind her opened again, and Gilgamesh said in a deep voice. Oh duo, after all, I am also an emperor, but there is no reason to bow to you. The mecha's cannons were pointed forward, and Lelich had no intention of showing weakness. A heroic spirit that uses multiple noble phantasms and shoots them as arrows. Arrogant character and self-proclaimed king's words. It's hard to find a suitable goal. But what confused Lelich was the identity of the other party. Heroic spirit. To put it bluntly, they are heroes in history. That is, there is the past, present, and future. The deeds they leave behind will be sublimated into legends, and many of them will be transformed into noble phantoms and abilities. But Lelich couldn't guess who the king of Archer was just by looking at Archer's behavior. Just like Berserker before, it is full of unknowns. On the contrary, Assassin and Saber are easier to figure out. One must be a native Japanese heroic spirit, and the other is the king of knights holding a holy sword. That magic power is the culprit who attacked us on the beach. Why did you interrupt my head-to-head confrontation with Assassin? Saber actually recognized the entanglement between Lelich and her, and then exclaimed. Hearing these words, Lelich subconsciously had a question mark on his head. This is not a one-on-one competition, but a war to pursue one's wishes. Who cares who you are facing off against? What the other party accused made Lelich doubt whether the identity that Weber had guessed before was true. Are you really the King of Britain? With this question in mind, Lelich asked back. Varied. What does this have to do with anything? When someone recognized her identity, Saber was stunned for a moment, but after thinking about the holy sword in her hand, she also reacted. Her holy sword was still too famous, and her identity would be exposed sooner or later. She opened her mouth to retort, saying she didn't understand what Lelich meant. No, if this is your way to be a king. I just feel that Britain in that period was too pitiful. You. Being described like this, Saber suddenly became angry. Ah ha ha ha. That's it. Is this your real name? This is really a funny scene. But before Saber could question him, Jin shining on the street lamp laughed. Before everyone could figure out whether this man was sick or something else, he spoke out the shocking truth. There are actually 2 rulers of Britain. How interesting is this? Archer. What do you mean? Hearing Gilgamesh's words, Saber was stunned, but Lelich had a bad feeling in his heart. But the other party said it in a rare and joking tone. Artoria Pendragon. Lelich 6 Britannia. What's going on? There are 2 kings of Britain existing at the same time. Chapter 17 Rewards. It is not the ability to predict instead of having some kind of power to see through the true name. Lelich didn't care how many kings there were in Britain, but he was more concerned about Archer's situation. It was obvious that he was just exposing his mecha, but the other party revealed his true name in one breath. From this strange phenomenon, Lelich naturally judged that the other party had some kind of magical ability. It's just that he doesn't know how much Archer can see through. But for Saber, what Archer said was too shocking. You must know that Britain died after her, and she had never heard of Lelich's name. So where did this so-called King of Britain come from? What's more, judging from Ryder's clothes and the mecha he controls, he doesn't look like the previous king at all. It seems that you can only see through the real name, not all the origins. After tentatively asking Gilgamesh, Lelich spoke. Humph, don't underestimate my power. It's just a rare occasion to use it. After all, there are many miscellaneous cultivators with strange origins among you. With a cold snort, Archer crossed his arms and responded. Omniscient and omnipotent star. That should have been the noble phantasm that he disliked the most. If he just thought about it, he could see the world and know everything. Not to mention the opponent's true name and precious phantom, he can even know some of the hidden truths. Once activated, in the Holy Grail War it is like reading a script, and everything about the opponent can be controlled. It's just too boring, so he usually doesn't use it. The reason why he used it this time was because Gilgamesh sensed a sense of dissonance from Berserker. Sure enough, he did find a big problem after using it. The information that the omniscient and omnipotent star can feed back to him is too little. It's just that the real name and job description are revealed, and most of the information is blocked by some kind of force and cannot be seen. It seems that his power is more than that, but it should be limited. Lelich thought about it as he sensed the information he wanted from Archer's gloomy expression. Merely revealing his real name actually doesn't have much impact on him. I have deliberately learned about the history of this world before. Britain here has long been destroyed, and it is not that capable at all. No one can understand his origin. Answer me. Ryder. Are you really the King of Britain? What is your desire to participate in this war? But someone seemed to be very concerned about his identity. Looking down, Saber seemed a little excited. Did I answer Mamubin? Lelich didn't understand why Saber was so emotional. Hearing this, Saber seemed lost for a moment, but then she clenched her teeth as if she thought of something. If you don't answer my question, I will list you as the first person to be defeated in this war. She seemed to be desperate, and had what is called emotional It seems a bit unreasonable, but Lelich's existence is extremely important to Artoria. Her own wish is to save Britain and her people from destruction. She could not admit that Britain had perished because of her, so she believed that as long as she returned to the time of king's election and had a more suitable candidate to replace her as king, she might be able to change the fate of destruction. There must be someone who can do better than her and bring Britain to prosperity, rather than to a state of extinction. The presence of Lelich made her nervous. If a new and strange king of Britain really appears, does it mean that she is on the right path? I'm stuck with a troublesome guy, Ryder. Weber hid in the cab of the Mecha, looking at the two people looking at each other and murmuring in a low voice. He actually doesn't understand Ryder's origin. There are legends about the King of Knights as the King of Britain, but it seems that there has never been a King of Britain named Lelich in history, right? If you insist on doing this, then let your words be a declaration of war against the Holy British Empire. Raising the holy sword constructed in his hand, Lelich just pointed at Saber and said in a loud voice. The sword in his hand does not have any sublimated legend, it is just a sword of victory with a false appearance. After all, his Britain did not worship the so-called holy sword. Yet, being able to hear the metaphorical answer, Saber seemed to be relieved, and then lowered her head. The other party admitted it. This is enough. The new King of Britain. If possible, she would like to go to the other party's country to see what it is like. Although I still don't know what the other party's specific wish is, at least there is new hope for Saber. As long as she knew Ryder's truth, she even felt that it didn't matter if she gave up the fight. Inexplicable. Yanushi stood up and looked at the exchange between the two, completely unable to understand. Yeah, I can't understand the king but not the king. But Sakura Kyoko's attack from behind made Yanushi break into a cold sweat. Now she just wants to take the opportunity to find a way to disarm the magic circle, otherwise something will happen easily. Bang! Oh! This is very dangerous. Do you want to kill me? Turn over and escape a thorn chain attack, Yanushi waved his hand and said loudly. Ah! Is it possible that there are rules against killing in this war? Sakura Kyoko asked back, making Yanushi immediately embarrassed. You, at such a young age, don't be so evil. Despicable adults have no right to say this. As if they were making a noise, the two of them were going back and forth. Crack. That's a reward. Hearing the sound above, Kenshin raised his hand and grabbed a fallen divine sword. He looked at the sword in his hand in astonishment and had doubts. Judging from the appearance alone, this sword must be full of history. As a minister, you should fight well for the king. If we lose due to the disadvantage of our weapons, it would be a huge loss to my king's face. Thank you very much. Holding the sword in his hand, Kenshin responded seriously considering the positions and identities of both parties. If those who knew Gilgamesh knew this, their jaws would probably drop. With the temperament and character of this king, it is a rare thing to be able to give away a sword. Ordinary people cannot get the so-called treasure from Gilgamesh. Grass sword. That is the legendary sword held in Kenshin's hand, a sacred weapon native to Japan. Although it is still impossible to release the so-called noble phantasm, for Kenshin, as long as he holds the sword in his hand, there is room for him to display his swordsmanship. The magic power and heavy armor have been restored. Glancing at Berserker, Archer focused all his attention on him. The reason why he gave Assassin the sword was not only to make the opponent fight more fiercely, but also to find out the details of this person. Gilgamesh determined that Berserker's origin was definitely not simple. As a king, it would be beneath his status to die in person, so he chose his ministers. Chapter 18 Wishes. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Kotomine Kaire covered his bleeding right arm, glanced at the figure of Emi Yakiritsugu who was gradually disappearing in front of him, and said. The followers gathered together, which was something that none of the masters expected. Even Caster and Lancer, who were originally fighting on the other side, moved to this side. The hidden berserker and rider also appeared. This is a completely unplanned change. The magic power is constantly being extracted, which is a phenomenon that occurs after the servants fight. Can't stay long. Having judged this, Emiya Kiritsugu, who was hiding, thought like this. Although he injured Kotomine Kairei's right hand, he was not safe either. The bruises all over his body caused great pain to his body. That's where it ends. He could only vaguely sense that the followers had gathered there, but he didn't know exactly what happened at the scene. Oh, this is really a surprising picture. The unfamiliar voice came, causing Kotomine Kairei and Emiya Kiritsugu to frown. Looking up, a figure appeared on the street. Kenneth Elmloy Arkibalud. The name of the visitor appeared in their minds at the same time. One of the monarchs of the clock tower and the assistant of this Lancer master. Originally I just wanted Lancer to chase Castor to remove the magic, but I accidentally saw two masters fighting here. Stepping forward, the slime-like creature followed him. Now that I can deal with you two in one go, Sora will feel much more relaxed. Such a great opportunity, as a facilitator, Kenneth will not let it go. As long as these two people are killed, two servants will lose their masters and withdraw. Oh? Do you want to test the difference between us? After all, he is just a magician from the countryside. No vision. Looking at Kotomine Kairei, who took out the black key and held it between his fingers, Kenneth said coldly. If he faced the local heads of the Tozaka family and Mata family, he would be somewhat interested. In front of Kotomine Kairei and Emiya Kiritsugu, one is just a disciple of the Tosaka family. And the other is a scum among mages. How could he be his opponent? With such arrogant thoughts, he then gave instructions to the Moon Spirit Marrow Liquid. Seeing the tentacle-like mercury attack, the two people in different places took action. Let's retreat first. With this in mind, Kiritsugu had no intention of staying any longer. Under this situation, it was already difficult for him to kill Kotomine Kairei, and he still had to confirm the situation of Iris Veil Enmu with his own eyes. Bang! After Kiritsugu once again used his magic to avoid an attack, he took the opportunity to go to the place where the vehicle was hidden and prepare to evacuate. Boom! Stepping on the accelerator, he drove the vehicle and rushed in a certain direction. That magic trick is really fast. Humph, it's a pity, you can't escape. A little surprised by Kiritsugu's time magic, Kenneth thought carefully about it for a while and then just let Kiritsugu leave. Could it be that this alien in the magic world thought that he came without doing anything? Let's start with you first, the Tosaka family's guard dog. Looking at Kotomine Kairei, who was blocking Mercury in front of him, Kenneth raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Woohoo!" The vehicle was driving fast on the road, but Kiritsugu noticed something was wrong. People. No one. He didn't meet anyone while driving. Even if the area where Kotomine Kairei lives is not a high-traffic street, it cannot be so desolate. Ouch! The dark shadow moved quickly on the ground, and then the figure of a wolf emerged. Familiar. The flying figure expressed its identity, and Kiritsugu raised his gun with one hand and shot without hesitation. Bang! The powerful force directly exploded his body, and Kiritsugu also knew what Kenneth had done. Is this area all decorated with magic? Even the ghosts, familiars, and labyrinths were used. Such a large-scale gesture can only be said to be in line with the methods of the Clock Tower Lord. Without the support of his followers, this would be a big trouble for him. You have to find the layout point first. He was trapped in a cyclic maze, and if he didn't solve it, he would definitely not be able to escape smoothly. Bang 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 bang! Continuously firing his gun to kill the attacking ghosts and familiars, Kiritsugu's original idea of using the command seal faded away. Perhaps this is also an opportunity for him. Clang! Bang! Compared to the masters who also started fighting, the servants had already started to fight on their own. Lancer and caster. Berserker and assassin. Rider and saber. Except for Archer, who has been standing on the street lamp, everyone has a clear goal. Mystery, I will solve this strange magic circle. Manipulating the thorn chain formed by magic power, Sakura Kyoko chased Yanushi and shouted angrily. With your appearance, how dare I relieve you? Pulling out a card to summon a new monster to resist the incoming attack, Yanushi retorted. He was really convinced by this little girl. His offensive was not only fierce but also difficult to defeat. That strange clone acts completely as a substitute to consume his hand cards and pits. Bang! The sword and sword clashed together, making a pleasant clang sound. He is even so proficient in swordsmanship. Who is he? Kenshin looked at Berserker holding a sword in front of him, and became even more curious. I thought that the other party was proficient in big swords, spears, heavy axes, and magic. Even swordsmanship was so powerful. It obviously feels like a Japanese swordsmanship, but the style used by the opponent is something I have never seen before. But at this moment, the flashing sword energy in front made him raise his sword to block it. 5 swords in the world. Several ravines were cut into the ground, and blue sword energy visible to the naked eye swept away along the front. Compared to the struggles of others, Lelich as rider and Artoria as saber were much calmer. Lelich, who was still on guard at first, was surprised when he saw Saber suddenly no longer going mad. He doesn't quite understand what the so-called Night King's brain circuit is. Rather, it is difficult for him to understand women's thinking. But as long as it doesn't hinder him, there's no problem. Can you tell me your wish? But what Saber said next made him startled. What does that have to do with you? I just want to know. If you are really the King of Britain, what wishes do you need to fulfill? After being rejected, Saber no longer felt the same embarrassment as before, and instead spoke softly. What if I say it's for the so-called world peace? Hearing this, Saber was stunned. She seemed to have heard Kiritsugu say this. But it was fine for Kiritsugu to say it, but it seemed a bit subtle to say it from Rider, a heroic spirit. P.S. Make up for yesterday's. Chapter 1919 Alliance. Is your country okay? Is it prosperous? Is it prosperous? Are the people happy? The Britain I rule is a superpower in the world, and the unification of the world is within sight. Yet, there's nothing I can say about the rest. Of course, Lelich would not tell Saber the details, especially the content of his wish. Before accepting this war, Lelich originally had a plan called Quiet. He wants to create a happy world for his sister, and at the same time cut off the chain of hatred between countries. That's how it was originally. But after learning about the existence of Dragon Balls, he had new ideas. If you can capture that thing, then there will be a better way to change the world. Such a good thing will naturally not cause his rejection. Therefore, he responded to Weber's call. As for the dangers of Dragon Ball War, he had long since ignored it. Along the way, have you encountered many fatal moments? He doesn't miss this time either. Lelich has never been a timid person. Saber glanced at the holy sword in her hand and seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. In any case, she finally got a response from the King of New Britain. Britain is still alive as a superpower. Isn't that what she once expected? The Britain she led was destroyed and her people suffered. It was because of this that Saber wanted to change everything. Even if it's a new king, as long as he can do better than her, as long as Britain can continue and prosper, that's fine. Doesn't Ryder's appearance reflect her original wish? Just because she figured this out, Saber also lost her will to fight. Or maybe she has more admiration for Ryder. The other party is also a capable person who has taken the position of king at a young age. Although I don't know which separate history the other party comes from, it at least proves that her efforts are not meaningless. Destroyed Britain can still be saved. Your expression of relief is completely different from before. Looking condescendingly, Lelich noticed the change in the other person's mentality. Ah, my wish may have come true. So, this time I can concentrate on fighting for the master. If your wish is also for world peace, then maybe you can have a good chat with my master. Developing a friendly attitude, Saber said softly. If Britain really continues to prosper somewhere, there will be no need for her to pursue the Holy Grail and the Dragon Balls. Now, as long as Saber concentrates on fighting for her master, she won't have any worries about winning for him. An alliance. Sitting in the cabin, Weber thought carefully about the other party's proposal and hesitated. Dragon Ball. This thing brings them together for the purpose of fulfilling the universal wish. Anyone who knows will come to ask for it, and therefore it will be an angry battle between allies. There will always be only one winner in the end. But if we have common desires and goals, it is not impossible to become allies along the way. It's a good condition. But it is understood that your reputation as a master is not very good. The corners of Lelich's mouth rose, but he did not refuse first. Putting aside the issue of the final ownership of Dragon Ball for the time being, it would definitely be beneficial to join forces to solve other competitors. But this does not mean that we must accept it unconditionally. We must at least explore the situation to determine the status of both parties. After all, the master, the servants and the situation, when weighed together, can also show which side of the alliance has more say. Ryder mentioned a key point, and Saber didn't know how to refute it. Emi Yakiritsugu. His reputation as the magic killer is not groundless. It was achieved through actual performance, and the rumors about him were never clean within the magician. If you join forces with such a guy, you can't be sure that you will be blackmailed at any time. Especially for a young man like Weber, Kiritsugu had too many ways to trick him. However, we are also willing to give you a chance. So, tell your master to show your sincerity. But Saber, who thought the alliance would fail, was stunned when she heard Ryder's changed tone. I will tell him. Hearing this, Saber can only do this. He is an unscrupulous man. There may be more eyes than you think. With the help of alliance, Lelich also has another purpose. Geese. As long as Saber's master dares to show up, he will have the opportunity to take action. Join forces with the friendly ones to fight against each other? Sorry, Lelich is not that naive. Instead of trusting the other person, he would rather use geese to dominate the other person and let him control him. And the effect of Lelich's gas is the power of the king. That is a categorical imperative. Those who are recruited cannot disobey his orders, and can even distort the target's ethics, thoughts, and beliefs. This is the trump card he has been hiding. If possible, he wants to find all the masters and control them all at once, so that the war can be ended instantly. Heroic spirits may be able to counteract Geese's effectiveness, but ordinary humans are almost unable to do so. Humph, how could you possibly escape? Sora sneered, looking at Emi Yakiritsugu who was wandering in the labyrinth field and jumping out of the car, and said. The magic position that Kenneth and she jointly arranged was not so easy to break through. Sora, you just need to maintain the magic output here, don't leave. Thinking of Kenneth's explanation, she felt a little impatient. Although Kenneth is indeed more suitable than her to confront those group of masters head-on, as a Lancer master, she still wants to participate in person instead of hanging up here to win. Otherwise, even if she wins in the end, she will feel meaningless. Hey? Were you hit by an evil spirit? Suddenly she caught a glimpse of Emi Yakiritsugu in the distance and was hit in the chest by the summoned evil spirit due to a mistake in rolling, she whispered. I can't feel my breathing and heartbeat. Even if he is called a magician killer, it's nothing. Looks right. Seeing Fang lying motionless on the ground, Sora gradually lost his vigilance. The next step is to deal with Assassin's Master. The magic formation was set up only to prevent anyone from escaping. Her and Kenneth's original purpose was to catch Kotomine Kaire and Emi Yakiritsugu. Now that Kotomine Kaire is being harassed by Kenneth and Emi Yakiritsugu is dead, there is no point for her to stay here. Click. She walked towards the area outside the magic. As soon as she stepped outside the magic barrier, she heard a bad sound. Bang! Puff! The pain came from the side abdomen, and the burning sensation came back, as if something was piercing through the flesh. Sora's pupils dilated and shook as he looked in a certain direction. What caught my eye was Emi Yakiritsugu, who stood up at some point and shot with a gun. The other party's emotionless eyes and smoking gun muzzle foreshadowed everything that had happened before. Varied. Why would the person who had no breath and heartbeat stand up? How did the other party get to this position in an instant? Various doubts arise in my mind. Sora had no idea of the current situation, and before she could even open her mouth, the only answer she got was the sound of Emi Yakiritsugu's continuous gunfire. Bang 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 bang. Puff. Chapter 2020 Confrontation. Bang, bang, bang. Looking at Sora falling down, Kiritsugu Emiya even fired a few more shots. After realizing that the other party had trapped him with magic, he began to look for the people who had arranged it. This is both a crisis and an opportunity. As long as you control it well, you can counterattack and reverse the unfavorable situation. Lancer's master was too careless after all. Such a careless guy, he has too many ways to kill him. As long as the body is brought to a state close to suspended animation, the opponent will reveal his weakness as expected. With the goal of speeding up his own speed, he created an image that was almost like teleportation in Sora's consciousness. This is also the reason why Sora only discovered Kiritsugu after being shot. Because Kiritsugu Emiya can control his own time. This is the effect of inherent time control. Although it still puts a huge burden on the body, Kiritsugu has already gotten used to it. This time, he used the negative effect of inherent time control to achieve a level close to real death and deceived Sora. We have to leave quickly. After confirming that Sora was seriously injured and fatal, Kiritsugu did not dare to stay for long. According to the servants' reactions, Lancer should have known and rushed over here. He can't waste the command spells to summon Saber for no reason again. Boom boom. The magic realm had collapsed, and he drove the vehicle away from the scene. How come? Sakura Anko was still chasing Yanushi, but suddenly she stopped. The contract had begun to break, and she sensed something was wrong. Why did he die? What exactly did that man protect? Sakura Anko couldn't understand why this happened. During the time she was chasing Castor, her own master died? She became angry when she thought of Kenneth's irritating face. He always looks so arrogant, but in the end he can't even protect his fiancée? Moreover, Sora's death was too sudden, and Sakura Anko didn't even know what happened on the other side. If he encountered danger, he could have used the command spell to summon himself over, so how could he be killed suddenly? Yanushi looked at Lancer, who had stopped, and noticed the other person's changed expression. He does not know orthodox magic and is only given unique abilities. LP is decreasing. Just like Data, Yanushi captured the life value that appeared from Sakura Anko. Just like him, it is constantly decreasing. If it returns to 0, it means defeat. Your partner is dead too? He asked in a heavy voice. Yanushi's expression was very serious. Tisk. This time, coming back to her senses, Sakura Anko glanced at him and wanted to say something harsh, but suddenly she found that the magic circle binding her body had dissipated. Go quickly. Also, don't think about killing people at such a young age. After hearing Castor's unpleasant words, Sakura Anza didn't worry too much. The perpetual trap was lifted and her hands were finally freed. The figure suddenly disappeared into the night sky. She wanted to go to the place where Sora died to see what happened. Sigh, finally a problem was solved. This is the next step. Without worrying about the little girl's group, Yanushi turned to look not far away. Miscellaneous cultivator. Your disrespect to me must be repaid with death. The king in golden armor angrily rebuked the emperor in white armor. Bang 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 bang. The flying sword hit the energy light shield supported by the mecha, causing an explosion. Rider. This guy is really exaggerating. We won't be able to hold out for long at this rate. Weber looks listening to the alarm coming from inside the mecha, he couldn't help but shout loudly. Not overly flustered, Lelich just remained silent. His original intention was to test Archer's fighting ability, but the result was a bit beyond imagination. Thinking that the other party may have a deeper trump card, it is not convenient to intensify it further. If necessary, he may have to unite other servants to kill this Golden King. Of course, this is only a positive solution. After all, the servant may be invincible, but the master's weakness is not trivial. Saber, I will wait for news about you and that man. I hope it can bring a satisfactory answer. Back inside the mecha, Lelich and the giant robot disappeared into the air. Humph, miscellaneous cultivator. Seeing the opponent disappear with an energy light shield to resist his attack, Gilgamesh was thinking about it. He decided that in this war, he would personally kill this false king who was disrespectful to him. Whoosh! But the sudden sound of breaking through the air made him turn his head slightly. The arrow of light passing by left a scarlet scratch on his handsome face. Looking down, Berserker was holding a golden long bow in the distance and was about to shoot an arrow. The other party simply looked more like a qualified archer than himself. Assassin! Have you been summoned? Realizing something, Gilgamesh glanced at the disappearing sword heart. When such a situation occurs, it means that Kotomine Kaire is in trouble. With the departure of Lancer, Rider, and Assassin, only 4 riders, Saber, Berserker, Archer, and Caster, were left in the field. Just now, Berserker picked the right moment when Assassin left and launched an attack on Gilgamesh. There is no doubt that using a bow to attack is a provocation to Archer. That weapon was forged from the bones, blood, and flesh of the dragon. Did you kill the dragon with the concept of divinity? Seeing through the bow Berserker was holding, Gilgamesh said coldly. Dragon? Divinity? Recalling that she had seen a strange sword before, Saber also looked over. Compared with the evil dragon sword full of resentment before, this golden long bow possesses extremely powerful power. If you feel it carefully, you can also taste the flavor of dragon from it. A hero who specializes in killing dragons. There are many similar heroes in history, but it is still not possible to determine whether he is really the person rumored to be. After all, there is also the judgment of divinity in it. There are many dragons in legends, but dragons with divine nature are very rare. Still no answer, Berserker just pulled the longbow. The weapon in his hand was just something he found someone to make after killing monsters before. It will definitely have dragon power and divine power. After all, that is the barbarian god. Light Dragon Bahamut. It is a legendary dragon that once brought devastating spiritual disasters to the world. This is not the first time for Berserker to turn defeated monsters into weapons. Then let me personally be your opponent. What is the true face of Mei Qiaofeng? I am very interested. Even though he made a slight move to stretch his muscles, Gilgamesh had no intention of leaving. He really wanted to expose the origin of Berserker. I haven't met such an interesting guy in a long time. P.S. Happy New Year's Eve, everyone. Chapter 21 Death List. Been shot to death. Idiot. Why don't you call me? Why do you want to act without permission? Sakura Kyoko squatted on the ground, let go of the spear in her hand, and was very angry. How could something like this happen in such a short period of time when she went to chase Castor? The master was killed without her knowledge. In the situation where all 7 servants gathered just now, then only the masters would fight. There seems to be only one master who uses firearms in this war. That is Saber's master. What on earth did that long-faced bastard do? She could feel the dissipation of magic power. If this continued, she would undoubtedly withdraw from this war. Servants who lose their master will disappear due to insufficient supply of magic power. Sakura Kyoko cannot accept it. It's too frustrating to lose the qualification like this. He stood up and took out the orange bead from Sola's pocket. The 3 shining stars were so dazzling. The Dragon Ball hasn't been taken away yet, so the other party probably ran away considering that he would come back quickly. With an expression full of awe, Sakura Kyoko made a decision at this moment. She can't just disappear. We must find a contractor who meets the conditions immediately. It just happens to be this time. The right shoulder was scratched by the sword. Kenneth felt the pain while covering the bleeding area with his left hand. Wound. He was obviously about to kill Kotomine Kaire, but Kotomine Kaire did not hesitate to call assassin with the command seal at the critical moment. The appearance of assassin brings an unimaginable threat to Kenneth. Whoosh! Whoops! The silver liquid couldn't keep up with the opponent's speed. Let alone attack, even defense became a problem. Quick! Soon! This is the feeling brought by assassin. Pfft! Kenneth was stabbed in the back, blood marks were revealed on his flesh, and Kenneth showed a painful expression. Why, I obviously sent the signal. Why hasn't Sora come over yet? Gritting his teeth and persisting, Kenneth couldn't understand. The reason why he stayed here was not to die in vain, but to win Sora's arrival. As long as he sees the code he sent, Sora will call Lancer to come here, so there is no need to worry at all. But after a period of time passed without any response, he became more and more uneasy. Moon. He was about to open his mouth to say something, but the sword that pierced his throat completely cut off his life. Pfft! The sword was drawn out, blood spurted out on the ground, and the sword felt the feeling of killing for the first time in a long time. This is a familiar smell. He did the same thing when he killed enemies and high-ranking officials. A master like a non-heroic spirit is so vulnerable in front of him. Tick-tock. The mercury, which lost control, fell to the ground and turned into a ball of mud. Should I say it's unfortunate or lucky? Assassin is Batusai who specializes in killing people. Appearing without the protection of a servant is a bit too confident. Kotomine Kaire, who was also injured, looked at Kenneth who was killed by a sword through his throat and chuckled. The famous Clock Tower Lord has no way to deal with people like Assassin. Don't look at how hard it is for Kenshin to fight Saber and Berserker. In fact, the opponent is also a strong opponent. Under normal circumstances, it is just like Kotomine Kaire said. Facing Assassin without a follower is almost a dead end. The extremely fast movement and fierce swordsmanship can easily kill the fragile human body. At this moment, Kenshin noticed an approaching aura and turned around to be alert. A little girl holding a spear appeared in the field of vision. Just looking at her appearance, she seems to be much younger than him. Lancer. Having identified the person who was coming, Kenshin had no intention of looking down on him. Most of those who can become heroic spirits have their own special skills. Even if the person is still a little girl, Kenshin will not be careless after experiencing the baptism. Hey! Why did you die without permission? Both of them are equally virtuous. Sakura Kyoko's head is big now. Sora died as the master, causing her to enter the countdown to exit. I originally wanted to find a temporary magician to slow down and see if there was a way to solve the problem of not having a master, but I didn't expect Kenneth to go directly as a companion. Now it's better. Apart from doing the extreme killing demons, all she has to do is find other living masters to renew the contract. Whoops! Seeing Sakura Kyoko disappearing while carrying the body, Kenshin felt strange. As expected, he thought that the other party would attack, but he just left like that. Assassin, how is the situation over there? That king should be fighting in person now. Yet, although I really want to go and observe it, I can't do it at the moment. The confrontation with Emi Yakiritsugu and Kenneth did cause Kotomine Kaire a lot of injuries. He is also quite weak now. If he hadn't used the command seal to summon assassin to protect him just now, he might have been killed now. There is no time to care about the situation where the fighting is still going on over there. Evacuate first, assassin. Arimiri. Standing above the large crater that was blasted out, Emi Yakiritsugu felt pain as he looked at the desolate ground. This wave of calculations by Kotomine Kaire is indeed a conspiracy that cannot be avoided. Unless he is willing to abandon Ellie and Saber's scabbard. Although he has always been giving up the minority and choosing the majority, he can't hide the sadness in his heart at this moment. The feeling of losing my wife and assistant is far heavier than I imagined. This was the case with my playmates back then, and this was the case with my adoptive mother back then. Now it's the turn of the wife and assistant who depend on each other. If I gave up, the ending might be different. He once considered giving up his unrealistic dreams and taking Miri and his daughter to live in seclusion. But in the end I couldn't completely make up my mind. Even now, losing her still makes him so sad despite his strong heart. The orange beads fell out of the inner pocket and rolled to the ground, with the only star shining on him. Picking it up, Emi Yakiritsugu even had another selfish thought. If it weren't for the pursuit of world peace, maybe everything could be salvaged. The grand ideal and personal thoughts conflicted at this moment. Should he continue to pursue world peace or pursue the survival of his wife and assistant? The heart-wrenching choice was before him. The cruelty of this war began to be revealed to everyone. It's not that there won't be casualties, but the time has not come yet. The irrelevant people or participants involved will always become victims. Sora Nazire Safili. Death. Kenneth L. Meloy Archibald. Death. Hisamiri. Death. Iris Veal von Einsburn. Death. Chapter 22 Azure Dragon Flame. Happy New Year! Such skills are top-notch even among the heroes. Azum? That's not your real name, right? Fighting with Berserker in person, Gilgamesh raised his lips and said. Saber and Yanushi, who had been watching the battle, were stunned. I have the ability to see through everything. Although I don't know what interfered with me, I can still know the real names of the miscellaneous practitioners. But I can't see through you. Even if I can read your real name, it's just a fake. You have such strength and courage, but you don't have any divinity. As a human, it's too simple. Gilgamesh said truthfully, gradually changing his way of addressing Berserker. Based on the skills Berserker showed, he should be a famous hero even in history. But Gilgamesh, as the oldest king, really didn't have any impression or comparison. Or in other words, none of the heroes in his impression met Berserker's current level. It is hard to imagine that a versatile hero who is good at using a series of weapons such as greatswords, spears, magic, katana, and bows and is proficient in them all is an unknown person. With such a genius, it is no wonder that Gilgamesh, who thinks highly of himself, looks at him differently. Even many gods are eclipsed by the performance of this hero. Still without answering or being able to speak at all, Berserker just changed the longbow in his hand back to a golden spear. The rising magic power may be the answer. Is the treasure released? Well, let me see it. Interested, Gilgamesh, wearing golden armor, folded his arms and waited, and the space behind him was also surging. Ho ho ho! The wind was howling, Saber and Yanushi raised their hands to block the front, and vaguely saw the exaggerated magic power. The white light bloomed like fireworks. The golden spear emerged with blue light spots, and then turned into a visible shape behind Berserker. What is this? Dragon. Saber had already seen the blue dragon emerging behind the other party. Ah! Roaring, the dragon's mouth opened wide, as if to devour the enemy in front of it. Sky Dragon Flame. The figure had already rushed out, and the blue meteors on the ground turned into stars pointing directly at the Golden King in front. At this time, Gilgamesh did not carelessly, but took out a defensive treasure that could resist the anti-city level from the treasure house. He would not foolishly rely on his golden armor to take Berserker's attack. Bang! A loud bang was heard, and a huge pillar of magic light rose from the ground. Just like ascending to heaven, the pillar of energy reached beyond the earth. Too exaggerated. The entire person in Yanushi was blown away by the remaining power. He hugged the tree on the way tightly and finally stabilized his body. With the holy sword inserted into the ground, Saber's figure was still sliding back. The floor was rubbed and a deep groove remained. That servant is really too strong. Even from a distance, Waver could see the pillar of magic light that shot straight into the sky. Based on the power of Berserker's attack, Rider would definitely not be able to bear it. He would be pierced to death along with the mecha. It's really amazing. So we can't confront him head-on. Lelich certainly didn't intend to provoke the almost omnipotent warrior head-on. He knew very well that such a powerful enemy would change the situation to a great extent. So it is necessary to join forces. Also realized that the current combat power is limited. This is not the first time that Lelich has encountered it. His combat power itself cannot be said to be too outstanding, or in this war, his real combat level is shockingly low. Apart from the bonus of mecha and geese, he can say that he has nothing to show except his brain. It fits his own setting. After all, in the original world, Lelich is only a representative of wisdom rather than martial arts. The Tozaka family and the Mata family. Having deduced the location of the masters behind Archer and Berserker, Lelich plans to prepare as soon as possible. The two servants with particularly extraordinary combat power, it's not an opponent he can beat head-on. Click! After the explosion, nothing remained on the spot. Berserker looked at the large pits around him and knew that the other party had left. Just when his Sky Dragon Flame was about to penetrate the defense, the opponent seemed to be summoned back by the Master's command spell. It's not over yet. Although the king seems to have not tried his best, since the Master has interfered, there is no way to tell the winner at this moment. I don't know if there will be such a good opportunity next time. Glancing at Saber, who was supporting her body with her sword not far away, Berserker had no intention of continuing to fight. The stored magic power has been exhausted. If it continues, magic power will be extracted from Sakura. If she does not break away from the battle and recover on her own, it will bring danger to her. Hey! Watching Berserker disappear, Saber also knew that the other party had left, and was a little stunned by this. She originally thought that the other party would take advantage of this to attack, but she didn't expect it to be like this. Caster. She could still vaguely feel the presence of that servant, but Saber had no intention of causing trouble for him. This chaotic battle did consume a lot of her magic power and physical strength, not to mention whether Kiritsugu and Mia's rescue was completed or not. You haven't called me for so long, should it be okay? There was no command spell or call, so it must be nothing serious. Thinking of this, Saber also put away the holy sword and the armor she was wearing. Baba! It's finally over. Is that really a human being? With his feet firmly on the ground, Yanushi couldn't believe what he had experienced. This group of servants are like human-shaped dual monsters, and their performance is really amazing. How can we win like this? He looked at the only cover card on his dual plate. It was a life-saving card that he had never used since he drew it. Soul Relay. Monster cards and other magic and trap cards were all used up by that little girl before. After all, he didn't even know how to use the remaining card. 1234. 1233. 1232. There is not much life left. I had to rely on some cards to continue, but I can't stop it from being reduced. Sooner or later he will destruct himself. Ah! It's so annoying, why is it so troublesome? Walking to the street and trying to go home, he held his head and was distressed. Well. But when he passed a corner, Yanushi's brows jumped. The small figure was squatting on the ground, holding his knees with his hands and not knowing what he was thinking. After noticing him, the other party also turned to look over. Lancer. Caster. It's you. It's you. The words came out in unison, and neither of them expected to meet again at this moment. P.S. Happy New Year! By the way, this book not only covers the world of fate, but also other worlds in the future. To put it bluntly, making a wish in the Dragon Ball is not limited to the Fate family. There are so many characters who have desires and goals. Chapter 23-3 Last Resort. Do you still want to fight? Hey! Stop, what are you doing on the street? I just want to go home. Seeing that the other party was about to take action again, Yanushi hurriedly raised his hand to stop him. Bang! After putting away the stalemate, Sakura Kyoko had no intention of continuing to fight with the opponent at the moment. She must consider finding another suitable contractor who is already contracted. Otherwise, when her magic power collapses, she will self-destruct and exit. But at this juncture, who should she look for? Saber's side will definitely not go, that is the main culprit that caused her to end up like this. She didn't know much about archer, rider, caster, assassin, berserker, and caster, and it was hard to say what the character and attitude of the master behind them were. Speaking of it, at this time, she suddenly thought of something that she had ignored before, that is, caster seemed to have said, "Your partner is also dead." What a coincidence! Me too. You can intuitively see Lancer's declining health, which is even lower than him. Soon this girl will retire due to lack of magic power. Your master is also dead. With doubtful words, Sakura Kyoko looked up at the young man in front of her and asked. Yes, when he summoned me, the murderer was unlucky enough to hit the wall and die. If I hadn't used the card for a while, I would have disappeared long ago. However, looking at this situation, I will only follow in your footsteps, which is really ridiculous. Yanushi scratched his hair, and there really was no good way to solve it now. Then you don't plan to attack ordinary humans to continue your existence? Sakura Kyoko raised her head and asked, roughly understanding this big brother who had the same problem as her. Servants have been indoctrinated with relevance knowledge. As long as you attack ordinary humans, you can also replenish your magic power by taking their blood or essence. Servants who have lost their masters will do such bad things in extreme cases to maintain their present world. How can I do that? I would rather die here than do it. If you plan to do this, I will stop you with my last strength. After hearing this, without any pause, Yanushi lowered his head and refuted. At the same time, he also seriously warned the girl whose thoughts seemed to be wrong. Pfft, it's really strange, you guy. There was a sense of déjà vu, and Sakura Kyoko couldn't help laughing. She vaguely saw the shadow of Sayaka Miki in this person. Same lively and full of justice. Hey? What's so funny? It's okay, I just think you look like someone I know. Really? Can feel the other party's calm attitude, Yanushi felt a little strange. Don't worry, I won't kill ordinary people. Even if I succeed, that guy will probably make a fuss and teach me a lesson, right? Goo. The other party's hungry sound while speaking also made his face darken. Wow! Subconsciously grabbing the apple thrown to her, Sakura Kyoko was stunned for a moment, but when she looked over, the other party just said without any worries. Just take this to fill your stomach first. Why give it to me? I can't just leave you alone. The other party's inexplicable kindness always makes Sakura Kyoko not understand. Why can they lend a helping hand to the enemy who was fighting before? Really, you are so young, why do you come to participate in such a war? Is there a wish that must be fulfilled? Looking at the cute girl who was chewing fruit, Yanushi couldn't understand. Humph. Of course I have my reasons. What about you? You look only 2 or 3 years older than me. Turning her head, Sakura Kyoko questioned. She came here to save her witch-like friend. Conventional means have no solution at all, so she can only pray for the so-called Dragon Ball? Well, my friend's soul was taken away by a group of bastards. I was invited at the time, and I thought I might be able to save them, so I participated with the idea of giving it a try. But it seems that there is no hope. Without hiding anything, Yanushi told it truthfully. Witnessing the previous melee, in the current situation, he has no possibility of taking other Dragon Balls. The stronger the card, the more magic power it needs to generate. He is now almost in the state of a candle in the wind. How can he use dual monsters to defeat those monsters? You are also saving others. The biting action paused, and Sakura Kyoko was stunned for a moment. She stared blankly at the tall delinquent in front of her, with very complicated emotions. Also, could it be that you are too? Looking at the girl in front of her, Yanushi showed the same stunned expression. What is this? Both of them lost their masters and were facing retirement, and even their goals were so similar. This is really cool. She could also hear the other party's stomach growling, and Sakura Kyoko broke open the apple that she had only eaten 1/3 of, and then threw half of it back. What? You are kind too. Although I have some extra. After finding that the other party was not as bad as she imagined, Yanushi took it and said unceremoniously. You are so annoying. I just don't want to owe you a favor. After realizing that she was doing something unnecessary, Sakura Kyoko blushed and retorted loudly. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? Looking at the laughing blonde youth in front of her, Sakura Kyoko became angry. No, I'm not laughing at you, I just thought of something interesting. Maybe my luck is still as good as ever. As if he had thought of something, Yanushi held his stomach and laughed. He then took out the dual disc under Sakura Kyoko's vigilant eyes. Looking at the other party's actions, Sakura Kyoko glanced at the passers-by around her, and didn't think that this person would suddenly attack. Want to try to cooperate with me? If successful, maybe both of us can continue to participate. Hey? We are all going to leave, do we still have a choice? Although she didn't know what the other party's confidence was, Sakura Kyoko didn't refuse. At least now she didn't hate this guy very much, so she chose to try to believe. Besides, both of them had to self-destruct because of the lack of the master. If there was a way to solve each other, she wouldn't be so stubborn. Instead of begging those unfamiliar masters, it would be a good idea to team up with Castor. This is the last card I drew before. Its name is Soul Relay. It has a magical effect. If it succeeds, you and I may be able to complement each other to solve the current problem. Pointing to the hidden card on the dual disc, the last card, Yanushi said with a slight smile. Is that an unknown card magic? What a strange way of fighting. I don't know where you are from. But there is no way out now, come on. P.S. Here is the animation effect of Soul Relay. It can only be activated when your life value becomes 0, special summon one monster from your hand, and your defeat condition becomes the destruction of the monster special summoned by this effect. Chapter 24 Follow-up of all parties. Is that all? It can be considered a contract. I'm afraid no one would have thought that such a connection would be formed between the servants. In the deserted park, Yanushi and Sakura Kyoko finally achieved the ideal state. Soul Relay. It should have been a card that used dual monsters as a carrier to change the defeat conditions of the duelists. But now it has been used by Yanushi on Sakura Kyoko, the servant. Not only has the magic power not collapsed, but there is room for recovery. Sakura Kyoko was surprised to be able to feel the magic power that was no longer declining. This is good for both of us. At least it won't be self-destructing after being troubled, and there is even enough energy to store magic power to continue to participate in the battle. Finally, the necessary problems were solved, and Yanushi was relieved. His constantly decreasing life value also stagnated and then began to increase. But isn't there a price? If your machine is destroyed or I die. Looking at the machine on Yanushi's arm, Sakura Kyoko then spoke. So we are actually one life. If we want to continue, we can only take care of each other. There is no need to worry about what will happen next. Yanushi is calm. The effect of the soul relay is permanent, which means that as long as Sakura Kyoko is not dead, Yanushi will not retire even if the magic power is exhausted without a master. On the contrary, the same is true for Sakura Kyoko. As long as Yanushi is still alive, she will not be troubled by the distress of not having a master, and can maintain the recovery of magic power to fight in the masterless state. It can only be said that both sides have made each other successful. Sakura Kyoko is a magical girl. Yanushi Katsuya is a duelist. What a strange profession! What a strange profession! Puff! When they announced each other's names, they couldn't help laughing. Now that things have come to this, please give me more advice from now on, Sakura. Just call me Kyoko. No, that's a bit strange, just like a classmate I know. Really? Just call me Yanushi. Oh. They communicated very familiarly, and there was no adult's little thoughts between the two. To describe it in other people's words, it was Lancer and Castor who formed an alliance without authorization, right? As for how the two of them would decide who would get the wish if they could really make it to the end of this war, they didn't mind it at the moment. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Looking at each other, both of them had this attitude and intention in their hearts. Perhaps this is what is called fate. Meeting at the right time, the right place, and the right choice. As soon as he returned to the Tozaka residence, Kotomine Kaire covered his injured part and saw the mess inside. The king seems to be angry. Standing next to him, still holding the artifact Kusa sword, Kenshin judged the situation inside. Gilgamesh must be unhappy with summoning him back without permission. My teacher really didn't learn his lesson. He doesn't understand the ways of the world at all. Talking about this, Kotomine Kaire's mouth corners slightly raised. Compared to the previous him who had no desires and only acted as a good boy, now as a teacher, Tosaka Tokiomi is simply a clown in his eyes, who can constantly let him comprehend new jokes and pleasures. To be honest, he never thought about how he could have such an attitude. Servants are not ordinary familiars, they also have their own thoughts and ideas. It is obvious who will suffer if the master goes against the servant with his own ideas, right? Not to say that he should follow the other party, but at least he should maintain superficial harmony. Only when the master and servant are united can they win the cruel struggle. And on the stage where the king was enjoying himself, Gilgamesh, known as the Hero King, arbitrarily blocked and interrupted him, and it was considered a mercy as a king that he did not shoot Tosaka Tokiomi into a sieve on the spot. Isn't it obvious what the fate of the ministers who made the emperor and king unhappy in history will be? Command spells? It's not a panacea. Don't get into trouble now. When the superior is furious, it's best to avoid him, so Kotomine Kaire doesn't plan to contact Tosaka Tokiomi at this time. If he causes the king's dissatisfaction, he will lose more than he gains. In the future war, he and Assassin still have to rely on the power of this king to quell it. Assassin, there is a task for you next. Make sure to complete it. Maybe we can use it later. Taking out a map from the drawer and handing it to Kenshin, Kotomine Kaire spoke. Taking the map, Kenshin saw the words marked on it. This is. Mia and Iris Veal are dead. As soon as she met with Emi Yakiritsugu, Saber heard the worst news. Pupil earthquake.jpg. She didn't understand how this trip could be so lost. It didn't matter that Ai Li was not rescued, Mia even got in. With the bandage on, Emi Yakiritsugu was silent and couldn't say anything. This time it was a big defeat for him. Now except for the followers, there is really nothing left. Then will you continue to fight or for your previous ideals? Looking at the lonely man in front of her, Saber knew that he actually felt uncomfortable. Certainly. Is it okay to say that if you teach me badly and you are lucky, I will be embarrassed? It was hard for Saber to imagine that Emi Yakiritsugu could be so persistent. The death of his wife and assistant still won't shake him? If we give up here, Eri and Mia's sacrifices will be in vain. With a rare reply, Kiritsugu lit the cigarette hanging from his lips. How could he not understand the metaphor in Saber's words? If Dragon Balls can really grant wishes, then it is not impossible to bring people back to life. In that case, both the dead Eri and Mia can come back. But the price is that the grand wish of world peace he envisioned cannot be realized. That is undoubtedly a wish that can only be realized through a miracle. It is a long-cherished wish that cannot be fulfilled by one person alone. In the face of personal happiness, Kiritsugu would choose the happiness of the whole world. A utopia where there is no war, no harm, and no disputes. Pursue the greater self at the expense of the small self. This is Emi Yakiritsugu's wish. Are you satisfied with this? Will this make you happy? Will Ilya be happy in this way? When asked by Saber like this, she was greeted with silence. She could tell that this man was not as strong as he said. Stop talking. Stop talking. Saber. Recalling his daughter Ilya's smile, Kiritsugu was still shaken after all. He himself knows very well that although he has always been able to protect the big and give up the small in the past, he still can't let go completely. I will wait for your answer. No matter what happens in the end, I will wield my sword to fulfill your wish. Saber, who has been liberated, no longer has her previous obsession, and the only goal left is to fulfill her master's wish. As a summoned servant. Chapter 25 Goals. Every day is really exciting. Weber trailed off in a long tone, and after washing up, he came to the dining table and sighed. The battle yesterday was still fresh in his mind. It was the first time he had been involved at such a close range. Although I was just sitting in the mecha, I was able to experience the confrontation between the heroic spirits in person. More exciting than he imagined. The fighting power of the servants is far more powerful than the magicians expected. If he were in such an environment, he might not be able to survive even a second. Today, a female body was found in Fuyuki Plaza. She was shot several times. The specific identity of the deceased is still being confirmed. At the same time, a gas explosion occurred nearby. Please invite the general public. The TV was broadcasting the news, and Weber was silent as he looked at the blood stains on the screen. He knows what this news represents. A master was killed yesterday. And it's someone he knows. It was not just as simple as what was reported in the news. There was only one dead person at the scene. Kenneth, his mentor, is also one of the victims. The teacher who was praised for his erudition and famous family also died yesterday. The woman who was discovered was just the teacher's fiancée. Looking back now, Weber still feels shaken and scared. It didn't matter that no one had sacrificed before, but when the facts were put in front of him, especially when he was an acquaintance, he realized for the first time that death was so close to him. This war to pursue desires is so real. If you feel a little alienated, you will become a resident of another world. Looking very worried. Are you scared? Sitting on the sofa opposite, his servant asked. The opponent's posture with crossed legs and the elegant tea-serving posture made it easy for Weber to feel an inexplicable sense of hierarchy. I just feel that what happened now is what I came for. Without any cover-up, Weber sighed and replied. At first, he was severely criticized and humiliated by his tutor Kenneth because of the thesis he wrote. After learning that Kenneth would assist his fiancée to participate in the Dragon Ball War, he came with the idea of pitying after being selected. Similar to the youthful and energetic attitude of "you look down on me? Then I have to prove it to you." If he beats Kenneth in this war, wouldn't that prove that he is right? Such thoughts were what first drove him to "here's the reason. I haven't considered the cause and effect at all. Therefore, you will fall into the trouble of being aware of things later. Speaking of which, it seems that you haven't told me what your wish is." Speaking of this matter, Lelich glanced at what was reported on the TV, and then spoke. "Wish, to be honest, I don't understand it myself." With a slumped face, Weber really didn't know how to answer for a moment. Become the strongest magician? Or become the king of the world? Or get the so-called wealth? These unrealistic things are too far away for him. Prove your talents. Get approval from others. Become a reliable adult. But Lelich's sudden words almost made him spit out the tea he had just drank. This. His face turned red with embarrassment, and he even wanted to subconsciously retort, but he opened his mouth for a long time but couldn't say anything. Why does Meng know so much? Is this also the Emperor's intention? After a long time, Weber calmed down his excitement and said helplessly. Well, although I have only been in contact with you for a short time, I still understand your nature very well. That's why I feel reassured about you. Putting down the cup and crossing his hands on his chin, Lelich responded with a chuckle. You've always wanted to prove it to that magician named Kenneth, haven't you? But now something happens to the teacher who is more powerful than me, but I am still alive because of my low self-esteem, and I have self-doubt. After hearing the news of his death, I felt like a fool for being angry. The passion I had before disappeared in an instant. Servants will also learn about the masters participating in this war through different channels. Compared with the initial incomprehension, the current clarity is not a step in the showdown of the relationship between the two parties. You're right. If I think about it carefully, there was something wrong with the paper I submitted. I shouldn't have said it so bluntly. Perhaps he is also protecting me by making things difficult. This is the slowness that people often have. They will only react once they lose it. Leaning back on the sofa and staring at the ceiling with his head raised, Weber even felt a little discouraged for a moment. Losing your goal is so confusing and frustrating. For young people in adolescence, this is a blow that they will experience sooner or later. On the contrary, writer, you are much more powerful than me. Becoming an emperor at a young age. Your wish is really huge compared to mine. Summoning the Emperor of Britain by himself was a great honor for Weber. Even though I am an emperor, I am still a human being. If you are a human being, you will have troubles. I am no different from you in this regard. Once upon a time, I was just an ordinary student. Knowing that the other party had lost the target, Lelich then educated him. If you feel that you are not pursuing something at the moment, you might as well stop and look around. Observe from others, and finally ask what your dreams are. At least while this war is going on, I still have the power to protect you. There was an unknown feeling, and Weber was inexplicably moved. The mood that had hit rock bottom suddenly improved. Madhu Korea walked to the street and glanced at an intersection where a cordon was cordoned off. That was the area where the followers had a scuffle yesterday. The church has implemented a blockade and is dealing with the aftermath. Berserker's power is very strong, but Sakura. Being able to learn about yesterday's situation through the news, Korea became more and more worried about the little girl at home. The sacrifice of the master. That's not a joke. Even though Berserker has extraordinary abilities, Sakura himself is too vulnerable to be able to withstand him. Once discovered by other masters and servants, it will inevitably be in danger. The best way is to hide all the time or the war ends early. The former is definitely not feasible, but the latter is possible. The golden servant that Berserker can't take down in a short time. His master is Tosaka Tokiomi. As long as Tokiomi is killed, Berserker will surely win easily. Gradually, a bold plan came into his mind, and Matukuriya walked numbly on the street. Even if you are not the master, you can still help others. In order to protect Sakura, it doesn't matter if he gets his hands dirty. Even if you suffer resentment from others, it is not a big deal. Chapter 26 Calculation. In other words, Castor's master is actually already dead. That's right. Temporarily taking refuge inside the church, Tokiomi Tozaka learned inside information from Kotomine Kairei's father, Kotomine Rimesa. As soon as he was scolded by Gilgamesh, the magic workshop he had set up at home was demolished, so he had to hide here for a while. According to estimates, if Castor does not find spiritual veins and other means to replenish his magic power, he will retire soon. Lancer's master Shi is also dead, and there is no detection of her forming a new contract with other masters, so there is no need to worry. As long as you let Kairei and Assassin cooperate with Archer to find a way to defeat Berserker, victory will be within your grasp. As the supervisor of this war, Kotomine Rijhan should have ensured the progress of the situation from an impartial standpoint. However, due to his relationship with Tozaka Tokiomi, he has a tendency to abuse his power for personal gain and commit corruption. The referees and the players work together, and it is unfair to others no matter how you look at it. But there is still no news about Berserker's master. Although it is speculated that it is the power of the Mata family, it cannot be observed. As the most mysterious group, Tosaka Tokiomi also has a headache. It would have been fine to trick the other party out by using the excuse of forming an alliance, but they just ignored me. Obviously, the relationship between the Tozaka family and the Mata family is not that bad, and no one knows what is going on this time. It's very simple. I have a way to help you lure the other party out. After listening to what Kotomine Rijhan said, a smile appeared on the old man's face. Oh! Hearing this, Tosaka Tokiomi actually trusted Kotomine Rimesa very much. Since the other party dared to speak, he must have a plan. Just tell Kairei to have Assassin hunt down one of Castor and Lancer. Hearing this, Tosaka Tokiomi frowned at first, then relaxed. He roughly understood what Yan Fengli was planning. Because of the lack of magic power and the loss of their master, these two riders are already on the verge of retirement. If they are attacked by other servants again, they will have to take extreme actions to survive. And that's when our church will have the opportunity to show up. The kind face still maintained a smile, and Kotomine Lee continued to speak. When either Castor or Lancer was forced to slaughter ordinary people to replenish their magic power to resist, the church issued a wanted order and ordered other masters and servants to jointly encircle and suppress them. Afterwards, each participant will be given a command seal. I believe no master will refuse this reward. Then I can help you figure out who the master of Berserker is. At the same time, I can legitimately help you replenish a command seal. As expected, the old man's plan was exactly what Tosaka Tokiomi had thought. So, opportunities are rare. We must do this before other masters sign new contracts with Castor and Lancer. With Assassin's strength, it won't be difficult to force those two riders. This plan is perfect, but the prerequisite is that Castor and Lancer cannot have new masters, otherwise the follow-up will not work. It can not only lure out the Berserker's master, but also force Castor or Lancer, who are unstable factors, to retire, and even replenish the command seals. 1 stone, 3 birds. After that, we just need to let Archer hold Berserker back while Assassin assassinates his master, and we'll be able to accomplish our goal. As long as Berserker is eliminated, there is nothing to fear about the remaining Saber and Rider. With the corners of his mouth raised, Tosaka Tokiomi could vaguely see a future of victory. Root. That is what all magicians yearn for. This time, Tosaka Tokiomi will definitely succeed. I will contact Kyrie right now and tell him to have assassin hunt down caster or lancer. Assassin, how did the mission go? Found it. More than expected. That's good. Don't alarm others for now. Come back first. The teacher has a new task. After receiving a call from Tozaka Tokyomi, Kotomine Kyrie also recalled Kenshin as the assassin. Hunting down caster or lancer. But after hearing the new mission, Kenshin had some doubts. The teacher specifically instructed us to only hunt him down, but not to kill him. We need to push one of these two riders to the brink of death. Kotomine Kyrie explained slowly. I always feel that it is not as simple as I imagined. Kenshin's keen sense as a killer allowed him to realize that there was a series of dark conspiracies behind this. In order to prepare for the follow-up, the teacher plans to use caster or lancer to lure out the master of Berserker. Force one of the two servants to break the rules, and then summon the rest of the group to encircle and suppress them. In other words, you want me to force caster or lancer to kill ordinary people. His eyes turned cold, and Kenshin roughly understood what this group of people were planning. Being summoned, he knew that there was an opportunity to kill people to replenish the devil. But that is a choice that a servant would only make in extreme circumstances. Your face is full of dissatisfaction. Certainly. As Batusai, if it were in the past, Kenshin might not have taken it seriously, but his experience of interaction with Tomo made him disgusted with involving irrelevant people for a while. As long as it is not necessary, he will never kill irrelevant people easily. Moreover, Kenshin could not bear the thought of forcing other servants to kill ordinary people. Will agree. Don't refuse yet, I won't use the command spell. The other party's eyes were full of coldness. Kotomine Kyrie knew to some extent the temperament of this servant, so he made a statement first. As a priest of the church, I also hate this approach. But at this time I can't object to what my teacher and father are doing. You have to understand my difficulty, assassin. Feeling more and more the importance of emotions in writing, Kotomine Kyrie found the right way to persuade. So. We can comply, but we don't have to do it in the form they tell us. It must be said that Kotomine Kyrie's roundabout persuasion made Kenshin put away his murderous intention. The important thing is to convict caster or lancer. Are there still too many unwarranted crimes in ancient times? In silence, Kenshin also understood what Kotomine Kyrie meant. This statement and approach were quite acceptable to him. It is not necessarily necessary for caster or lancer to actually kill ordinary people. All it takes is for Kenshin to engage in pursuit and witness one of the knights killing an ordinary person. When the time comes, the church will come forward and prove the crime, and it will still be able to summon other masters and subordinates to encircle and suppress them as a matter of course. As for whether caster or lancer killed ordinary people, this fact is not important at all. They are just pawns in the plan. No matter how they testify or describe themselves, caster and lancer cannot escape the consequences of being plotted. The teacher has sent his familiar to look for him. Once we know the location of caster or lancer, we will notify them to take action. You have to be ready at all times. Looking at Kenshin with an expressionless face, Kotomine Kyrie felt what it meant to be frightened this time. That kind of killing intent that rushes towards the face, Batusai is worthy of being a human slayer. Sure enough, feelings are still necessary. Whenever he hesitates or is stubborn, Assassin's sword will knock his head off before he can use the command spell. Chapter 27 Alliance. Two British Kings. After adjusting his casual clothes, Weber was very nervous now. Just now, he received a reply from Master Saber. Said that he hoped to meet and discuss the alliance. If you are afraid, you can refuse. Although Ryder gave himself the right to choose, it must have some value for him. Thinking of Emi Yakiritsugu's corrupted reputation, Weber would be lying if he said he was not afraid. That is a ruthless man who has indeed killed magicians by any means necessary in the magic world. Being with him is like seeking the skin of a tiger. Calm down, Weber Velvet. You are Ryder's master after all, so there is no need to be afraid. Taking a deep breath to calm down the restlessness in his heart, he persuaded himself like this. After making sure that his mood was stable, he stepped out of the room. It's been a long wait, Ryder. We can go out. Looking at Ryder, who was wearing casual clothes and long sleeves in front of him, Weber said bluntly. Well, it's commendable that you didn't back down. I hope you can maintain your stage fright until the meeting. Glancing at Weber's serious attitude, Lelich responded. No matter what, I am still your master, and I will not let you lose face. That's good. Choose such a conspicuous place, is it considered a sign of sincerity? Kiritsugu and Saber sat at a table outside the cafe, looking at the master and servant in front of them, and said indifferently. This is a shopping street. If there is any conflict, the surrounding area will definitely not be peaceful. No trace of magic arrangement. There are no hidden mines or bombs either. Of course Kiritsugu, who was cautious by nature, knew that his surroundings were safe. The magician killer, Emiya Kiritsugu. You have killed many magicians, but you have never intentionally harmed unrelated people. Although you may want to kill me right now, you would never do it on a street like this. Much calmer than expected, Weber sat on a chair and answered elegantly, imitating Ryder's usual posture. He cannot let the other party see any embarrassed expression, otherwise he will easily lose his right to reciprocity. The hand that was about to smoke stopped in the air. Kiritsugu knew that the other party must have gone to inquire about the information. Those who dare to suggest joining forces after learning about their own deeds. There were indeed many ways to kill Webb that flashed through his mind, but in this case, they were really not suitable. What's more, he and Saber really need outside help now. Judging from the previous chaos, Assassin and Archer were on the same team. With the strength of those two groups, if they fought independently, they would easily be strangled. Apart from anything else, as long as Archer holds back other group of servants, Assassin will be unable to defend against his plan of running to kill the master. With this in mind, Kiritsugu also agreed to come out to meet. But what exactly is the alliance agreement? He would propose it based on the performance of Ryder and his master. No resentment. This disciple of Kenneth had had a conflict with his mentor in the clock tower before, but now there is no sign of him being the indirect murderer. Don't you know? Or just pretend nothing happened. Ah! Saber didn't hesitate to pick up the food on the table and started eating. Has she never eaten? Lelich drank his coffee and glanced at Saber in shock. He had never seen someone who could eat so much. Let's get to the point. The lit cigarette butt rested under the chair, and Kiritsugu wanted to see what the other party would say. I won't say any more. I'm sure you know it very well. For future wars, I hope both sides can temporarily join forces. Weber crossed his hands on the table and spoke. Ryder said that this negotiation was given to him in full authority, so he must treat it with caution. Saber moved the ahog on her head and looked at Ryder, who was drinking coffee leisurely, with confusion, feeling that it was very strange. The unknown king of Britain. Don't you have any intention of speaking? Trying to figure out the other party's thoughts, Kiritsugu was a little confused about what the emperor wanted to do. Although I don't know the other party's real name, judging from Saber's attitude, he agrees with it. There is no doubt that he was once the king of Britain. Logically speaking, Britain's past is not very long in the entire history, and if we really trace its rulers, it seems that we can find similar identities. According to the news brought by Saber, the young king of Britain seems to be a little different. Assassin and Archer are originally from the same camp. The masters behind them, Tozaka Tokiomi and Koto Mine Kaire, are also in a master-disciple relationship. It's hard to deal with them with a single combination. You don't want to face the attack of two servants suddenly, right? The same is true for you. His eyes remained dead silent, this mature man remained unmoved. Although I don't know what wish you want. But no matter what, you can't tolerate yourself leaving halfway, right? What's more, the deaths of your wife and assistant, as well as the deaths of my teacher and his fiancée, all really happened. This is the conclusion I came to after obtaining information from Weber and thinking on my own. Alliance. Then you must come up with conditions that can impress the other party. The first priority is the equality of status of both parties, the second is the dominant power of discourse, and the last is the agreed content of the agreement. If it is just a verbal alliance, it will have no binding force at all. Emiya Kiritsugu. Being an absolutely rational person, he would definitely not reject the friendship offered by Ryder at this moment. After all, no one in other groups was willing to form an alliance with this magician killer. In addition, Saber does not have the ability to deal with archer and assassin at the same time. Joining forces with his side will only help him get out of this predicament. This obvious benefit is the biggest motivation. Can't refuse. Staring dully at the calm young man in front of him, Kiritsugu knew where he stood. From the very beginning of the negotiation, he was at a disadvantage. The other party sees things very clearly. Apart from the Masters Caster and Berserker who have never appeared, the Masters of other servant are enemies that he cannot possibly join forces with. The Rider group, which was the first to show goodwill, was also forcing him to express his stance. Either you join forces with me, or you hide and go negotiate with the Masters Caster and Berserker who have not shown up. The former is what we are facing now, while the latter is full of uncertainty. If he rejects the Rider group, it would mean another troublesome enemy. As for tearing each other apart, it all depends on one's ability. Kiritsugu really didn't want to bet on whether it would be faster for archer and assassin to come together to kill him, or for him to find a better ally. This time he had no choice from the beginning. No wonder. Kiritsugu probably understood the thoughts of the emperor in front of him and reacted. It turns out that Ryder didn't say anything because there was no need to do so. As long as he is not stubborn, everyone will be happy. Especially since Kiritsugu Emiya is a rational and extreme realist. Unless he abandons his previous practices, he will not say I refuse unless he is not in a clear mind. Then let's use this to plan the details of the alliance. Emiya Kiritsugu took out the parchment scroll he had prepared in advance from his pocket, placed it on the table and spoke. That is the paper of the spell contract. P.S. I'm late. Chapter 28 New Cards. Self-imposed essay collection. That is a spell-like contract used by magicians to conclude an irreconcilable contract. It is usually used for restrictions and transactions between two parties. Success. Seeing the two parchment scrolls that Emiya Kiritsugu took out, Weber felt a little relieved. Since the other party has done this, it basically means that they agree. Next, as long as the two sides negotiate, just follow the agreement. After swallowing the food again, Saber always felt a little too calm. Obviously, according to Kiritsugu's behavior, the two sides should not be so harmonious. Hey! In the field of vision, Ryder was leaning on his chair and watching everything with a calm attitude. Regarding the alliance between the two parties, Kiritsugu and Weber talked and finally reached an alliance. Subject to the successful implementation of the following conditions, the oath will be transformed into the object of the commandment binding spell, without exception. The agreement details the conditions under which Kiritsugu and Weber need to help each other. Emiya Kiritsugu. Weber Velvet. After confirming that the content was correct, both parties signed their names on their respective parchments. The contract is established. This is the first step. After finally completing this thrilling step, Weber suddenly felt that Kiritsugu was not as difficult to contact as he had imagined. The other party seems to be a normal person. Although we will still be enemies in the future, please give me your guidance for the time being, Ryder. Seeing the end of the matter, Saber seemed very active. She was very happy to be in contact with this unknown king of Britain. This is what I should say, Saber, and I hope you will take more responsibility. Standing up, Lelich did not point out the loopholes in the covenant on the spot, but said with a smile. Emi Yakiritsugu stood up directly, then turned around and left directly. Then I hope we can have such a peaceful communication next time. Saber looked at her master who was leaving in a hurry without knowing why, and could only follow him. Although he is a magician killer, he is still a normal person. Watching Kiritsugu disappear into the crowd, Weber slumped down on his chair, finally no longer having to hold on to his previous toughness. Being deceived by such a simple disguise that you lower your vigilance means that you are not far from being eliminated. But Ryder's mocking tone immediately stunned Webb. Let's not talk about anything else for the moment. Take a good look at the covenant you signed with him. The content is obviously full of problems. Without realizing anything, Weber picked up Kiritsugu's essay and read it for a while. So it's naive to say that there is no reason to be wary. He pretended to be harmless just to stop you from thinking too much. His attention was diverted and he didn't even see the things he should have noticed. Pointing at a certain treaty, Lelich reminded him. During the period of maintaining the covenant, Emi Yakiritsugu and Weber Velvet shall not have the intention or act to kill or harm the other. You don't think he can't kill you just by relying on this agreement, do you? In the entire oath, there are no binding regulations that restrict each other's followers. Hearing this, Weber reacted. It is true that Kiritsugu cannot harm him because of the promise, but Saber will not be subject to this restriction. In other words, whenever Kiritsugu wants to go back on his word, he can use Saber to kill him at some opportunity. Then why didn't you say it just now? Blushing, Weber slammed his hands on the table and said anxiously. I am very upset. I originally thought that my first diplomacy was completed perfectly, but who would have thought that I really thought it was a little too simple? Don't worry. The content of the contract can be used by him, so why can't it be the same for us? There are two sides to things. The reason why he didn't expose it on the spot was because Lelich had his own thoughts. If a perfect covenant is really made, he is still worried that he will not find an opportunity to do something evil. So after seeing such a simple covenant, both Kiritsugu and Lelich breathed a sigh of relief. The best situation is to at least maintain a certain degree of mutual help, but also have a certain degree of room for maneuver. From this point of view alone, it is quite good in Lelich's opinion that Weber's innocent and immature mind can maintain the alliance to this point. This is why he didn't speak at all during the negotiation between the two. I'm afraid you guys have already thought out the whole process before we meet. Lelich's indifferent expression convinced Weber of one thing. That is the covenant that I have tried so hard to make, but in the eyes of both parties, it is simply a formality. In layman's terms, it means as long as you do it, it doesn't matter how the process is, the result is already determined. Intrigue. At this moment, young Weber finally realized the weight contained in those 4 words. He really doesn't understand feelings. Something feels wrong. Looking at Yanushi who was playing with cards on the table, Sakura Kyoko jumped up from the sofa. What's wrong? Walking over, she looked at the cards placed one by one above her and said. No, although it took a lot of effort to find 2 friends I'm familiar with. But the other cards are weird. Picking up 2 monster cards, Sakura Kyoko also saw the card names. True Red-Eyed Black Dragon? Time Demon Magician. Just by looking at it, you can feel the powerful power contained in the card. Her vision was elsewhere, and those red and green cards were ones she had seen before. Skill Extraction? Pluto's Barrier Wave? Chain of Demons? Resurrection of the Dead. It's hard to imagine that these small cards hide such powerful power. Although she couldn't see the relevant descriptions clearly, Sakura Kyoko didn't dare to underestimate these things at all. She has suffered a lot of big losses before. Where are you going? Go out and get some food. After a while, Yanushi was still looking at the card, and suddenly found Sakura Kyoko coming to the gate. Don't steal it. Tisk, no way. She's just as annoying as Sayaka, Sakura Kyoko turned around and said in a loud voice. When dealing with these guys with a strong sense of justice, she really had to restrain herself at all times. After becoming a magical girl herself, due to the collapse of her family, Sakura Kyoko became a magical girl who cannot use magic for others. To her who has experienced drastic changes, it seems a bit stupid not to use her abilities for herself but to help others. At that time, the idiot Sayaka appeared in front of her. It's not bad at all. There are two identical idiots in the world. The world is really magical. Recalling the close personalities and attitudes of Sayaka and Yanushi, Sakura Kyoko suddenly laughed after walking out. If I have the chance, I really want to introduce him/them to each other. P.S. I drank a little too much yesterday. I've been a little more relaxed these days. Chapter 29 Implementation. Speaking of which, isn't this street too deserted? Walking to the street, Sakura Kyoko looked at the stores closing one after another on the road and said strangely. Uncle, it's the same as usual. Coming to a fruit shop that she often visited, Sakura Kyoko bought a bag of apples out of habit. Oh, it's you. I happen to be preparing to close the store in a while. The shopkeeper looked at the visitor, responded enthusiastically, and picked up the fruit he needed in a familiar manner. He knew that this little girl seemed to have moved here recently. She is a little girl who likes to eat apples and is a bit lonely. She can often be seen wandering around the shopping street. What happened? After handing over the local money she had received from Sora, Sakura Kyoko asked while holding the tail grass in her mouth. Have you not read the news and the news released by the church? Didn't a young foreign woman die recently? Some people say that the murderer is still hiding in Fuyuki City, which makes everyone a little scared. The church also said that the suspect is running away, and asked everyone not to go out and walk around, especially not to sparsely populated places. Because of this blessing, everyone is closing their stores much earlier than usual, for fear of running into any trouble. Handing the other party a bag of apples, the uncle explained to her kindly. You should also be careful, don't come out and wander around if it's too late. I understand. Thank you very much, uncle. Bah. In response, Sakura Anko nodded as she eagerly picked up an apple in the bag and took a bite. Leaving the store, she continued walking along the street. A world without witches. That's really good. While chewing the apple, Sakura Kyoko looked at the children who were being led home by their adults and felt a little envious for no reason. In her world, ordinary people are always under threat because of the witch, and this is why magical girls exist. It is the duty of magical girls to destroy witches. But one day, she got the cruel truth from an opportunity. The magical girl who has always maintained stability is the predecessor of the witch who wreaks havoc on the world. The more you use the power of magic, the closer you will be to becoming a witch. No one knows what will happen until their soul is completely dyed black. And she also came into contact with the truth. The colleague she finally got to know, Miki Sayaka, ended up like that. She witnessed the other party's transformation from a magical girl to a witch with her own eyes. After this, we may have to eliminate the other party. Sakura Kyoko couldn't accept that ending. She wants to save her. Even though the contractor named Chubby said that there was no success, Sakura Kyoko was going to do it. I will definitely save Rose. Holding her soul gem tightly, Sakura Kyoko murmured in a deep voice. If the Dragon Balls were really that magical, then it would definitely be possible to transform the opponent back from a witch. For this reason, Sakura Kyoko responded to the call. Although the process was much more difficult than she imagined. There are a group of powerful enemies here who are even more powerful than the witches. As expected, nothing can be accomplished that easily. Sakura Kyoko felt a headache when she thought about the guys she witnessed that day. It can only be said that she underestimated the so-called Dragon Ball War before. I also underestimated the various heroes who were called. Well, take it one step at a time. Just like Yanushi said. Sooner or later there will be a solution. Lancer is walking to the shopping street alone. After Tokiomi Tozaka called Kotomine Kaire back, he also received the observation information from his familiar. It's actually very simple to discover followers who are not deliberately hidden. But the problem is that this time he has found the other person, but what does the other person mean by walking around as if nothing happened after losing his master? Logically speaking, after losing your master, shouldn't you immediately take action to find a current master who can make a contract? Otherwise, it will collapse directly due to insufficient magic power. Do you have the ability to act alone? No, teacher, even if she has that ability, it's not the reason why she's eating an apple and taking a walk, right? Speaking of this, Kotomine Kaire still reminded him appropriately. You are about to face the crisis of quitting the game. No matter how big your nerves are, you won't be able to be so leisurely, right? Although Castor has not been found yet, Lancer can also use it, although it should be observed for a while to be on the safe side. But it is undoubtedly a good opportunity. Tokiomi Tozaka glanced at the father and son next to him, still feeling a little moved. For him, if he starts planning early, he can find out the master-slave information of Berserker as soon as possible and take the initiative. Assassin, you can move. Seeing the two elders turning their attention, Kotomine Kaire could only order Kenshin to carry out the task. Is it really possible to succeed so easily? With such doubts, Kotomine Kaire always felt that something was wrong. Lancer's calm attitude is too suspicious. Although it was intentional to throw dirt on the other party, I hope there won't be any accidents. Whoosh! The figure shuttles through the alleys and streets, leaping in a trajectory that cannot be noticed by others. For buildings built during the shogunate period, modern housing is more conducive to concealment. Kenshin later found the target after running around several times. Who? Hiding in the shadows, in the deserted streets, Kenshin rushed out and at the same time drew out the divine sword hanging from his waist. Sensing the extremely fast figure, Sakura Kyoko immediately transformed into a spear and clothes, and at the same time let go of the bag she was holding. Clang! The red and black afterimages passed each other. And sparks burst out from the exchange of guns and swords. Yukai! Kenshin looked at the sword tip that stopped at his neck with slight surprise, but could not move any further. Not only did he use his spear to miss part of the way, he even used a thorn chain formed by magic to lock his sword so that he could not move forward. Sneaky bastard! Go to hell! Faced with this sudden attack, Sakura Kyoko didn't mean to be polite at all. The burst of magic knocked the opponent back a little distance, and then stabbed him with his spear. Crack! He used his divine sword to deflect the spear that was stabbing him, but before Kenshin could make a move, a new attack came. Kaka! The tip of the spear deformed, and the changing tip thrust down at close range. This unexpected attack forced Kenshin to retreat backwards. Bah! But even so, the clothes on his left shoulder were torn, revealing shallow blood stains. If he had moved any slower, he might have been penetrated by the spear in his left shoulder. Witnessing the freely retractable spear, Kenshin encountered such a magical weapon for the first time. A gun that can transform and extend. Chapter 30 Something is wrong. Correct your posture and pay attention to the other person at all times. The person in front of him looked young, but he didn't seem to be as easy to win as he thought. That strange movement technique must be assassin. Hey, I've already lost my master, and yet I'm still pestering him. After identifying the person who came, Sakura Kyoko actually felt strange. Logically speaking, for slaves like them who have lost their masters, other masters and slaves should not provoke them immediately. Unless it's to attract people to join the gang. But now assassin is obviously here to kill people. I really doubt what the other party's motives are behind the scenes. Looking at your appearance, you won't even speak. Then I have to defeat you first. Fortunately, she had a contract with Yanushi to stay here, so she would not be in an embarrassing situation. The magic power stored back is enough for her to fight a decent battle. Whoosh! Seeing that the other party was approaching instead of running away, Kenshin had doubts. It stands to reason that the lack of magic power is her biggest trouble at the moment. But now, she neither retreats nor is anxious. Instead, she has an attitude of confronting her subordinates. He had already raised his sword and was fighting with his spear. At the same time, he kept changing his steps to avoid the incoming attacks. But the more he fought with Lancer, the more Kenshin felt something was wrong. The impression should be that he kept forcing the other party, causing the other party to have no choice but to run away. But Lancer's calm expression. He had a bad premonition. Watch the moves and watch the moves. Watch the trick. The spear kept thrusting and swinging, and the changing gun body could even be used to fight like Nunchucks. Even though Kenshin is experienced in many battles, he still has to avoid getting close to this magical weapon. This was the first time he had seen a spear that could change like this. Although this girl's clothes are confusing, her martial arts is still passable. At least he wasn't just waving a spear around without thinking. You can hide pretty well. Although she was not attacked too deliberately, Sakura Kyoko found that she could not hurt the opponent. This person's speed was so fast that it was difficult for her to restrain him with just the spear in her hand. In that case, try this. Whoosh! The thorn chains spreading out from the periphery formed a square cage, sealing the sword heart inside, and then zoomed in and out. Humph, you won't be able to hide here and there anymore. Taking up all the space for the opponent to dodge, so that she can hit 100%. Whoosh whoosh! But the next moment, she witnessed Kenshin's exaggerated swordsmanship. The afterimage of the sword flashed past, and all the blocking thorn chains were cut off. Like fireworks scattering, they collapsed to the ground. What kind of weapon is that? It can actually cut off mine. Looking at Kenshin in astonishment, Sakura Kyoko didn't expect the opponent to be so powerful. Whoosh! But before she could think about it, Kenshin had already rushed over. Bang! He habitually distanced himself backwards, manipulating the thorn chain to attack from all directions. Clang! Clang! But as soon as they got closer, Kenshin wielded the divine sword and cut them off one by one. Such a sword! It's so sharp! The divine sword rewarded by the King of Heroes was actually such a convenient thing. If it were his previous saber, it would probably be difficult for him to attack like this. Experiencing the importance of good weapons for the first time, Kenshin silently remembered it. What a terrible guy! Being approached again, Sakura Kyoko then used another magic. Rosa Phantasma, Red Ghost. More than a dozen clones appeared around and surrounded Kenshin. Surrounded by so many people, he did not panic at all, but was extremely calm. Faced with a swarm of clones, Kenshin responded like this. It's a pity. That's what the Fanfiction sword fighting style is best at. One against many. In the field of vision, the weak swordsman in front of him waved the weapon in his hand and killed the clone that was approaching him almost instantly. That exaggerated scene really opened Sakura Kyoko's eyes. Just like the animations or old movies I have seen before, the swordsman in front of me is too brave. What era of swordsmanship was he? Sakura Anko was extremely confused as she ran away from the spot. Why does it feel like even a servant is stronger than her? Forget about those people who play magic like Yanushi, why are the assassins so powerful from the front? Oops, pretty bad. As they raced on the street, Sakura Kyoko had no intention of fighting with him again. This assassin is ridiculously strong. Compared to Sayaka's sword-throwing and bayonet-fighting style of swordsmanship, the person in front of her showed a true master of swordsmanship. Wow! Although he could directly catch up with the opponent if he was serious, Kenshin did not do that. After all, the purpose of this trip was not really to kill Lancer. Well, as expected, no matter how you look at it, you can't guess Lancer's true identity. Kotomine Rimesa, Tosaka Tokiomi, and others have been observing the scene through their familiars. In addition to ensuring the necessity of the plan, they are also searching for information about this girl. The clone, the thorn-like chain, the spear that can change, the long crimson hair, and the wonderful clothes. It's hard to tell which era she was a hero from. This is not to say that Tokiomi Tosaka and others have too little experience, but that the characteristics of the opponent are simply not in line with the heroes they know. After all, heroic spirits, to put it bluntly, are existences that become legends after their death after their great achievements. Forget it, it doesn't matter even if you don't know her real name. Assassin did a good job forcing her to run away. If the other party does any extreme behavior next, it can become evidence of crime. Listening to the plans of his father and teacher, Kotomine Kaire just remained silent. In fact, he had a big question from just now, but he didn't ask it out of love. That is, how did Lancer have the energy to compete with Assassin for several rounds? You know, the other party has lost its master. It is a bit unusual to be able to confront Assassin for such a period of time in such a ownerless state. You must know that there is a big difference between mastered and unowned followers. The master can improve the panel of the servant. Due to different masters, the strength, durability, agility, magic, luck, and noble phantoms displayed by the servant may all be in EX, E, D, C, B, A, X, levels fluctuate. Take Kenshin as an assassin, for example, his agility is as high as A, and the ancient king Gilgamesh is only A B in agility. Therefore, usually a slave with a master fights a slave without a master. In theory, in addition to the convenience of mana supply, it should also have great advantages in other aspects. But no matter how you look at it, Lancer doesn't seem to show any signs of weakening. This makes Kotomine Kaire always feel that there is something they don't know about. P.S. By the way, I post some information at the end of each post. There is also a difference between agility, strength, and endurance with plus and plus plus. For example, A+, A++, and X are unpredictable and beyond the scope of evaluation. The following are some of the settings in this book. Berserker, Warrior of Light. Out of combat recovery, X. When not in a combat state, magic power and injuries will be continuously restored, and you can return to your peak in a very short period of time. You can recover quickly even if you are seriously injured and on the verge of death, including severe injuries such as broken arms, within. Job transformation, A++ because he has multiple identities and martial arts, he can change his job and release the noble phantasm by switching weapons. Because he has a special experience, he can even use the special saver, jobs such as Avenger and Ruler were summoned. Sky Dragon Flame, A. It can only be used in the spear state. It releases potential power to attack the selected enemy. The selected person will be locked and cannot dodge. Caster, within the city. Strong Luck, X. When you make a gamble choice, you will definitely get what you need. Although it will occasionally fail, the probability is extremely small. Familiar Summoning, EA++ can summon various unknown monsters to fight. Magic, EA++ use cards to use a variety of magic and traps. Let's talk about the rest later. Chapter 31 Calling. Encircle and suppress Lancer. Strangeness. What on earth does he want to do? Running in the surrounding alleys, dodging attacks again and again. Although there were a lot of blood marks on his body, he never received a fatal attack. After realizing that the other party did not really want to kill her, Sakura Kyoko had doubts. Assassin seems to have come here with other purposes. Well, I don't know what he wants to do, but it's not a bad thing for me. Wiping her sweat, she looked at her opponent not far away who was looking directly at her. The weapon in the opponent's hand was so sharp, and combined with the swift swordsmanship, he was invincible. It was difficult for her to stop the assassin head-on. She really wants to win, unless she is willing to release her greatest noble phantasm. But Sakura Kyoko couldn't confirm what effect it would have. After all, let yourself take the initiative to become a witch or something like that. It sounds too dangerous. Yes, her biggest reliance is actually the soul treasure, which transformation she obtained after becoming a heroic spirit. As long as she uses it, she will become a witch. Having fought against that kind of creature time and time again and witnessed Sayaka's fate, it was really hard for her to believe in this noble phantasm. If once used, it turns into a witch and brings disaster to the city, it will be great fun. This is why Sakura Kyoko still refuses to use it despite being frustrated. Crack! Using her spear to block the incoming sword edge, Sakura Kyoko gritted her teeth and persisted. Fortunately, she is not fighting alone at this time. Clang! The divine sword was bounced away. Kenshin grabbed the ground with both feet to steady his body, and watched intently. As expected, Lancer has plenty of magic power. It doesn't look like he has lost his master at all. Judging this, Kenshin also felt curious. What kind of changes have happened to the other party that lead to this? Retreat, assassin, that's enough. I could vaguely hear the contact from Kotomine Kaire, and Kenshin's movements of swinging the sword stopped. Hello. Seeing the other party disappearing unreasonably, Sakura Kyoko was really full of questions. What on earth is that guy here for? The familiar was destroyed by a mysterious monster. It seems that Castor is also nearby. Is this a coincidence? Tozaka Tokiomi and Kotomine Rimesa looked a little stiff at this moment, and the familiars they sent out to observe suddenly lost their image. After learning about the culprit, unwarranted associations emerged. Although they were the ones who forced Lancer there, Castor also showed up. Is it a coincidence or? It's not important anymore. Now we can follow up on the plan and mobilize other masters. As long as you participate in the extermination operation, you can get the command spell for free. No one can refuse it. Without thinking about the problem in detail, Tokiomi Tozaka turned to look at Kotomine Rimesa and said seriously. Well, I'll make the announcement right away. Seeing his father leaving, Kotomine Kaire silently followed him. He did not tell more details, but he vaguely guessed. He didn't think it was a coincidence that Castor happened to appear nearby. Judging from the information Assassin brought back, it's uncertain. It's possible that Castor and Lancer teamed up. Otherwise, Lancer's abnormal magic power cannot be explained. Being able to maintain a servant who has lost his master is only possible because Castor has the kind of magic ability to do so. The corners of his mouth were raised unconsciously. Kotomine Kaire couldn't help but look forward to the scene after thinking about it, and murmured in a low voice that others could not detect. Sure enough, things in the world are constantly changing. Are you okay? Oh, not bad. When Yanushi arrived, all the wounds on Sakura Kyoko's body had healed. Most of the damage Kenshin caused to her were scratches rather than major injuries, so she could recover easily. Really, you are really unlucky to be attacked as soon as you go out. Who is the opponent? Spreading his hands, Yanushi didn't think too much. Assassin. But it always feels a little strange. Why do you say that? Because he is neither here to recruit nor to kill me. The two then communicated, and Yanushi also discovered the problem from Sakura Kyoko's explanation. It doesn't sound like a test. If you don't understand it, don't think about it. It's natural that there will always be some weird guys in this war. Although Yanushi was also confused, he would not consider the follow-up in depth. 2. Unable to figure out the specific situation of Assassin, Sakura Kyoko could only give up. Huona. Whoosh. Seeing Yanushi throw two cards over, Sakura Kyoko was startled as she reached out to catch them. Pluto's barrier wave? Resurrection of the dead. This is. Not understanding why the other party threw the card with an unknown description, Sakura Kyoko tilted her head and said in confusion. She couldn't see the specific content of the card clearly, so it was difficult to understand what the effect was. Take it with you. You may need it sometime. I have poured the so-called magic power into the card. When necessary, it can be activated even if there is no dual disc. The reason why he gave it away was that Yanushi thought that this girl needed it more than he did. And this way he can draw new cards. Although you have become a heroic spirit, you still need to abide by the rules of duel. To be honest, it is a bit tricky. He can only keep 6 cards in his hand at a time. If the cards are not covered or used, he cannot draw new cards. Exclude the unused red-eyed black dragon and the summoned time magician. The remaining skill extraction and attack power incapacity have been covered. In addition to the 2 cards given to Sakura Kyoko, it means that with the help of stored magic power, he can slowly draw 5 new cards. In this war, only by getting cards that can overturn the situation of the battle can we defeat those humanoid monsters. I'm really sorry for summoning you all late at night. But because an emergency situation has occurred, I need your assistance. Kotomine Ri was standing in the church, looking at the familiars sent around, and then solemnly declared. I received news this evening that ordinary humans were killed by servants. After investigation, we found out that it was Lancer who fought against Assassin. This kind of behavior is particularly bad, so I beg you to kill such evil people to prevent more people from being killed. Of course. I won't let you work in vain. I will issue a command spell to every master who participates in the encirclement and suppression. After some words, the surrounding familiars who came to observe also passed the voice back. Although this behavior was very disgusting, Kotomine Rimesa didn't mind what this group of people thought. After all, you will be able to see the problem sooner or later. As for whether it will be exposed afterwards, that's not important at all. Anyway, in the name of a neutral person, he issued a nominal summons. Who wouldn't be willing to accept this simple thing that benefits everyone except Lancer? As the saying goes, everything in the world is for profit. As long as Lancer is surrounded and suppressed, a good thing like whoring the command seal can be done for free, which is undoubtedly a gain for the master. Therefore, even if they think there is something fishy in it, smart people will not say it out and will just keep silent and support Kotomine Rimesa's approach. Chapter 32 Masters and Slaves Who Have Their Own Thoughts. Writer, do you think this is true? Oh? It's so rare that you don't take the reward seriously, but instead have doubts about the words spoken by people in the church. In the residence, Weber was talking with Lelich. I won't be as naive as before. Of course I know that the so-called things must not be taken at face value. Hearing this, Weber retorted anxiously and spoke. Oh, don't you have the answer in your own mind? Without answering Weber's question, Lelich just chuckled. What a shame. I just want to show off my cuteness. It is true that Weber had a judgment in his mind, but maybe it was because he was a little unconfident, so he went to Lelich to confirm the truth. After all, the other party's ideas and answers will definitely be more correct than your own. That's not necessary. You are an excellent talent, Jin. Carelessness leads to worries about gains and losses. Sometimes fully believing in yourself is what a mature person should do. Not caring about the cause and effect of this incident at all, Lelich leaned on the sofa and responded. Really? Hearing this, Weber breathed a sigh of relief, and knew that his judgment just now was correct. Only now did he realize Kenneth's good intentions. Compared with Ryder's free-range education, he still hopes to encounter Kenneth's swearing teaching. The former will only remind you when you step on a trap, while the latter will bluntly scold you as stupid before you take action. Fortunately, Ryder will indeed take care of him, so even if he makes mistakes, it won't be a big problem. And there is no need to be skeptical about this matter. Since the people in the church said that Lancer violated the code by killing ordinary people, even if she didn't do it, she still did it. So it's pointless to argue about right and wrong. Knowing the importance of the right to speak, Lelich then spoke clearly. But Weber felt vaguely uncomfortable. As an upright young man, it was difficult for Weber to accept such an arrangement. Arbitrarily assigning a crime to an innocent person and encouraging others to act in the name of reward. Such wanton behavior. It's too much. Clenching his fists and trembling, Weber naturally couldn't obey with peace of mind. So you are always too kind in peaceful times. I'm not an ancient person, so of course I can't accept your approach of if the king wants his ministers to die, they have to die. Arbitrarily assign unwarranted charges to others and then kill them, causing them to die with a stigma. How could I possibly understand that kind of thing? After a rare moment of stubbornness, Weber retorted with a loud voice. Oh, that's right. That's why the world needs people like you. If there were always those selfish guys with dark thoughts, the world would have been destroyed long ago. Hearing this, he laughed without worrying about his image. Lelich clapped his hands, stood up, walked to him and said. He does not hate an upright person like Weber. Just like his former self, he is also full of anger towards the Holy British Empire that commits atrocities. Being able to feel the other party's recognition, Weber was stunned. You don't have to be too anxious if something like this happens. Just looking at the surface of things will only ignore the real goal. Walking to a table with a chessboard on it, Lelich picked up a chess piece and reminded him. The real goal. Is it possible that this gathering has another purpose besides encircling and suppressing Lancer? After calming down, Weber tilted his head and became confused. Think about it carefully. If you really participate in the siege of Lancer, who will benefit? Well, the reward is the command seal, that is, the participating masters. Another voice sounded, and Weber knew the vested interests very well. It seems that the reward is fair to everyone, but you also know that Lancer may not have done anything like that, so why would the church issue a mission to encircle and suppress her? Lancer's master is dead, and it's only a matter of time before he withdraws. No matter what the church does, there is no need to target this servant, right? So their target was not Lancer from the beginning. They just used Lancer and the command seal as bait to fish out the opponent they really wanted to attack. Excluding me and you who have been exposed, Saber and Emi Yakiritsugu, assassin and archer, and Lancer who is the target of harm. The only remaining targets are Caster and Berserker. After hearing Lelich's analysis, Weber felt a sudden sense of admiration. Caster is definitely not the opponent they most want to solve at the moment. In other words, are you trying to use rewards to lure out the master of Berserker? The train of thought has been sorted out on its own, and Weber finally knows the follow-up. The almighty Berserker is definitely an opponent worthy of vigilance. Even Weber and the others have not yet figured out who the master of this servant is. Thinking about it this way, it is natural that the masters of Archer and Assassin would work with the church supervisors to make such a plan. Is it difficult to deal with the servants? Then I will go find your master. I have to say that this is a very wise and effective method. Moreover, it's an offer that no one can refuse. Knocking down the chess pieces on the table, Lelich continued. Yes, if the command spell is used as reward, the master will basically not resist it. What's more, they are just encircling and suppressing Lancer who has nothing to do with them. Then no one will care whether she did it or not. Weber gritted his teeth and became angry, knowing how seamless this so-called conspiracy was. Command seal. That thing is equivalent to life to the master. No master would be dissatisfied with having too many command spells, but if there is an opportunity to have one more, he will never give it up. If you don't participate, you will be one less than other masters. Isn't it clear who will suffer? It was by taking advantage of the master's thoughts that Kotomine Rimesa came up with such a plan. As a supervisor, I will give as promised, otherwise it will trigger a siege from other groups, which will also be a loss to the church itself. Therefore, Kotomori threw out enough chips to implement this time. This is also the reason why he is confident that other masters will take action. Get ready, Saber. Kiritsugu? You. Saber was stunned when she looked at Kiritsugu, who was inspecting the firearm. Do I still need to ask? Of course I'll go attack Lancer when I find the opportunity. There is no reason to let go of an opportunity that is of no harm to us. Lancer's position and innocence? That kind of thing is not important to Emiya Kiritsugu at all. Who would care about her as a servant whose master is dead? Originally, he had used one command spell before, but now he only had 2 left. Now that he had a chance to get one more, he would definitely have to make up for it. The ultimate goal of the church this time is not him anyway, so for Kiritsugu there are only advantages and no disadvantages. Then why not do it? People will not refuse good things that are beneficial to themselves, especially when there is nothing harmful in the matter itself. What's more, Lancer still has the Dragon Ball on him. No matter what, he can't let it fall into the hands of other teams. P.S. Some information settings. Assassin, Himura Kenshin. Fiten Mitsuragi Ryu, BA+ possessing sword drawing techniques that make it invisible, and possessing the characteristics of speed, ruthlessness, and accuracy. It not only has powerful attack techniques, it also has counterattack properties. However, because Kenshin has not yet learned the secret, he cannot fully exert its maximum power. Mind's Eye, pseudo-A. The so-called sixth sense has a special ability to predict danger. It is also an insight cultivated through practice and exercise. A combat theory that can calmly grasp one's own situation and the enemy's abilities when at a disadvantage, and find a way to survive. Intuition. The long experience of killing has given Kenshin the ability to instantly determine the most suitable way to kill the enemy during battle. It can also predict ballistic trajectories and avoid gun attacks through wind and intuition. Living toward death. He does not have the will to live, so he is willing to trade injuries with his opponent to die together when necessary. Lancer, Sakura Kyoko. Magical Girl, A++. Due to signing a contract with an unknown creature, she is freed from human limitations. As long as the soul gem is alive, the body can be restored countless times. It is a kind of materialized soul, close to an immortal existence. Rosa Phantasma, Red Ghost, summons many physical clones that are comparable to the main body to fight. Which transformation, A++ actively transform yourself into a witch, the specific circumstances are unknown? Chapter 33 Shocking Words. Damn it! Did the United Church actually make such a trap? Mata Kariya also learned about the summons through his familiar, and he was able to guess the opponent's goal to some extent. It seems like a very good reward, but you must know that to transfer the command seal, you need to face the supervisor directly. This means that if Sakura gets involved, her identity will be exposed immediately. When the time comes, it will be difficult for an individual like her to survive the attack from this group of masters and slaves. After all, she is just a little girl, far from the physical ability and self-preservation ability of an adult. No matter how powerful Berserker is, he can't always protect Sakura in a group of masters and slaves waiting for opportunities. You must know that even the use of familiars is the responsibility of Kariya, and Sakura herself has not learned any magic or knowledge. She is just a girl who has an ignorant understanding of magicians. It is already beyond her level to be exposed to such a weird Holy Grail war at this age, let alone participate in it. If Berserker wasn't special enough, it might be difficult to keep him safe. If you don't go, there will be one less command seal than some masters. If you go, you will be exposed. Knowing the difference, Ma Tongyanyi frowned. If possible, he actually wanted to pretend to be the master, but this would not work. The priest could see through himself without a command spell contract at a glance. But at this moment, his shoulder was tapped, and when Kariya came back to his senses, he suddenly found Berserker shaking his head slightly at him. Unable to understand what the other party meant, Korea's expression was full of doubts. Then he saw the other party pick up a drawing board, with a few neat large characters written on it. No need to worry. The consequence of being unable to speak is that Berserker specially found a drawing board to express his thoughts by writing. But no matter how hard you hide, you will be found sooner or later. Only by actively ending this struggle will she be safe. Before he could finish his words, Korea saw the other party writing 2 lines of words on the drawing board with extremely fast hand speed. After falling silent, Korea agreed with Berserker's statement. Ever since Sakura joined, it has been impossible to stay out, not to mention getting a powerful servant like Berserker. She will only attract more attention from other masters and slaves, and may be jointly targeted if necessary. Just like this time in Tosaka, the actions of the minister and the church. Is it possible that Tosaka Tokiomi is the only one who wants to know who the master behind Berserker is? No. Whether it is the Saber group, the Rider group or other groups, everyone wants to know. So even if they know that Tokiomi has set a trap, the other masters and servants will cooperate in the implementation. Because Berserker is too strong, they have to pay close attention. This time, it seems that the cause is the framing of Lancer, but it is also a joint opening against Berserker and Sakura. This time, they can ignore it, or even give up the so-called command spell. But after this, it will definitely attract greater attention. It is thought-provoking that the master can be indifferent to the reward of the command spell. Next time, there may be more excessive means to force, so-called helplessness. So what are you going to do? Kariyi couldn't figure out how to act for the time being, so he could only ask the servant in front of him. He had originally planned to find a time to find out the activities of Tosaka Tokiomi and then assassinate him. But he didn't expect that guy to not go out at all, causing him to waste a while wandering around. They surrounded Lancer and I. Encircle them. Swallowing his saliva, Korea could feel the other party's serious attitude. But although he wanted to say something, he stopped when he saw Berserker's back. What's wrong? No, I always feel a sense of foreboding. Sakura Kyoko asked strangely, looking at Yanushi who was looking around, but the other party crossed his arms and looked thoughtful. Foreboding. Tilting his head in confusion, Sakura Kyoko didn't know why Yanushi had such a feeling. Ah, my feeling is always accurate. Maybe some big trouble is coming. Let's go. Not taking it as an illusion, Yanushi always believed in his intuition. He then suddenly grabbed Sakura Kyoko's hand and ran away. Hey! Sakura Kyoko shouted in dissatisfaction as she was driven by him and disappeared quickly on the street. But Yanushi ignored her and continued to run. Not long after the two left, a new guest arrived. Has he left? Kenshin returned and whispered to Lancer who was no longer there. It had only been a short time since he left, but he didn't expect Lancer and Castor to disappear. What was even more strange was that the two riders didn't have any conflict. Maybe they formed an alliance. Kenshin could only take this as the only explanation. Castor was also an unusual magician. If he was there, there would be instability in the encirclement of Lancer. You really can always surprise me. Gilgamesh sat on the chair and said while looking at the map on the table in front of him. I just think that as a king, if you are restricted by magic power and cannot use it, it will be a loss of your dignity. So I specially prepared this gift. Kotomine Kaire bowed his head and bowed, then said respectfully. This time, the tribute he presented to the King of Heroes was a spiritual vein located in one of the Fuyaki city. That was found after Assassin went to explore. With the knowledge taught by his father Kotomine Raisei, he can use the spiritual vein to replenish the magic power of the servants. This can even be applied to the King of Heroes in front of him. Ha ha ha. Not bad. I am very satisfied with this gift. Kaire, you are much more sensible than Tokiomi. The more he compared, the more Gilgamesh felt that Kotomine Kyre was much more pleasing to the eye. Although as for magic power, as long as he did not use the extraordinary treasures such as Sword of Disunion, he basically had enough, and there were also means of replenishment in the treasury, but no one would dislike having abundant magic power. At the same time, a new idea came up. He might as well find a chance to send Tokiomi, who didn't understand the atmosphere, away. It would be better to disappear than to let that kind of stubborn servant call himself master wandering around all day. At least there is a master who is more suitable for him than Tosaka Tokiomi, isn't there? Sit down, Kyre, the king has given his permission. Kanamai Kyre was a little flattered to receive such a promise from Gilgamesh. Not everyone can have the treatment of sitting with this king. It can be seen that everything he did before was correct. Tokiomi, that guy, seems to have made some small moves recently. He acted on his own without reporting to the king. Gilgamesh said with a hint of meaning, picking up the bottle and filling the cup. That is a lure trap for Master Berserker. Answering truthfully, Kotomine Kyre did not hide anything. Humph! What boring guys! You know it's hard to deal with Berserker, so you turned your attention to his master. Sure enough, it's the behavior of a small person. Gilgamesh could instantly figure out what Tosaka Tokiomi was thinking while shaking his wine glass. Staring at the king in front of him, Kotomine Chili heard shocking words the next moment. But, if he knew that the master of Berserker was his daughter, what will happen? It's really exciting. P.S. It seems that Lelich is the only one I haven't written yet. Writer, Lelich. Mecha summoning, it can drive the mecha that it has flown before in life and use it in battle. The summoned mecha has all the previous functions, but it requires magic power to drive. Geese, A++ the power obtained through the contract with which C.C, possesses the power of the king of absolute command. It can be activated by looking at others with both eyes, and can be used on multiple people at the same time. The victim can be allowed to fully execute the stated orders, and even the subject's beliefs, thoughts, ethics, and cognition can be easily distorted. Lelich once used this power to control all officials and soldiers of the entire Holy British Empire and became the 99th Emperor. Chapter 34 The Masters and Slaves of Action 34. What did you say? Kotomine Kyre even wondered if he had heard wrongly. The master of Berserker is the teacher's daughter? The only reason why he was so surprised was because Tosaka Tokiomi's daughter was not very old yet. As the eldest daughter, Rin Tosaka is only 7 years old this year. The second daughter Tosaka Sakura, who was sent to the Matu family, was only 6 years old. No matter how you look at it, it is impossible for these two little girls to be the masters of extraordinary servants like Berserker, right? After all, judging from the power of Berserker to confront the King of Heroes, it would require considerable magic power to maintain it. How can a 6 or 7-year-old girl have such a foundation to resist such consumption? What's more, with the experience of those two girls, I'm afraid they don't have a deep understanding of magic at all. Becoming the master of this special war is a bit of a fantasy. Is it unbelievable? But that's the truth. Is it called Matu? He sent his second daughter there. Seeing Kotomine Kyre's moved expression, Gilgamesh was very satisfied, and then continued. Matu Sakura. After silently reciting the girl's name, Kotomine Kyre began to think deeply. He didn't expect to hear such exciting news from Gilgamesh. So much so that my thoughts didn't slow down for a while. The troublesome competitor turns out to be the teacher's daughter? That's it. Is it too much fun? Kotomine Kyre suddenly wanted to know Tosaka Tokiomi's expression after knowing the truth. It must be wonderful, right? No, I can't laugh out loud yet. Cough. Why are you telling me this? Suppressing his anxious mood, Kotomine Kyre coughed and asked. It seems a bit inappropriate to tell yourself this news so simply, right? After all, he is still that disciple in name. It doesn't matter if you want to tell him. Anyway, there is one thing I can clearly say. No matter what tricks and methods you bunch of cultivators use, you will never be a match for Berserker. Only this king can kill him. Taking a sip of wine, Gilgamesh leaned on the chair and said solemnly. Hearing this, Kotomine Kaire fell silent. He still believed in the king's judgment. Understood. Standing up and leaving the room, Kotomine Kaire also sent a message to Assassin. Perhaps, next, he will change his original plan. Well, as an opponent, he will not insult your status. Ignoring Kaire who was leaving, Gilgamesh looked up and said softly. Sword of Abnormality, a sword that can cut the world, is Gilgamesh's most powerful offensive weapon. I thought that there would be no chance to use this weapon in this war, but now it seems that is not the case. The unknown savior. The portion is enough. With some urgent thoughts, Gilgamesh had such an idea for the first time. Through the information fed back by the omniscient and omnipotent star, he gradually put aside the fog. Of course, Gilgamesh knew what it meant to be treated like a heroic spirit. A person with meritorious deeds who saves the world is a unique hero among heroic spirits. Such a servant deserves all the efforts of the King of Heroes. It just so happened that Kotomine Kaire also presented him with enough props to give him full play. The right time, place, people. Everything comes together. The end is near. Common cultivators, please play to your heart's content. He spilled the remaining wine in his hand, and the red liquid eroded the tabletop and dyed the map red. Well, I can't find Lancer anywhere. As expected, are you hiding your aura? While Lelich and Lelich were waiting in the sky above Fuiaki City in a mecha, Weber looked at the scenery below. Mia won't be afraid anymore. Lelich looked at Waver who was on the mecha's shoulder and said in surprise. Don't bring it up on purpose, you're just trying to force it out. You can obviously trace the breath while sitting in the mecha, but Weber still wanted to be at the same height as Ryder and see the scenery. Perhaps like what I said before, he is trying to change himself. How scary. No matter how many times I watch it, looking at the city below from such a high altitude always makes me feel weak in my legs. But it's so beautiful, this scenery. The kind of picture you see under the night sky is something you can never see normally. Hey! Ignoring Weber's feelings, Lelich just looked at the entire Fuiaki city. The places where no one lives are still a few areas. There don't seem to be many suitable locations for laying mines. The lifting the floor that he had always been good at was no longer used, which gave Lelich less means of attack. The power of the mecha alone may not be able to completely deal with other servants. Did he? There was a sharp sound in Weber's pocket, and he grabbed it out with hurried hands. That's a phone for making calls. Over there? Got it. Not long after the call was connected, Weber hung up. That was the call from Emiya Kiritsugu. Saber and the others seemed to have found Lancer's hiding place. Reminding Lelich, Weber spoke. Ryder. Looking at the white imperial uniform floating in front of him, Weber found that there was no reaction from the other party. Leave it to them over there, let's go to another location. Slowly walking along the arm towards the cockpit, Lelich turned around and said. Aren't we going? Being confused by Lelich's words, Weber couldn't think of anything more important than this at this moment. This direction. Ryder. After the two returned to the cockpit, Weber discovered that the place where Lelich went was very sensitive. That is the direction of the church. Kiritsugu. No need to worry. Looking at Kiritsugu who was standing around the corner, Saber was about to ask when he would make a move but was stopped by the other party. Are we going to act together after Ryder and the others arrive? The man in front of him, full of vicissitudes of life, was leaning against the wall, looking so haggard. We don't have to be the show-off. Anyway, Assassin or Ryder will definitely take action. Besides, I feel something is a little bit wrong. I want to observe it for a while. Kiritsugu raised his hand out of habit as he spoke, but Kiritsugu then reacted and put his hand down. It seems like you haven't smoked during this time. Saber watched his movements and then spoke. Ah. I'm planning to quit. Yet. Hearing such an answer, Saber breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. This man who is still lingering seems to finally be planning to make a change. With her back to Kiritsugu, Saber observed the situation in front of her, heard the words of inquiry, and then gave an answer. Do you think I can succeed? Saber. Say, if it were you, you would definitely be able to do it. After all, haven't you always lived like this? Chapter 35 A Bloody Night. Writer, what are we doing here? You'll understand later. Without hiding their traces, Lelich and Weber just parked the mecha at the door of the church and walked in from the main road. Writer and his master, why do you come to the church? Of course, Kotomine Rimesa immediately noticed the arrival of his master and servant. Standing inside the church, he asked with a normal expression. He does not think that the other party will attack him in the form of attack or injury. Even if it is for the command spell, it requires corresponding contract knowledge to transfer it. So even if he came to kill himself, he couldn't do anything like snatching the command seal. On the contrary, it will be attacked by other masters and slaves in the name of attacking the supervisor. What's more, he is also a boxing master himself. Not only can he defeat heroic spirits, but he can also deal with them. Based on this, Kotomine Rimesa didn't worry about being hurt by others at all. There's something I want to confirm. Weber looked at Lelich who was walking in front, and after hearing his words, he still couldn't figure out what he wanted to do. Oh? If this is what I know, then I will definitely answer it for you, Emperor of Britain. Very dignified, Kotomine Ri was responding. As for the reward after this siege, judging from your previous explanation, you plan to give one to every participating master, right? Yes. Is there anything wrong with that? Feeling vaguely uneasy, Kotomine Riko frowned and replied, his hands hidden behind his back gently clenched into fists. Although he didn't know what this mysterious Emperor of Britain was doing, he still remained vigilant enough. Then, is it possible for a master to receive 2 command seals as a reward? What kind of joke are you talking about? How could something like that happen? I know you are doubting, but the church's supervisors will not break the rules without authorization. Shaking his head, Kotomine Richhan explained righteously. He has many predecessors. The command seals left by the participants of the Holy Grail War can also maintain a certain degree of fairness in maintaining order. Even though he was good friends with Tozaka Tokiomi and his son was his disciple, Kotomine Risei really did not give Tokiomi special treatment in terms of command seals. At most, he informed him of some information and current situations of other masters. From this point of view, he was relatively fair. In other words, the command seals can be obtained in multiples, right? The old man in front of him did not refute the key point. Lelich's mouth corners slightly raised, and he asked for the information he really wanted. Feeling the inexplicable danger, Kotomine Risei subconsciously retreated. But in his field of vision, he saw strange icons and red light in the eyes of the evil heroic spirit in front of him. The iconic starting words also rang in his ears. In the name of Lelich 6 Britain. Order. Very slow, Ryder and the others haven't come yet. Saber didn't know how long she had been waiting, and found that the person she was waiting for had not shown up. 15 minutes. But Kiritsugu knew how long it had been since he contacted the other party. No matter how you look at it, with Ryder's mobility, it shouldn't take that long. If there is such a reason, it means there is only one possibility. The other party is making other arrangements. Kiritsugu frowned and suddenly had a bad premonition. The young British Emperor gave him a very bad feeling. Bang! But at this moment, there was an exciting sound from the house in front of Saber, which diverted his attention. A girl grabbed the back of the blonde youth's collar and rushed out from inside. Hey? Why is Saber here too? Hey, the house is destroyed. Lancer and Castor are together. Seeing the two of them, Saber and Kiritsugu were stunned for a moment. This seemed to be a little different from what the intelligence said. Saber, try it out first, it is very likely that Castor and Lancer have joined forces. Having been away from the scene just now, Emiya Kiritsugu stood on a tall building and looked over there with a telescope and said, "Understood." After following the instructions, Saber also switched out her holy sword and armor. Are you going to add insult to injury too? Sakura Kyoko glared at Saber and shouted. She still remembered the trouble that Saber's group had brought her before. Jounaoki, it seems that we can't get away if we don't solve them today. Although she didn't know why she was double-teamed by Saber, Sakura Kyoko knew that if she didn't defeat the other party, there would be no peace today. Hey, then, let's go to Saber, and leave Assassin to me. Standing up from the ground, Yanushi patted the dust off his body and chuckled. Stupid, you can still laugh at this time. You can't cry and go to a fight, right? At such a juncture, the two even had a leisure exchange. Don't die. Don't die. But the last sentence back-to-back also revealed the two people's instructions. If they are both swordsmen, I don't think this guy will lose. Go. Swordsman of Fire. At the moment when Kenshin's figure jumped out of the house, Yanushi had already slapped out a new monster card. It was a warrior with a strong body and a helmet, holding an orange-red long sword, and the sword was still wrapped with scorching flames. Witnessing this scene, Kenshin concentrated his mind. He would not underestimate the familiar summoned by Castor. Holding the holy sword and looking at each other, he also caught the flames covered by the other's sword. Even at a distance, he could feel the burning breath. Just like Saber wrapped the sword with wind, this swordsman wrapped the sword with flames. Then let me learn from you. Kenshin whispered, feeling interested in fighting with the other party. Assassin, you don't need to kill Lancer or Castor this time, just start a war. Thinking of Kotomine Kairei's instructions, Kenshin also found an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Clang! Bang! On the other side, Saber had already fought with Sakura Kyoko. Sorry, Sora's revenge. I still want to avenge. Using the extension and change of the spear, she temporarily suppressed Saber and then spoke in a serious tone. It was the first time that Saber confronted Lancer head-on, and she also suffered from the strange spear. As for Sora's revenge, she knew it was Kiritsugu who did it, but there was nothing to say. Anyway, the master and the servant are one, so just accept it. Humph, you miscellaneous practitioners, you are always so ignorant of tact. You opened the banquet without authorization before the important guests arrived. This is a crime of disrespect that can only be forgiven by death, don't you think so? Wearing golden armor and standing on a tall street lamp, Gilgamesh seemed to be talking to himself. And he behind him, on the tall building, stood Berserker wearing pitch-black armor. Tonight is bound to be a bloody night. Chapter 36 Tokyomi Tozaka, the advantage is mine. Writer, what was that just now? Weber recalled the scene he had just witnessed, and suddenly felt a little frightened. Follow your will, my king. Kotomine Rimace's submissive attitude was completely different from before. There is no doubt that it is the magic of mental manipulation. That was a picture he had never imagined. It is also the Emperor's ability to control his subordinates. So your understanding of employment agencies is still a bit superficial. Glancing back at Weber, he replied despite the startled state. The job title writer itself means cavalry. Being able to control mounted creatures meets this condition. For Lelich, whether it is the control brought by mecha or geese, it is all part of control. After all, mechas and humans are also a type of mount. This is also the reason why he appeared in the world as writer. Under normal circumstances, there are only two job agencies suitable for him, writer and caster. But if you appear as a caster, you may not even have the ability to summon mechas. Hey! Feeling a little timid inexplicably, Weber felt lingering fear for some reason. He finally realized why writer could easily get an expensive villa before. It seems that he is indeed as the other party said, thinking many things too simply. Then, will I be controlled by you? As if he had accepted his fate, he stopped and sighed. Weber has seen the effectiveness of exaggeration in that unreasonable control. Kotomine Remesa, who was originally extremely wary of his own side, now seems to admire Lelich as his true master. Only you are the only god in the world. That fanatical admiration is simply that of a true believer, as if faith, thought, and cognition have all been distorted. Misung Lung Caici Wu, come up quickly, we have to go there. But when he heard Lelich's response standing on the palm of the mecha, he was stunned. Well. Say something harsh, Weber. Do you think you are worthy of being controlled by me? Weber, who was already a little disappointed, suddenly became furious when he heard the follow-up words. What's the meaning? Are you saying it's not worth using magic to control? I am the master who still has the command seal. Subconsciously he clenched his fists and became angry, but in the end he saw it through. Yes, the self who has accomplished nothing. Even wishes don't know the so-called self. Besides being a master, what else can writer value? Putting down his raised hand and unclenching his fist, Weber recalled the past with writer and said discouraged. What the other party said didn't make sense. It didn't seem to matter whether he was being manipulated or not. If you really want to be like that, then at least you have to show your due value and potential. You now have neither reputation nor strength. You are just an unknown magician. From this point of view, it's a little bit unqualified. After saying this, Lelich raised the corners of his mouth in a teasing way. He knows the best way to deal with people like Weber. All it takes is a gentle push to pull this person out of a state of despair and doubt. How dare you say that? Then sooner or later I want you to look at me with admiration. The previous frustration was swept away, and Weber didn't care about anything else, and boarded the mecha angrily. Drink. Ha! Clang! Bang! The body crashed into the wall, and Saber frowned as she looked at the many figures in front of her. Even if Lancer's spear can change, the separated clone also has a strength close to that of the main body. She really couldn't cope with the siege of more than a dozen Lancers using the holy sword in her hand. She is not like Kenshin, who has the flying sword fighting style where one can defeat many. Unless the Sword of Victory oath is used to liberate the noble phantasm, Lancer may be buried in one breath. Hey, it seems we finally have a guy we can deal with. Turning the spear in her hand, Sakura Kyoko said happily. All the opponents I encountered along the way were troublesome. Caster who uses various magic tricks. Assassin who uses magical weapons and extremely powerful swordsmanship. Archer and Berserker look very strong at first glance. In other words, she has never been in contact with Saber and Rider. Now it seems that in close combat, relying on the power of the clone, she can suppress this Saber. What a wonderful restraint relationship! Saber can suppress Assassin, but Assassin can chase and fight her, and she can chase and fight Saber. But at this moment, the shining light not far away made everyone nearby turn their heads to look over. Is that Archer and Berserker? They were summoned to encircle and suppress Lancer, but it suddenly turned into a melee, which was really surprising. It can only be said that the perfect plan of Tosaka Tokiomi and Kotomine Raisei was doomed to fail from the beginning. They considered themselves chess masters, but they never thought that some chess pieces would disobey orders. They didn't come to fight for the command seals? Others came to take their lives. Bang! What's going on? Why did it turn out like this? After a rare moment of losing his composure, Tosaka Tokiomi gritted his teeth while hiding in the workshop of his own mansion. He really couldn't understand why a perfect plan turned out like this. Shouldn't all the masters and servants go to encircle and suppress Lancer? Why is there a scene where Rider is missing, Lancer and Caster are in the same camp, and Berserker is fighting Archer again? No. Tokiomi, as a famous family of the Tozaka family, you must always remain elegant. Take a deep breath, calm down, and persuade yourself. The situation has not exceeded expectations. If necessary. Looking at the only 2 command seals left on the back of his hand, Tozaka Tokiomi has a bold idea. If it really doesn't work, let the Hero King annihilate the enemies present with the strongest noble phantasm. Although this move will further intensify the conflict with the king, it is worth it as long as the goal can be achieved. Afterwards, as long as Koto Mine Risho supports the replenishment of the command seals, it will not be a problem. Humph. No matter how the situation changes, the advantage is still mine. You've been fooled, this card can be activated now. Watch this. Attack seal. Just when he was about to swing the sword, Kenshin suddenly realized that his hand had stopped. He couldn't move forward at all, and the enemy's attack was already in front of him. Puff! Although he had reacted and dodged in time, his shoulder was still injured by the burning sword of fire. The charred shoulder still exuded heat, revealing the blurred flesh and blood inside, and even his arm couldn't move well. Magic! Realizing something, Kenshin looked at Yanushi, who was hiding behind the flaming sword, and murmured in a low voice. Although he didn't know what kind of magic the other party performed, it sounded like a magic used to seal the attack. The hand that stopped just now was the best proof. If not, he could have killed the warrior in front of him just now. This magician doesn't seem to be as fragile and easy to deal with as he imagined. Chapter 37 Encirclement and Suppression in Progress. Ha ha ha. This sense of crisis has not been felt for a long time. It's been a long time since I last saw it. No longer using the king's treasure to attack, Gilgamesh even took the initiative to hold the legendary famous weapon to fight Berserker in close combat. Even if the almighty hero in front of him confronts as a king, he will still be inferior. Not only does it have special attacks against dragons, but it also has special attacks against divinity. Isn't even the devil an exception? Too scary for a human. The weapons he fired were knocked away by the opponent again and again, and he was slightly at a disadvantage in close combat. How many kinds of creatures have you killed in your life? Gilgamesh asked the question with his lips raised, and their faces were very close when the swords and halberds met. He asked not quantity but kinds. The more he knew about the power of the person in front of him, the more curious he was about his origin. As a human, he not only killed dragons, but also gods and demons. Savior. That was the honor that Gilgamesh had never been able to obtain in his lifetime. That is the achievement of saving the world. Not one person, one village, one town, one city, one country. But the value of the whole world. In front of that honor, the so-called dragons, gods, and demons in mythology are so small and insignificant. Gilgamesh himself is a demigod, and that is why he wants to know the identity of Berserker. The fact that he, the oldest king, can use the star of omniscience and omnipotence that he has always been reluctant to use shows the importance of the other party. Bang! There was no answer. Berserker knew that Gilgamesh had a way to detect him. He swung his heavy sword to deflect the halberd that blocked him, and then punched him. Snap! Twisting to avoid the fist attack, the treasure house behind Gilgamesh opened, and strange chains emerged from it and wrapped around Berserker's body. Click! But in the next moment, the chain was easily opened, and the opponent swung the heavy sword again. Humph! You and I have such embarrassing moments. Seeing that the most trusted heaven chain was broken free, Gilgamesh murmured with self-mockery. Heaven chain. That is the symbol of his friend Inkiju. A divine weapon specifically used to restrain people with divinity. Compared with the strongest attack treasure Sword of Separation, Gilgamesh what Gamish trusted the most was this Lock of Heaven. The higher the divineness of the enemy, the more restrained it will be. On the contrary, it is just an ordinary chain for those with lower divinity. And Berserker got rid of it effortlessly, which clearly confirmed that he is indeed a human without divinity. Clang! The axe extending from the turbulent space at his side blocked the incoming heavy sword. How could this happen? He could feel the magic power being continuously extracted. Tokiomi Tozaka, who was sitting in the chair, could not maintain his calm mood and became a little panicked. The King of Heroes is actually at a disadvantage. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Tokiomi Tozaka had never thought of this scene. In the past, I was able to sit firmly on the Diaoyute because I believed in Gilgamesh's strength. But now it seems that Berserker is stronger? Gilgamesh clearly possesses countless noble phantoms, but it is difficult for him to do anything to the person in front of him. Click! Who the hell is he? He didn't even hold the teacup in his hand, so it fell to the ground and broke into pieces. The splash of tea stained his trouser legs. The situation seems to be developing in his unfavorable direction. What on earth is this? Hey? What's wrong? Suddenly receiving a contact from Kotomine Rimesa, Tokiomi Tozaka was slightly startled, then used his familiar to get through and responded. Really? I will go find you after this siege is over. Bang 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 bang. A series of shooting sounds were heard, and Lancer and Saber immediately distanced themselves from each other, dodging the powerful magic bullets. The two then looked up and discovered the huge mecha in the sky. Rider. The name of the visitor was read out in unison, and Saber and Sakura Kyoko had different expressions. Saber, if you don't want to be accidentally injured, you'd better retreat. Being able to hear the sound clearly, Sakura Kyoko felt a little bad. Why does she feel like Rider is also here for her? As long as Mihawei participates in this encirclement and suppression, it's better that you consider helping Assassin. He seems to be no match for Castor on his own. Lelich's straightforward tone made Saber stop her thoughts of taking action. Go help Assassin, Saber. Lancer leaves it to Rider to handle it. Kiritsugu also conveyed the order at the appropriate time. In his opinion, it was not cost-effective to let Saber release the noble phantasm to deal with Lancer. Since Rider volunteered to come, why not be a favor? It just so happened that he also wanted to observe secretly to see if Rider had any hidden methods. Well, I know. Although she still wanted to decide the outcome with the girl in front of her, she still didn't argue after taking a look at Rider's huge robot. Rider's attack methods are obviously not suitable for group fighting. If she persists here, she might really be covered by Rider's firepower. Hey! Wait! What's going on? What does encirclement and suppression mean? Seeing Saber leave, Sakura Kyoko immediately turned to look at Rider and asked loudly. Why do you have a very bad premonition? Even if Saber and Rider unite, it seems that even Assassin is on that side. Including Berserker who didn't help and Archer who was held back, wouldn't it mean that she and Yanushi were enemies of the Four Servants? When did she and Yanushi have such hatred? Don't you know yet? The Church has issued a mission to encircle and suppress Lancer. The reason is that you violated the code by killing ordinary people during the fight with Assassin. But when Rider told him the reason, Sakura Kyoko was stunned. Every master and servant who participates in the encirclement and suppression can obtain a command spell. Do you think anyone will be indifferent to this reward? What did you say? Now that she knew why a group of people knocked on her door tonight, Sakura Kyoko became angry. That time, I didn't do it. Recalling her previous fight with Assassin, she still wondered what he was doing. Pretend not to fight, and then retreat without doing anything. I have a bad feeling. The words expressed by Yanushi at that time seemed to verify the conclusion. Now it seems that Assassin's presence there is a trap in itself. Why the Church would make such an announcement, she couldn't understand. She clearly didn't kill any ordinary people. Why was he charged with a crime for such an inexplicable reason? How could she accept it? Bang 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 bang. But her shouts were ignored at all, and the only response was the countless machine gun muzzles. Chapter 38 I will knock them all down, wronged. For Sakura Kyoko, there is no insult more painful than this. Even though he did nothing, he was still labeled as a murderer. Just because of that one-sided vocabulary. Clang. The spear cannot penetrate the mecha's energy shield, and the thorn chain used is also blocked by it, unable to harm the real enemy at all. Bang. The sound coming from behind was also unusually discordant. Within the city. Don't worry, I'm fine. Looking at the battle situation over there, Sakura Kyoko felt very unstable now, but she breathed a sigh of relief after getting the other party's response. Tisk. Turning the spear in her hand, Sakura Kyoko concentrated her attention on the enemy in front. She can't think so much now, otherwise she will be easily distracted and caught. Although Rider's mecha has defensive means, it is not foolproof. Really, it doesn't matter if we come one by one, it will be a lot of trouble if we come together. The flame swordsman can only be used against one person, and he must be careful to guard against another person's attack. If he didn't take out the second monster, it would be difficult to deal with the two people in front of him. But now the time magician is summoned again. After witnessing the surrounding situation, Yanushi naturally knew the origin of this group of people. Sakura Kyoko killed ordinary people and caused a siege? He would not believe this outrageous statement. Even if that girl was going to die, she wouldn't do it now. Yanushi trusted her so much. I dare not say anything else, but when it comes to believing in this aspect, Yanushi will not doubt his friends. Are you ready to move? Assassin. Saber glanced at Kenshin, who was trying to swing the sword, and asked. Ah, the magic he just cast on me is not permanent. It will be unraveled after a while. That strange binding force has been released. This kind of magic that can block attacks is a bit tricky. If Saber hadn't helped him, he would have easily had problems. Caster will join forces with Lancer, who has lost his master. It seems that we accidentally exposed him. Before coming here, I never expected to encounter such a scene. Otherwise, a group of people might not have taken so much trouble to surround Lancer. So knocking them both down here is the easiest option. Although Kotomine Kaire initially told him not to kill Lancer or Caster, to be honest, Kater's move just now made Kenshin want to kill. No matter which side they are on, Caster and Lancer are an unstable combination. Drink. Ha! The two figures rushed forward together. Hey, I knew you were coming. Activate the trap card. Attack incapacitated. Having already thought of the so-called battle plan, Yanushi did not panic at all, and opened one of the Geifukas in the face of the two people who were attacking. Go! Flame swordsman, take advantage of the moment. What? A strange sense of restraint formed in the body. The warrior holding the flame sword had already slashed at them. Saber and Kenshin felt the dull feeling of being unable to swing the sword. Tisk. Although he reluctantly made a blocking move and blocked the direct attack with the holy sword and the divine sword, the blast of air still forced Saber and Kenshin back together. Is this his magic? How terrible! The feeling of restraint formed at any time during the battle is really terrible. If there is a slight mistake, your life may be hanging by a thread. Hey, it's really a headache to underestimate my uncle in the city. I will not be defeated by you so easily. Yanushi said proudly as he pointed his thumb towards himself. There was a gun mounted on a tall building, and the scope was pointed at Caster, but Kiritsugu didn't dare to shoot. There are 3 cards with unknown details on that machine. It's not yet time. In his opinion, Caster should be a heroic spirit from the future, otherwise it would be impossible to explain the magical creation in his hand. Seal familiars and various magics into cards and use them when necessary. This method is much better than both ancient and modern times. The other masters have not arrived at the scene. Caster and Lancer. Vaguely guessing something, Kiritsugu frowned and thought. Lancer, who lost his master, and Caster, who had no news for a long time. He always felt that there was some unknown secret in it. Otherwise, there is no reason why these two unrelated people would be paired together. And judging from the magical state that has not been lacking until now during the battle, the previous logic of guessing that Lancer was going to retire was wrong. With a twitch of his eyelids, he put away the gun he had set up and hesitated for a while. Perhaps it would be better to stay further away. This is... Bang! Pulling Weber and jumping out of the mecha, avoiding the thorn chain that penetrated, Lelich looked up. What's going on? Rider. A little shocked, Weber didn't understand why the mecha's performance failed. It should be Caster's magic. The magic I felt before jumping off the cabin was undoubtedly Caster's. Lelich didn't expect that Lancer would possess the opponent's magic. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and took Weber away, otherwise the car would have almost overturned. Sure enough, the magic given by Yanushi is very powerful, it is almost the same as magic. Holding the spear and standing at the penetration hole, Sakura Kyoko said with satisfaction. Pluto's barrier wave? The card thrown by Yanushi seemed to have an unexpected effect. With the mentality of giving it a try, she used it on Ryder. As a result, Ryder, who had a sound defense before, was suddenly forced out by her. Now the outcome has been decided. Looking down at the two people below, Sakura Kyoko said loudly. The Watakanas listed, that's not necessarily true, ... What? But suddenly hearing Lelich's response, Sakura Kyoko froze, and she suddenly caught a glimpse of strange restlessness on the solace of her feet. This. A roaring explosion sounded from inside the mecha, igniting thick smoke and dust. Whoa! Holding onto Lelich's clothes, Weber opened his eyes and looked at the blown-up mecha in front of him. Sorry, I already expected that someone might break through. I laid mines under the cockpit a long time ago. The magic you got from Caster doesn't seem to work on that kind of thing. Even though the mecha was blown up, Lelich didn't feel any distress at all. Rather, if he could seriously injure and kill the opponent like this, it would be a bloody gain. Have we always been in such a dangerous place? When Weber heard this, he immediately screamed. Thinking back on the idea of having landmines buried under your feet is so terrifying. Pfft! The figure had already been blown away and was lying on the ground. Sakura. Seeing that embarrassed figure, Yanushi ran over in a hurry, not caring about confronting Kenshin and Saber. So serious. Hey, wake up! It was the first time he saw this girl suffering such injuries. Yanushi squatted down and shouted. Within the city. What's wrong? I didn't do it. Helping the other person up, looking at the bloody body and stubborn words, Yanushi lowered his head and suddenly laughed. Ah, I know. Lemon Rose will never do it. I trust you. Knowing what the other party was explaining, Yanushi responded without any hesitation. The reliable young man put it down on the ground, then stood up, and a monster with a small cane appeared next to him. Recover with peace of mind first, then leave it to me. I will knock them all down. Chapter 39 The Magician of 39 Time, I'm going to activate it once for you all. Yanushi looked up at the opponents around him and made up his mind. Although Sakura Kyoko has the influence of the Soul Stone and can recover countless times as long as it is not destroyed, the process of injury will still occur. So before it recovers, Yanushi needs to face these enemies alone. I honestly can't stand your behavior. So whatever happens, don't blame me. Making such a declaration, he was so confident under the attention of everyone. Next to him, the familiar with a small crutch swayed like a clock. The Magician of Time? A dual monster with magical powers. Since Zhao Naoqi used it, it meant that he came with the intention of destroying his opponent. Seeing the little familiar summoned within the castle, Lelich frowned and felt a little uneasy. But the opportunity to eliminate Castor is also close at hand, and it is impossible to let it go. After all, that mysterious magic is really tricky. Lelich and Kenshin have the same idea except for each other. Castor was surrounded by 3 servants, rider, saber, and assassin. It was impossible for them to fight back 3 against 1, right? Take the move. Under Yanushi's loud shouts, the little familiar began to turn the clock on its body. Kenshin originally wanted to rush over directly, but the trembling that came from all over his body stopped him. He had a premonition that something bad was coming. Whoosh! The clock that kept turning finally stopped at the 12 o'clock position of Win. Okay. Success. Start it. It was done in one go. Yanushi seemed very happy, and his unusually strong luck was still in play. At this critical moment, a reversal was struck. The first ones to feel threatened were Kenshin and Saber, who had intuition. The 2 were affected by the scabbard and subconsciously moved closer. Weber. Use the command seal. Lelich, who was belatedly aware of this, also noticed something, turned around suddenly and shouted. This is the first time he has lost his composure like this. Seeing Lelich like this, Weber was stunned. I have never seen Ryder in such a panic. Quick! But how do I use it? But under the urging of the other party, he couldn't care less and asked quickly. Let yourself use the command seal, but how to give instructions? He is really confused now and doesn't even know what happened. I give this order in the name of Lelich 6 Britannia. Use the command seal. There was no time to explain anything. Lelich was really anxious this time and even used geese on Waver. The so-called a wise man will make a mistake every time he thinks about it. Maybe this situation. The rider commanded by a command curse. Berserker and Gilgamesh, who had just met not far away, suddenly felt a chill, and both of them subconsciously used their life-saving skills and noble phantoms. Later. Pfft. Ahem. Miscellaneous repairman. Both of them suddenly vomited blood, and then something abnormal happened. Berserker was half crouching on the ground wearing heavy armor. Even though he had just noticed the attack from the familiar, he was still seriously injured. Just look at the equally embarrassed Gilgamesh. This king also took out the treasure trove of treasures at the critical moment and barely blocked the damage. But even so, he was still in a state of bleeding from all 7 orifices. It's just. It was no longer something that could be explained by gaffes. Gilgamesh was really furious now. It doesn't matter if the battle is interrupted, but someone is still plotting underhanded tricks behind your back? If he hadn't reacted quickly and taken out the noble phantasm that could block injuries, he would have died directly now. If that were the case, he would be pissed to death, although he was almost there now. That miscellaneous repairman from Castor. This is. Falling to the ground, Saber was still a little confused. For some reason just now, there was a sense of death threat that made her subconsciously get closer to Assassin. That is a reminder from intuition. It wasn't until she came back to her senses that she realized her current state. The pain spread throughout the body, as if it had been severely injured. Even Kenshin fell to the ground and found it difficult to stand up again. It's too dangerous. That familiar has such power. Feeling a sense of fear of disaster, this was the first time Kenshin experienced such an unreasonable attack. If it weren't for the so-called scabbard beside him, he might have died directly. Rider. After coming back to his senses, Weber realized what had just happened. He was manipulated by Rider using mental control magic. Only then did Weber realize that all 3 command spells in his hand were used up. Ahem. Hearing his faint wheezing and coughing, he immediately looked over. The white imperial uniform that was stained with dust was now stained with scarlet blood, and the person wearing it was out of breath, lying on the ground as if he would die at any time. What happened? Weber didn't understand why this happened at all, and was a little stunned. You deserve it. This is your retribution. Although they seemed to be avoided by this group of people, Yanushi sarcastically said loudly. The Magician of Time? Although the main body does not have strong combat power, its effectiveness is extremely powerful. That is an act of gamble. Once Yanushi guesses correctly, he will carry out a lethal level destructive attack on the surrounding enemies. It's not the concept of instant death, but the concept of causing the victim to suffer fatal damage once activated. In other words, once successful, Magician of Time is a powerful monster that can kill any opponent who does not have the ability to save life. Even heroes as powerful as Berserker and Gilgamesh will be killed without defense. Just now, both of them took out their life-saving skills and noble phantoms because they realized that something was launching an attack on them that could kill them. Although it seemed that the fatal injuries were blocked by various methods by several people present, it also made it difficult for them to return to their previous intact state. This scene was captured by Kiritsugu from far away, and he was so shocked that he broke into a cold sweat. Castor actually almost killed all the other servants with a familiar like that? I originally thought that no one could compete with Berserker and Archer as the leaders, but now it seems Castor is the most dangerous one. Such powerful magic and familiars are simply unheard of. Fortunately, he ran far away just now, otherwise he might still be affected. Cold sweat slid down his cheeks. He hadn't felt this frightened feeling for a long time. The plan to encircle and suppress Lancer. It seems it ended in failure. Having made that judgment, Kiritsugu was about to call Saber back. After suffering such a serious injury, even the King of Knights would not be able to remain intact. Suddenly he realized something. There seems to be something wrong with Saber and Assassin's injuries. This is P.S. The principle of the Magician of Time is toss a coin to guess, and if you win, all the opponent's monsters will be destroyed. So based on this setting, it becomes an attack that can cause death to all hostile servants. Well, to put it simply, if the health volume is 100%, then the attack caused by the Time Magician is the damage judgment of this 100% health volume. It can be blocked and reduced, and can withstand damage exceeding the upper limit, health bar. Just like Sword Heart, if he didn't have the scabbard Avalon with him, he would die directly and exit. Lelich simply used 3 command spells to suppress it. Chapter 40 Servants fight the Black Dragon. Now, you are all finished. Seeing that the surrounding servants looked half dead, Yanushi laughed. Whoosh! Bang! But at the moment when he laughed, a flying sword penetrated the body of Time Magician and shattered it. Ah! Yanushi suddenly came back to his senses, and then saw Gilgamesh glaring at him from a tall building. Jashu, you are so brave! How dare you let me show such a humiliating posture? Covering the wound, Gilgamesh's eyes seemed to be on fire, and his ferocious face looked extremely scary. You can still stand up. Saber, Assassin, and Rider are all lying on the ground and it is difficult to stand up. Why can this shining golden guy still move? Yanushi doesn't understand. I won't let Mei imitate Yi again. An unknown number of doors opened behind him, and dense golden light illuminated the night. Gilgamesh had a strong desire to shoot Yanushi into a hedgehog. Humph! I'm not afraid of your weird attack methods at all. Yanushi quickly reached out and opened the trap covering the dual plate, Yanushi said seriously. At this moment, all the doors opened by the king's treasure disappeared. What? Unable to take out any more precious phantoms from the treasure house, Gilgamesh felt confused for the first time. Hey, you all rely on the so-called noble phantasms and skills to fight anyway, right? Then just close it. Looking at the other party proudly, Yanushi rubbed the tip of his nose with his hand and shouted. Skill extraction? It is a trap card that can be activated by paying a certain amount of magic power. It is a powerful card that can invalidate all the treasures and skills held by everyone. Both the king's treasure that Gilgamesh relies on and the scabbard Avalon that is slowly healing the sword's heart and saber have lost their effectiveness at this moment. What makes Saber and Kenshin even more frightened is that the eyesight and intuition that have always been very sensitive have begun to fail. Now let alone the liberation of the noble phantasm, whether he can fight smoothly with such an injury has become a problem. Although during this period, I cannot activate new magic and traps. But as long as it is there will be no problem. Of course, this is not without cost, and Yanushi's own related abilities will also become ineffective. Now he can only rely on summoning monsters to fight. But after taking a glance at the dark dragon, the city felt extremely relieved. True red-eyed black dragon? That is the strongest trump card he holds at the moment. There is nothing that can give him more peace of mind than this. If you want to fight, come on. Yanushi slapped the card on the dual plate and said in a deep voice. Ouch! A huge jet black dragon suddenly enveloped the sky, far larger than Yanushi had imagined. Is the true red-eyed black dragon that big? Looking up at the almost huge black dragon, Yanushi asked a question. This form is at least 1/5 the size of Fuyuki City. If it hadn't been at night, I would have been watched and panicked by passers-by in the city. You can actually summon a dragon. Saber reluctantly got up from the ground and squatted on the ground, looking at the huge black dragon in shock. Heu! The effectiveness of the scabbard was stopped, but it was still in a seriously injured state. Kenshin opened his eyes and looked at the black dragon that almost blocked the sky, feeling very powerless. This kind of creature that existed in folklore was actually summoned by the other party. It's hard to imagine what a powerful magician Castor was in his lifetime. It's a dragon. Tisk. I still underestimate him too much. Weber sat on the ground in shock, his legs trembling, while Lelich covered his chest, suppressing the pain. He really didn't expect Castor's fighting power to be so fierce. First, he almost cleared the level with such a small familiar. Later, he was able to disable the servant's noble phantasms and skills, and then summoned a huge dragon. This combat power is not inferior to the extraordinary berserker and archer. His little calculation seemed really trivial at the moment. Inexplicably, it reminded Lelich of his past unpleasant experiences. Every time he thought he was sure of victory, Suzaku would break his plan by force. Humph, are you trying to embarrass me again and again? Berserker, fight with ya, let's leave it at that for now. Looking at the black dragon in the sky, Gilgamesh did not feel anything. Having had many fantastic experiences in his life, he would not be scared by a dragon. Click! The servant in black armor took off his helmet, revealing his mature face, and he was also staring at the black dragon in the sky. It would be very bad if a dragon like that were to attack. And because of Castor, even his ability to change jobs is ineffective. The job I'm currently using is Saber. The golden sword in my hand is just enough to deal with the black dragon. In the city, her condition improved a little, and Sakura Anko lay on the ground looking at him. You can still take a break. We are both almost exhausted now. The use of Red Eye's black dragon has exhausted all of Yanushi's current magic power, and Sakura Anko also needs magic power to recover, so this is actually the last resort. After taking a glance at the skill extraction activated on the far right side of the dual disc, Yanushi felt a little relieved. As long as the treasures and skills of these opponents are sealed, they will lose most of their combat effectiveness. Haha! Assassin, can you still move? Saber looked at Kenshin, who was still lying on the ground, and asked. Just able to move, thanks to the previous recovery. If it weren't for the effect of the scabbard, how could he be so relaxed? Sure enough. My scabbard is with you. Saber realized that it was not a coincidence that she got close to Kenshin just now. Instead, it was her intuition that detected the existence of the scabbard and made her move closer. Now that it has been confirmed, Saber roughly knows the reason. The only chance for assassin to get the scabbard was probably during the time when Iris Veal was captured. Kiritsugu gave his scabbard to his wife to save his life, but he didn't expect to encounter such an attack. It seems that she had misunderstood that man before. Giving such an important life-saving to Iris Veal instead of herself proves that he really cares about her. Now, it will be difficult for you, me, or Ryder to act as usual. Berserker and Archer seem to be able to fight the Black Dragon, but with the magic caster performed and their injuries, they probably won't last long without being able to use their noble phantasms. Looking at the two people who were already fighting with the Black Dragon, Saber spoke slowly. What do you want to say? After asking the key point, Kenshin took a breath and said. I have a way to destroy the Black Dragon in one fell swoop. But caster's magic is troublesome. Can you please try harder? Only with your lightning speed can you destroy caster's magical machine before he can react. You really know how to force others, Saber. But it seems there is no other choice. Chapter 41 Which? Tisk, I was forced into this state. After dodging the swung dragon claw, Gilgamesh's face looked extremely bad. If he could use the weapons in the treasury, he would be able to take care of the dragon creatures in a few moves. Now he can only be chased like a cat chasing a mouse, which really undermines the king's dignity. But now it seems that he really has no solution. Not to mention taking the treasure from the door, the only thing that can be used now is this golden armor. He doesn't carry a weapon with him like Berserker. It will only be taken out from the door when needed. But who would have thought that his door would be closed? This is really ridiculous. Gilgamesh had never suffered such treatment in his entire life. He swore that he would have to prepare something special next time to prevent such a thing from happening a second time. Bang! The golden sword shattered the fireball spewed by the Black Dragon. Berserker took a look at the castle below and had a clear target. It is difficult to deal with this Black Dragon when all skills and treasures are blocked, so it is faster to attack directly. Swoosh! But just when he took the opportunity to rush over, the Black Dragon flapped its wings to block the way ahead, preventing him from getting close smoothly. Very bad. If the Black Dragon really wanted to stop him, the blank slate, it seemed like there would be no problem. The guy next to him who is always shining and chattering is of no use. The situation seems very unfavorable. Hey, Red Eyes won't be defeated so easily by you guys. Unlike ordinary monsters that can be easily defeated, Red Eyes Black Dragon is his trump card. Although I don't know why it is so huge, it actually helps a lot. Ha! A bright shout rang in his ears, and Yanushi's attention was immediately drawn to it. He immediately caught a glimpse of Saber stumbling and running towards this side. Oh, that won't do. Knowing the opponent's target, Yanushi would not be careless. Fortunately, Saber moved very slowly due to his injury, so he had enough time to react. The pitch-black dragon's tail blocked the only way, forming a cliff that separated the two roads. Looking up at the height, Saber felt it was a headache. Normally, this was not a problem at all, but under the condition of being injured and having to retain physical strength, this became a big problem. Originally, she intended to attract Assassin's attention, but it seemed that she was only half successful. That's enough. But the words conveyed by Assassin made her stunned. She saw Kenshin running from behind, then jumped up, stepped on her shoulder in midair and made a double jump. But perhaps because of the injury, Kenshin could not maintain his balance and posture in the air very well, and even the strength of his forward jump was too much, and he could not completely cross the dragon's tail to get close to Castor. Also saw Assassin's figure almost crossing the dragon's tail. Yanushi was not worried at first. After all, it was still a long way to get close with that span, and he could let Red Eyes Black Dragon sweep it away at any time. Swoosh! But who would have thought that Assassin in the field of vision changed the way he held the sword, and then threw the sword over? Oops! Although he reacted, Yanushi's body was not able to dodge in time. Crack! The rightmost area was cut, and the original 5 areas became 4. The area with skill extraction was cut by the sword and fell to the ground. At this moment, the servants present felt that the troublesome blockade was lifted. Saber! Ah! I've been waiting for a long time. The familiar golden light began to emerge from the holy sword, which was the light mixed with hope. The violent magic power surged, and Gilgamesh and Berserker in the high-rise building above also noticed it. Excalibur! The golden giant sword slashed at the black dragon in the sky, and the burst of light swallowed it. Bang! The powerful impact was generated in the sky, and even formed a cross fireworks, which was extremely dazzling. Really red eyes! Zhao Naoki raised his arms and shouted loudly while enduring the erosion of the remaining power. Rider, are you okay? It's okay. It's a bit self-deceptive to say that. Weber looked at Lelich, who was covered in blood, and helped him up. The latter made a self-deprecating sound. Let's leave here first, Weber. It's hard for me to protect you in this state. The intermittent voice came, and it also expressed that Lelich really entered a weak period. I know. Nodding, Weber didn't care about what happened before, but helped him walk to the back. Wow, this brilliance is really good. When everything calmed down, Gilgamesh recalled the beautiful fireworks and turned to Berserker next to him and said. Without saying anything, Berserker just looked at Saber below and felt nostalgic. Once he also exuded the same brilliance as the other party. Humph, now I can finally clean up the mess. If I want to win against you, I still have to deal with these miscellaneous cultivators first. Otherwise, the interference again and again is really unpleasant. Opening the treasure house again, countless swords have emerged from it and aimed at the bottom. Gilgamesh was very angry when he thought of the previous situation. Don't even think about it. Sakura! Standing up from the ground with difficulty, Sakura Anza shouted panting, and Yanushi looked at her worriedly. You have no cards to use, right? Now it's my turn to protect you. But don't you also? Zhao Naoki looked at her stubborn attitude and wanted to say something, but was interrupted. Hehe, don't worry, I still have a trump card. Giving a reassuring smile, Sakura Kyoko responded. I didn't expect to count on this thing. How stupid! What on earth are you thinking? But in her heart, she was not as calm as she appeared on the surface. Transformation into a witch. That might be the final way out. I don't know what the effect is yet, but if it can be used to protect friends, no matter the cost and consequences, she will choose to use it. Damn God, you are so bad. Maybe she has really fallen into the abyss. This time participating in the so-called Dragon Ball War is a wrong decision. But surprisingly, she didn't regret it at this time. At least, she made new friends here. Zhao Naoki. Although we have known each other for a short time, I am really happy. Ah. So. We are friends, right? What nonsense are you talking about? We have entrusted our lives to each other, of course. Haha. Sorry, Sayaka, maybe I really can't save you. But now I can save another friend. Gionachi, it's great to meet you. Hearing Sakura Kyoko's sighing words, a strange atmosphere suddenly appeared around. A chill inexplicably hit everyone. The streets have changed, the world has changed. An unfamiliar picture comes into view. Weber, who was taking Lelich to leave, opened his eyes wide and became frightened. Inherent barrier. That day. Which was born in Fuyaki City. P.S. Please explain. Kenshin and Saber's plan itself depends on their ability to act. Saber is not as fast as Kenshin, so he can only let Kenshin break the situation, but Kenshin can't last that long. This is why Kenshin didn't kill Yanushi. It was very difficult for him to run over, let alone have the confidence to do so. A hit will kill them, but there is only one chance. If the skill extraction is not broken, a group of them will be sprayed to death by the real red eyes, so they can only retreat and choose to find opportunities to destroy the dual plate. Chapter 42 The Witch's Barrier. The environment is changing, and the world has fallen into chaos. Everything around them was no longer what they had seen before, and everyone present felt that they had entered a world like an art painting. Is it an inherent barrier? There were also people who recognized this scene that could change the scenery completely and opened their mouths. The inherent barrier is rated as the greatest magic that is closest to magic, and is even listed as a forbidden spell by the Magic Association. Once activated, the magic that manifests one's own mental landscape can erode the real world and drag everything around it into one's own world. It is formed from the heart of the practitioner, so it is also related to his own experience. There is no doubt that those who can use the inherent barrier are undoubtedly a special group of people. However, that ugly appearance is really unsightly. The clown in the play. It's really sad. Walking through the uneven ground, unfamiliar streets, and thick haze, what comes into view is the huge and abstract individual. Riding a curious black and white horse, wearing a red dress, but the head at the top is exactly like a candle, even burning with flames, holding a huge spear. Wooden Witch, Ophelia. It is a creature that is completely incomprehensible. That's not good. Weber helped Lelich, sweating coldly, as he was dragged into this world before he even got out of the range. With Lelich's current state of being injured and losing his mecha, they are simply in great danger, right? A familiar. Seeing the dark shadows appearing around him, Weber started to tremble with fear. Click! Click! The marching uniformly like an army brought a huge sense of oppression. Lelich panted, looking at the numbers in front of him, thinking about strategies to break the situation. He and Weber must find a way to get out of here. Ah! It's over! Ha! Click! The attacking familiar made Weber scream in surprise, but when he closed his eyes, he heard a loud shout. When he opened his eyes, he saw Saber standing in front of him holding the holy sword, and even Assassin was protecting him beside him. Saber? Assassin! Suddenly he breathed a sigh of relief, and Webb felt inexplicably relieved. Bang! Without replying, Kenshin dodged an attack, and then waved his fist to knock away the creature in front of him. Assassin, it seems you can still fight without a sword. Glancing at Kenshin, Saber raised the corner of her mouth and teased. It's always a bit reluctant, so it's best not to count on it. After all, I'm learning swordsmanship, not boxing. It's okay to deal with 2 or 3 familiars. The densely packed numbers in front of them are like an army. It's unrealistic for Kenshin to knock them all down with his fists. There was no time to recover the grass sword that was thrown before, not to mention that the position was at the feet of the giant creature. In his current semi-invalid state, he did not dare to get close. What a naive guys! Looking at Saber and Assassin who didn't take the opportunity to retaliate but instead helped, Lelich didn't know what to say. This is not the time for internal fighting. If we don't work together, we will die. Saber said seriously as she chopped down the attacking familiar again. What she said was not nonsense. When everyone was injured and weak, it would be a bit unclear to understand the situation if they were still killing each other within the enemy's inherent barrier. Yes, Ryder, we should also think of a solution at this time. Looking at Lelich sideways, Weber then persuaded him seriously. He knew that Ryder had a lot of distrust towards others, but now was not the time to get into trouble. The solution. Unless Saber has the energy to release the noble phantasm again, the 3 of us servants tied together won't be enough for these guys to chew on. Laughing self-deprecatingly, Lelich had already seen the current situation clearly. A seriously injured literary emperor. A swordsman who lost his sword. A king whose magic power has bottomed out. Not to mention the issue of whether it is a drag or not, it is difficult just to deal with the large number of familiars in front of me, let alone find the Wooden which Sakura Kyoko has become. Whether it's Lancer or Caster, fine after investigation, they all possess powers beyond common sense. This siege can only be said to be impossible to win without gathering the strength of other servants. Now that I think about it, Kotomine Rimesa and the others did a good thing by accident. If you were facing Caster or Lancer alone, just thinking about it would give you a headache. Is now the time to say those depressing words? Writer. Oh, I'm not pessimistic, but I've definitely determined that the only way to break the situation is to rely on Berserker and Archer over there. It's just that I don't know if the two of them are as kind as you. This choice of entrusting one's life to others is naturally not what Lelich wants, but there are only Saber and Assassin here, and there is really no solution at this time. What can a group of guys with remaining blood do? No matter how you look at your own gas, it can't affect a monster like the Wooden Witch who pursues novels. Even if Assassin retrieved the Divine Sword, he would not be able to kill that huge thing. Saber was the only one she could rely on, but she didn't have enough magic power to release the Sword of Oath to victory for the second time. Kiritsugu couldn't be contacted in the barrier, so expecting him to use the command seal to help was simply delusional. It would be better if he didn't get into trouble and drag Saber away. Now that we are surrounded by familiars, just protecting ourselves is a problem. There is no energy left to fight the main body, etc. Suddenly something came to mind, and Lelich's thoughts started to spin. Maybe there is another way. What can I do? Saber, Kenshin, and Waver were all startled when they heard his words, and then remained alert while waiting for the next step. Go kill Caster. Kill Caster. Not being able to understand Ryder's words, Saber was confused. Didn't you notice? Until now in the battle, Lancer clearly has no master, but he has never been restricted by magic power and left the stage. Then it proves that she has contracted a new master. Combined with the way Caster is with her, and the fact that Caster's master has died a long time ago, it is very likely that Caster is her contractor. Although I don't know how Caster did it, he is already able to use all kinds of magic. It is not surprising that there is magic that can contract a servant. Can you tell me that Master Caster is dead? Humph, I won't reveal this to you. As for whether you want to believe what I just said is up to you. At this point, Saber, Kenshin, and Waver all understood. Suppose Ryder's statement is correct. Then this inference is worthy of belief, otherwise there is no way to explain why Caster and Lancer are so close. But, we have to kill Caster who doesn't know where he is in such a large army. Weber raised his head and looked at the surroundings, and the corners of his mouth suddenly twitched. This kind of surrounding net is like an iron barrel. Can these people really do it? We can only delay as much as possible and wait for the opportunity. Procrastination is just slow death. That's not certain. What? Hearing Saber's words, Lelich frowned. He could hear the confidence in the other person's words. With the help of the recovery power of the scabbard, sooner or later you and I will have some spare strength. But I just don't know if I will be killed first or if I can really hold on until then. Kenshin understood what Saber meant, and then explained. Then we just have to try our best, right? There is no other way. Scabbard. After hearing the conversation between the two, Lelich probably knew that both parties had secrets that each other didn't know. But while they were talking, a roaring sound came from the distance. Looking up, he saw Archer wearing golden armor floating in the air, holding a strange sword in his hand. P.S. Famous scenes are coming. Chapter 43-43 Jin Shining, the star that opened up the universe. Within the city. It's true. This kind of boring farce keeps happening. Countless weapons were shot from the door, and all the surrounding familiars were killed. Gilgamesh looked down upon this so-called inherent barrier at all. Perhaps it is a big trouble for Saber and others, but to him it is just an area that can be broken easily. Bang! Swinging the sword, he could kill a large group of approaching familiars in just a moment. Compared to the remaining health trio over there, Berserker and Archer maintained sufficient combat effectiveness. Are you planning to play with your noble phantasm again? Seeing Berserker switching to a spear and using the churning magic power, Gilgamesh smiled as usual. You'd better not be so impulsive because of that little girl's drag. If you want to annihilate a monster of this magnitude, your master may not be able to withstand it. Having seen through the opponent's biggest weakness, Gilgamesh said pointedly. Unlike him who has the support of Tosaka Tokyomi and the spirit vein, Berserker can only rely on self-sufficiency as the source of magic power. The little girl of the Matu family is not enough to be a charger, so it actually limits Berserker's ability to continue fighting. After fighting and suffering fatal attacks until now, both sides have consumed a lot. If Berserker uses a high-scale treasure to destroy the monster in front of him, it will inevitably affect Matu Sakura's life. Well, although I know that it is a big deal. But this king is not unkind. It is very rude to the host to repeatedly let important guests show their skills. This time, I will make an exception and let you see it. As if showing off something, the king in golden armor took out a strange key. As if feeling a huge sense of oppression, the wooden witch looked down at him and then swung a huge spear to stab. Bang! But he was bounced away by Berserker, who switched to a giant axe. What does that guy want to do? Standing below the wooden witch, Yanushi felt inexplicably uneasy. He had been surrounded by familiars since a while ago. Although he was not attacked, he could not feel at ease. Of course, he also saw the red light rising in front of him. The traces like lines were showing in the air. Kaka! A sound like glass breaking could be heard, and when he reacted, Archer had already grasped a sword flashing with a strange red light in his hand. "Sa, wake up from your slumber. Ea, escape sword." The body began to float in the air, and his arrogant appearance showed his arrogance. Swoosh! Showing the ability of clones, the wooden witch transformed into a large number. Useless struggle. Witnessing this scene, Gilgamesh just waved the sword in his hand. Boom boom! The bad sound spread, and everyone in the barrier felt the expanding magic power. Crack, crack, crack! The world is collapsing. Weber looked up at the sky and found that the strange space had cracks, and he couldn't help but screamed. Is that Archer's treasure? Saber looked at Gilgamesh, who was surrounded in the middle, and said in astonishment. This scale of power is far more exaggerated than the holy sword in her hand. Anti-world treasure is a treasure that affects the concept of world. I didn't expect Archer to have such a specification of weapon. Bang! A huge wind pressure burst out, and all the wooden witches who wanted to approach were repelled, and the extra clones then dissipated in the air. Sakura! Looking at the huge creature that was blown down, Yanushi shouted anxiously. Crack! Like glass breaking, countless fragments of the world fell. The surroundings returned to the normal Fuyuki city. Saved! Weber looked at the calm environment around him and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Being able to escape from that world, coupled with the disappearance of the familiars around them, proved that they were temporarily safe. But Lancer still exists. Archer just shattered the world she created. Saber looked at the huge creature and then spoke. Weber, Lelich, and Kenshin looked back and found that the creature riding a black and white horse had rioted. Long spears that were larger than buildings were sweeping around at will. What are you doing? Sakura! Looking at this behavior, Yanushi couldn't help but shout loudly. Ha ha ha! Feeling the threat from the king, you judged that you needed more magic power to fight, so you chose to kill those fools to replenish it. But Gilgamesh kindly answered Yanushi's question. What did you say? She won't do such a thing. The girl's innocent smile flashed through his mind, and he didn't believe that Sakura Anza would do such an extreme thing. Yanushi angrily retorted. Idiot, since she used that treasure, Lancer no longer exists. It's just a monster that has lost its personality, reason, and thoughts. It will protect you only because of that obsession, and in the same way, in order to protect you, it will choose to absorb more magic power to fight the king. It won't care about other things. Laughing sarcastically, Gilgamesh said loudly. Bang! Ah! There is a monster. It seems that Archer's statement has been verified, and the behavior of the Wooden Witch has also been discovered in the city. The huge spear continues to take the lives of sleeping citizens and then turns into its magic power. Such a blatant riot has attracted the attention and panic of the world. Hey! Sakura! Stop it! She put her hands in front of her mouth and shouted loudly, but no matter what, she was ignored. What a funny scene! Don't worry. This king rarely shows it once, and I will kindly send you to meet it in that world. It has been upgraded, Gilgamesh sneered as he jumped high into the sky. What? The huge magic power condensed. Yanushi raised his head and looked at the sky. Scarlet radiance splashed everywhere, and the terrifying air current even stirred the clouds. That must be an extremely shocking blow. I won't let you do that. I won't let you kill Sakura. Ignoring anything else, Yanushi gritted his teeth and put his hand on top of the deck. Please. My deck. Wow. The little bit of magic that was restored was consumed, and Yanushi drew the last card from the deck. Enuma Elish, the star of the deviation between heaven and earth. There was no intention to free all the swords of oblivion at all, Gilgamesh just fired that mediocre blow. Wooden Witch's huge body has become the best target at this moment. Even if you don't have to aim downwards, just evaporating at a certain height is enough to hit it. This blow will kill both the Wooden Witch and caster. Seeing the impact, Yanushi glanced at the cover card that he had just drawn and thrown into the dual plate, and smiled crookedly. So strong. Too strong. But I started it. Magic Tube. Chapter 44 Let's go together. Sakura. What? Hoo ho ho. Like cannon barrels, two huge shapes appeared in the path of the deviation sword's impact. Watching helplessly, the blasted wind pressure was sucked into the tube. A bad premonition was arising, and Gilgamesh's expression froze. Bang! Sure enough, the next moment, the impact came directly from the tube on the other side. The attack he unleashed was bounced back. Bad. Having never thought about encountering such an outrageous thing, Gilgamesh lost his temper. I never imagined that I would be ridiculed by the deviant sword. Oh. Even though he was wearing golden armor with astonishing defensive power, he was being cut by that strange power at this moment. After all, it was an attack that caused a rupture in space and formed a gap in time and space. Looking up at the countered archer, Berserker felt strange for some reason. I was so full of nice things to say, and then I got the most severe beating. This treatment, to be honest, is quite strange. Caster actually used magic to deflect attacks like that. Isn't this amazing? Saber, Weber, and others also saw the brilliance and couldn't help but be stunned. You must know that it is a noble phantasm of the anti-realm level. Although it is not a complete liberation, the residual power is enough to cause a stir. The half-baked blow unleashed by Gilgamesh was not something that an ordinary person could block. Not to mention directly using magic to bounce it back. Humph! You deserve it. Putting on a skilled face-art face, Yanushi said excitedly. Watching that stinky guy deflate, it's like seeing Kaiba being so refreshed by the NTR blue-eyed white dragon. Ho ho ho! When the strange power stopped high in the sky, no one could see the figure of the flamboyant ancient king. It was not that he died, but that he escaped directly. Even if he just said big words, the most powerful attack was bounced back, causing him to almost die. His embarrassing posture made the king lose the face to stay here. What a thin-faced guy! Of course, Saber also knew what was going on with Archer, who thought highly of himself. Oh, are we qualified to say that? Lelich didn't bother to dwell on Archer's embarrassing problem. I finally expected someone to deal with such a monster, but I almost killed myself. It was an unexpected scene. Well, it's still killing people, it needs to be stopped. Kenshin looked up at the wooden witch who was still rioting, and became a little anxious. You can ignore the rest, but you must stop the chaos in front of you. With the wooden witch's lethality, that's not just 1 or 2 casualties. This time it is more serious. Whether the church can completely deal with the aftermath is a question. Humph, I can't see that an assassin like you has a conscience that cares about the people. Glancing at him, Lelich didn't expect Assassin to have such thoughts. Ryder, isn't this the time to talk about this? If we don't stop that guy, this city will be doomed. Weber naturally also knows the rules of the magic world, and mystery must not be exposed. Otherwise, there will definitely be accountability from the Magic Association. Oh, isn't the solution right in front of you? Hearing Lelich's response, Weber was stunned for a moment, then followed his gaze and landed on Saber. Ah, it's okay. I just contacted Kiritsugu. He will use the command spell to help me replenish my magic power. I will release the noble phantasm again and bury Lancer. Knowing what the other party was talking about, Saber explained calmly. The current situation is no longer a personal problem. Even with Kiritsugu's style, he couldn't just watch Fuyuki City suffer. If a command seal and the release of a noble phantasm can save people, Kiritsugu will do it. Even if there is only the last command seal left, it will cause you to face an unfavorable situation in the next war. But he won't hesitate. This is his choice. Order it with a command and a curse. But just as he was preparing to take action in the distance, Wooden Witch's movements stopped. What? Stop it quickly. Damn it. Can't you hear my voice at all? He anxiously grabbed his hair and rubbed it, while Yanushi could only stare. Mother! Woohoo! Monster! The constant sounds of panic coming from the surrounding area also made Yanushi feel quite guilty. It would be nice if he was more powerful, then Sakura wouldn't be in such a state. Thank you, Uncle. Not far away, Berserker kept rescuing frightened people from collapsed buildings. During this period, I also met familiar people. The red-haired boy recognized the figure who often appeared in the park at a glance. The mature uncle's face was very memorable. He shook his head, but Berserker said nothing. Under the boy's longing eyes, he jumped towards the top of the tall building. Berserker held a spear in his hand and looked at the huge witch. The king who was talking big words has fled, and he can only rely on him to solve this problem. As for magic power, I can only hope that I can use my only magic power to liberate the extreme technique to destroy the witch in front of me. Stop! But the call that penetrated made him look away. I saw Castor running against the crowd and shouting to him. I will stop her. The other party's decisive tone made Berserker pause for a moment. Seeing that Berserker didn't take action immediately, Yanushi breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't have the extra magic power to do another magic draw. Sakura! I know you must be feeling very painful inside now. After all, I am a beautiful girl with a royal accent. I believe this is definitely not your intention. Shouting loudly, Yanushi then spoke. Recalling the time when he met this girl, Katsuya Yanushi definitely did not misjudge the person. Hey, Sakura! You know what? Friends are such a thing. It's like making trouble together when we do stupid things, laughing together when we are happy, and punching the other person to wake him up when he makes a mistake. Slowly speaking, Yanushi also thought of Yugi, Honda and others. You have made a mistake now. So as a friend, I will give you a hard punch to stop you. Don't think that you can escape disaster just because you are a girl. Lifting up the incomplete dual disc in his hand, Yanushi showed a nostalgic smile. I was also at fault for not stopping you properly. So I will bear that mistake with you. I will hold you tightly and apologize to you in another world with me. Reaching out and slowly approaching the card that had been activated, Yanushi shouted. His hand has touched the card. Yanushi knows exactly what will happen. But he has that kind of consciousness. Soul relay. That is the thread that connects him and Sakura Kyoko. The bond called friends. The card was forcibly removed from the dual plate, and the effectiveness it had maintained began to lose. Sakura, even if you don't have this thing, we will always be friends. So, let's go together. The witch's body stagnated, and then began to disintegrate. P.S. As I write the ending, just imagining the scene between Yanushi and Sakura Kyoko makes me feel complicated. Chapter 45 afterwards. Hey! Waking up hazy, Yanushi suddenly opened his eyes and turned over. Hey! Suddenly he noticed the shining and ruined city below, and he was stunned for a while. I'm flying! Yanushi was startled and a little panicked for no reason, but after realizing that he didn't fall, he held his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha! What are you doing? A familiar laughter came from the side, and Yanushi turned his head and looked over in surprise. What came into view was Sakura Kyoko in casual clothes, floating in the air like herself. You! We are already out, Yanushi. The laughter stopped, and Sakura Kyoko said with a regretful expression. But, I'm so happy to hear that you will stop me. Thank you for taking the risk. Turning around and looking at the destroyed city and the crying crowd below, Sakura Kyoko's tone changed from low to high. Her expression was also full of sadness and unwillingness. After using the witch transformation, she could only watch the wooden witch do whatever she wanted. Especially when witnessing it killing humans, it is even more heart-wrenching and painful. A moment of despair. But it was Yanushi who stopped her heart from falling into the abyss. Yanushi did not give up on her until the end, and still planned to save her. The consciousness of dying with oneself and the risk-taking nature life. It's really touching. Precisely because of this, Sakura Kyoko has never been desperate. I am also at fault for failing to stop you. So? I will bear that mistake with you. Not to mention anything else, just the few words he said made her want to cry. The fist covering her cheek touched gently, and Sakura Kyoko was stunned. Didn't I say it? You made a mistake, so I will punch you. Don't think that just because you are a girl, you will be safe. The serious attitude of the other party made Sakura Kyoko suddenly swell her face and become dissatisfied. Whose fault do you think it is? If you hadn't missed it, how would I have used this thing? Ha, if you hadn't been plotted by Ryder, I wouldn't have been in that situation. It's best to reflect on your behavior first. The quarrel suddenly broke out, but the next second they both laughed together. Pfft! Ha ha ha! The imageless laughter also reflected the two people's relief. Well, what we should really do is apologize to those people who were affected. I know. She also knew how big of a mistake she had made, and Sakura Kyoko had no intention of escaping. It's a pity that the card you gave me originally didn't seem to work. Ah? The dead are resurrected. It seems that I died together with you, so forget it failed to trigger its effect. It's not a big deal anyway. After bowing her head and confessing, Sakura Kyoko remembered what happened before after a while. But Yanushi didn't care about the card resurrection of the dead. But, can we consider this an out-of-body experience? Who knows? Yanushi glanced at the status of the two of them and asked, while Sakura Kyoko spread her hands and had no clue. Saber and the others don't seem to be able to sense us. Hey! What's going to happen? Sitting cross-legged and floating in the air, Yanushi looked down and said excitedly. Is this the so-called earthbound spirit? That statement is too weird. They didn't understand the current situation at all, and the two of them couldn't get an explanation for a while. Crack! But the claps from behind caught the attention of Yanushi and Sakura Kyoko. It's such a good relationship. Looking back, I saw the figure wearing a white robe whose face could not be seen clearly. This voice. It's you. It's you. That sound was something neither Yanushi nor Sakura Kyoko could forget. That was the culprit who invited them to participate in the Dragon Ball War. God! What on earth do you want to do? Don't be so anxious. I just saw that you were so uneasy, so I came out to give you a little explanation. The other party's plain words didn't sound like a human being at all. Well, of course holding this war will fulfill the winner's wish as promised. But only the winner can stand at the end. Letting you go back midway will not be conducive to future development. What's the meaning? There were questions in the city, and he tilted his head and couldn't understand what the other party meant. Idiot! He means to let us, the loser who withdraws, continue to exist as a member of the spectators. Just let us keep witnessing until someone finally succeeds in making a wish. Sakura Kyoko did not expect such treatment, and was a little surprised by the serious attitude of the person in front of her. Logically speaking, shouldn't God be the kind of guy who does whatever he wants and willfully? This guy is quite responsible and kind-hearted. Hey? Is that so? Correct. If I go back and you say it's fake, it will be very nerve-wracking. I don't plan to hold this just once. When they decide the winner and see the wish, you will naturally be sent back to your own world, that's it. Oh. Yanushi reacted, belatedly aware of it, but when he and Sakura Kyoko blinked again, the figure disappeared again. In other words, is it possible to participate in the future? Hearing this, Sakura Kyoko understood the hidden meaning. This time it was a failure, but there may be another chance to be called to participate in the future. Although I don't understand it very well, there is still a chance. Tisk. If I come again, I won't be in such a mess. Lancer and Caster were eliminated. In this war, 2 riders finally exited the stage. But the other masters and slaves involved this time all had their own losses. Archer doesn't know where he is hiding to recuperate. Rider is also seriously injured and will be unable to move for a while. Only Assassin, Saber, and Berserker are in much better condition. What is even more tragic is the panic caused by Fuyuki City. Even if the church quickly takes measures to deal with the aftermath, it is still a big troublesome project. This resulted in the Tozaka family and the Mata family being famous families having to assign people to take care of it. Whether using magic hypnosis or handling the scene, this is not an easy task. Finished unexpectedly, Wuden, which did bring huge disasters and casualties. Therefore, during this period of time, the masters and slaves had a tacit ceasefire. Ah, I understand your situation. Let's meet again after everything is settled. Tokiomi Tozaka hung up the conversation with Kotomine Rimace's familiar, but he knew that the other party was in dire straits. If such a major event happened, the Magic Association would definitely have complaints. If the mystery is openly exposed in such a big way and the aftermath is not properly dealt with, it will not be solved by just apologizing. Mistake. It's also their fault for underestimating the strength of Lancer and Caster. The 5 servants jointly took them down at a great cost. However, the troublesome opponent was finally eliminated. But there is also an advantage, that is, potential accidents are solved. If he continues in the same state as before, he may be counterattacked by Lancer and Caster, who knows when. The power possessed by those 2 heroic spirits is quite terrifying. The next focus of ZA is Berserker. Although it was different from the original plan and process, it was finally completed. After that, all you have to do is find the master of Berserker. That was the trouble that interfered with Tosaka Tokiomi's final victory. P.S. Well, the original intention of giving the resurrection of the dead plot was not to Yanushi and Sakura Kyoko. So it's not that I forgot, but there will be corresponding plots when they return later. This book will not only describe the struggle for wishes, but will also describe the follow-up after the return. Chapter 46 Amazing News. Writer, as you said, Emi Yakiritsugu is really going to do something. In the residence, the surveillance familiar was withdrawn, and Weber looked at Lelich, who was lying on the bed with his upper body exposed and bandaged, and said, "He can only take advantage of this opportunity. Archer and I are injured. Berserker will not intervene for the time being. This is a perfect opportunity for him to take revenge personally. I would also act if it were the case." Holding his head with one hand, Lelich raised the corners of his mouth with an as expected look on his face. Kill assassin and Koto Mine Kaire. Indeed, after all, he is the enemy of his wife and assistant. Weber could understand the situation. No matter what, Archer, who was on the Alliance side, was seriously injured and could not support him. Assassin and Koto Mine Kaire are now alone and helpless. How could Kiritsugu miss such a good opportunity? What's more, Ryder, who had always worried him, was unable to intervene due to injury. Whether it is to let Assassin withdraw or to grab the Dragon Ball from Koto Mine Kaire, it is the best time. What happened just last night, and it only lasted half a day, is that all? It's really not peaceful. With a sigh, Weber could only watch this scene happen. After all, Ryder's current situation has no ability to fight. Hey? Ryder. The third company's question arose, and Weber was stunned when he saw Lelich sitting up and trying to put on his usual casual clothes. "What are you doing? Get ready to go out." "But, you..." "I am indeed injured and cannot fight head-on, but that doesn't mean others can't do it." Seeing the familiar sneer on Lelich's face, Weber suddenly thought of his manipulation magic. Yuan Feng Richhan is such a good chess piece. I want to make good use of it. Click. Checking the magazine, the sound of loading was heard. In the small hotel, Emi Yakiritsugu took care of his firearms. Ryder's familiar has left. Saber looked at him from the side and reminded him. Don't worry about him. Ryder, who lost his noble phantasm and was injured, could not interfere even if he knew what I was going to do. Not caring about his detected whereabouts at all, Emi Yakiritsugu made a misjudgment. It can only be said that Lelich was really well hidden in the past. His trump card like geese has not been exposed yet, which led to Kiritsugu not being able to think of it at all, leading to a lack of intelligence. Are you going to find Koto Mine Kaire in person? Will you stop me? Saber. No, if it's revenge for Irisville and me, I won't stop you. Looking at the vicissitudes of life in front of the man, Saber knew that the restlessness in his heart had not subsided. This attack is not just about grabbing the Dragon Ball. Kiritsugu wants Koto Mine Kaire's life. The revenge of the wife and assistant must be avenged after all. Similarly, Saber also wants to decide the winner with Assassin and get the scabbard back. After taking back the scabbard, she had enough confidence to face Archer and Berserker. Avalon, also known as Distant Utopia. That is the ultimate noble phantasm that can only be activated when Saber holds the scabbard. Its degree of exaggeration can ignore all interference from physics and parallel worlds, and even changes in an absolute defense that cannot be reached by even the most powerful magic. That was the strongest defense that even Gilgamesh's sword of separation could not hurt it at all. Even the sword of cutting the world cannot break through the defense and may even be bounced back. This alone is quite ferocious. It's a pity that Kiritsugu had no idea that Saber had such a powerful trump card, so he simply wasted the scabbard as a magic gift. This time I will also compete with Assassin. Kiritsugu felt relieved after hearing the confident words of his servant. After the previous chaotic battle, it was the perfect time to settle things with Koto Mine Kaire while Ryder and Archer were still not fully recovered. Thinking this, he led Saber out of the door. Little did people know that not long after that, Koto Mine Kaire also encountered an unexpected incident. This is... The body is tightly restrained. His father, Koto Mine Lichhan, grabbed his defenseless hands and pulled them, leaving him with no extra strength to break free. Looking directly at the servant that appeared in front of him, Kotomine Kaire was a little confused. "Rider, why did you appear in the church at this time?" The moment he first saw the other party, his first reaction was to run and use the command seal to summon assassin. But he never expected that Yanfen Lichhan would arrest him. You should know that he learned his boxing skills from his father, Kotomine Rise. This old man is not as poor as you might imagine. I was so careless. I didn't let assassin follow me at all times. But no matter how much he thought about it, he would never have thought that his father would betray him. Especially in the home of the church. Thanks for your hard work. It's okay. My king's orders are the most important. Sensing something, Kotomine Kaire understood the current situation just from the conversation. Riders seemed to be hiding some cards that they were unaware of. Assassin's master. Let's start with you. By order. Just as he was about to use the command seal, Kotomine Kaire saw the red light flashing in the other party's eyes. Ahem. Rider. Hiding in the church temporarily, Lelich did not intend to leave with Waver at this time. In order to prevent some people from noticing any suspicion, he cannot show up now. It's still a bit of a stretch to get here so quickly. Having lost his mecha, Lelich can only rely on himself to travel, which is undoubtedly a test for his already weak body. Especially when you are already injured. But in order to achieve the next plan, he had to do so. Kotomine Kaire had already been controlled by him using geese and had been given a death order. Very simple instructions. That is to kill Emi Yakiritsugu at all costs. My king. Before you leave, I have something important to report to you. Believe that's what you need. Lelich didn't mind looking at the father and son squatting on the ground and bowing in front of him. For him, in this so-called war, if the master has such a weakness, as long as he catches it, it can be said that he is out. Just like assassin, the unknown swordsman kills the master as easily as cutting vegetables. When it comes to targeting the master, Lelich and Kenshin are simply the most suitable assassins. One from the spirit and one from the physics. About the true identities of the teacher's servant Gilgamesh and Master Berserker. Just the first paragraph aroused Lelich's great interest. Berserker's master. No one expected that Kotomine Kaire would bring such explosive news. Even Waver, who was standing, was stunned. You know, they haven't seen the mysterious master yet. Weber even doubted whether the other party existed at all. Yes. Her true identity is the adopted daughter of the Mata family and the second daughter of teacher Tosaka Tokiomi. Now her name is changed to Mata Sakura, a girl who is only 6 years old. After revealing the important information, Lelich frowned. 6-year-old master. Weber was stunned when he heard this. How could a 6-year-old girl support such a powerful servant like Berserker? What kind of monster is that? Chapter 47 Berserker, it's not right to fight, and it's not right not to fight. Berserker, leave him alone for now. Understood. By the way, my king, Gilgamesh has the spiritual vein that I connected to him. In that state, his magic power will be replenished continuously. Do you need me to tell you how to cut it off? Kotomine Kaire also revealed another piece of news. That's for sure. Otherwise wouldn't that guy be extremely difficult to deal with? I was wondering how he could have such magical power. Before Lelich could speak, Waver answered first. He asked why Archer was not missing during the siege. After passing the magic power, it turned out that the spiritual vein connected to Fuyuki City was supporting him. Everyone came out of the spring to fight, but he was running with the spring water, right? Li Zheng. I'm here. How many command spells does Tokiomi Tozaka have? He still only has 2. The reward that should be given has been postponed because the church needs to deal with the aftermath. First, he asked Tokiomi about his situation, but Lelich was not in a hurry. Rider. Weber froze there, not understanding what the other party wanted to do. How many command seals do you have left? There are 12 more. Yet. Looking at the dense red marks on Kotomine Rimace's raised arms, Weber was stunned. Although he knew that the church's supervisors would keep the command seals left by past masters, 12 would be too many, right? Kyrie, there is no need to cut Archer's spiritual veins. You just need to concentrate on completing the task this time. No matter what, we must kill Emi Yakuritsugu. Follow your orders. Looking at Kotomine Kyrie who quit the church, Weber was full of questions. Although he knew that Lelich had a reason for doing this, it was still difficult to understand the Emperor's thoughts. Now is not the time. If you want to succeed, you have to let Archer maintain that kind of threat. The corners of his mouth slowly raised. With so much intelligence and news and excellent chess pieces in hand, Lelich thought of an excellent method. Then he said those words with Weber's confused expression. The formula for victory may have already appeared. Long wait, assassin. Seeing Kotomine Kyrie coming back from the church, Kenshin was wiping the recovered divine sword when his movements suddenly stopped for a moment. Is it an illusion? He vaguely felt that Kotomine Kyrie was a little strange. We have received news that Emi Yakuritsugu seems to be planning to take the opportunity to attack. But what the other party said diverted Kenshin's attention. The face of Saber comes to mind, the king of knights holding the holy sword. Thinking about the current situation of other masters and slaves, it seems that it is time to make a break between him and her. Speaking of which, the first battle was also started by him and Saber. Suddenly, Kenshin caught a glimpse of Kotomine Kyrie opening the cabinet and taking something out of it. Are you here for revenge? So I have to prepare a good gift for him. Hearing the other party's slow words, he also saw Kotomine Kyrie put the thing into the side of his underwear. Kenshin didn't ask anything. In his impression, this naughty attitude was what Kotomine Kyrie should have. With an inexplicable smile and his back to Assassin, Kotomine Kyrie's eyes flashed with the geese icon. Reunion with my wife and assistant, etc. I believe he will be satisfied. A message from Kyrie. Tozaka Tokiomi stayed in his workshop and also received the message from Kotomine Kyrie. Fight with Emi Yakuritsugu at this time. Frowning, he actually didn't agree with that. You have to stop this disciple from committing stupidity. At least you have to wait until Archer's injury recovers before taking action. It's a pity that he tried to contact the other party using his familiar, but he didn't get a response. Bang! Not understanding why this disciple would disobey, he patted the table and realized the trouble. It would be fine if Kotomine Kyrie wins, but if he is defeated by Emi Yakuritsugu, he will lose a lot of help for no reason. Although Archer himself still has extremely high combat power, it also means that his advantages have been reduced. It's better not to have that kind of unfavorable situation happen. Archer is still recovering from his injuries. Although Ryder is definitely unable to intervene, there is a berserker with unknown motives. No matter what, he shouldn't stir up trouble at this time, right? If the two of them fight to the point of losing both sides, and are eventually missed by berserker, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Suddenly reacting, Tokiomi Tozaka's expression was gloomy. Emi Yakuritsugu. That man did it on purpose. By deliberately launching an attack on Kotomine Kyrie at this time, he was using his and the Rider team's name as a cover. After all, once Berserker really jumps out to pick up the slack, neither Tokiomi nor Waver would want to see that scene. Therefore, Emi Yakuritsugu was not worried about a lose-lose situation at all. He and Kyrie are in danger together, and the most anxious thing is the allies on both sides. No matter how reluctant they are, Weber and Tokiomi will have to come out to help. Even Berserker wouldn't choose to forcibly become enemies with 4 servants, right? A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Considering that Berserker was not safe in the previous siege, this was the confidence that Emi Yakiritsugu dared to face Kotomine Kaire alone. Although it was aimed at Berserker, they made full use of their respective master-slave positions. Tisk. Being included in such a calculation, Tokiomi Tozaka certainly had a bad look on his face. But he found that he really didn't have the right to jump out. Profit. Either firmly believe that Kotomine Kaire can kill Emi Yakiritsugu, or watch Kotomine Kaire be killed, or wait for Berserker to come out to pick up the slack and help fight. For a moment, he had no choice. Berserker, aren't you going? Naturally, the familiars who were spread out could notice the blatant meeting between the two people. Korea asked the Berserker who was cooking beside him. No need. My going will only cause the remaining masters and subordinates to unite. But I saw the other party writing words on the recipe in a very neat way. Laissez-faire. No matter what happens in this battle, there will always be one party who will withdraw from the battle. By then it will be close to the end. Headache. Thinking of that time, Berserker felt troubled. He knew what Sakura's wish was, and it was very subtle in every aspect. If he really wanted to find a chance, he could run out and force the 4 servants out this time and kill them in one go, but in that case, Sakura is about to get the right to use wishes. Make a wish to stay in this world or something. Berserker felt that it was still unnecessary. He still had important people there. This is also his difficulty. If he helps Sakura win, he won't be able to leave. If he doesn't help, Sakura will be in danger again, which goes against his original intention of being called here in the first place. It's really reached the point where it doesn't matter if we fight, and it doesn't matter if we don't fight. It can only be said that having a difficult master is indeed not an easy thing. If possible, Berserker would like to have a serious guy to end this war quickly. P.S. Kiritsugu's idea was derived after considering the current situation. He can only say that the normal situation will indeed develop as he thought. Archer and Rider will not forcefully intervene due to their injuries, and the Berserker team will let it go for fear of causing the 4 servants to join forces. Isn't this the perfect one-on-one match with Kotomine Kaire? But what he didn't expect was that Lelich hid the gas, and Berserker did not dare to move due to Sakura's wish. Therefore, after this accidental collision, we finally reached the game of one-on-one with Kotomine Kaire. Chapter 48 Confrontation. Are you actively trying to seduce us? Saber could detect the cold murderous aura, and there was no doubt that it was assassin's aura. Oh, it's exactly the same as when we first met. Laughing, Saber vaguely remembered sensing Iris Veal in this way when she took her to the beach. Saber. You don't need to tell me, I won't hold back this time. Glancing at Kiritsugu, Saber switched out her clothes and holy sword, and then ran towards that direction. Habitually raising his hand to smoke, Kiritsugu's hand froze there. Ilya's young face flashed in his mind, and he seemed to recall something. No matter what, I will win to the end this time. Putting down his hands and clenching his fists, Kiritsugu's belief was so firm at this moment. Crack! I heard the sound behind me, it was so harsh in this deserted coastal warehouse. Without hesitation, Kiritsugu took out the prepared pistol and fired towards it. Bang! Clang! But then there was a pleasant bouncing sound. Suddenly, Kotomine Kaire grabbed the black key with both hands and jumped out of the alley. Long wait, Emi Yakiritsugu. Even if he is controlled by gas, Kotomine Kaire will still have the same personality as before. It's just that the priority of king is engraved in my mind. The king is greater than all. Other than that, there is no impact. Kiritsugu didn't answer, just stared at the man in front of him calmly. A priest who uses boxing will be at a disadvantage once he gets close to him. So, the grenade with the ring removed was thrown towards Kotomine Kaire who was running towards him. Bang! The explosion occurred, thick black smoke spread out, and the residual power blocked Kotomine Kaire's progress. Ba-bang! Unable to see directly ahead, one can only judge the enemy's movements by sound. After blocking several incoming bullets, when the smoke cleared, Kotomine Kaire lost sight of Emi Yakiritsugu. Hide and seek. Cunning man. Wow! Wielding the divine sword he had obtained for free, Kenshin looked at Saber in front of him, his eyes so cold. Although a lot of things happened during this period, finally no one is standing in the way. Let's settle this, assassin. That's exactly what I mean. They charged towards each other, and the holy sword and the divine sword came into contact in the air. Clang! Zhang zhang! Chiang chiang! Wow! Sure enough, your swordsmanship is still so powerful. Paired with such a magical weapon, the threat is doubled. Parrying the dazzling attacks, Saber felt a greater attack than the first time they met. Drink! Ha! Fly Tengoken style, tornado flash, spin. He dodged Saber's sword and flipped sideways in mid-air, and Kenshin slashed at his waist with his sword. Wow! But Saber suddenly stepped back, and the sword only scraped her abdominal armor, leaving a cut. Flying sword style, Earth Dragon Flash. He chased after her relentlessly, with no intention of stopping, and the blow that lifted the ground came. Hoo-hoo! Ah! However, Saber created wind pressure to bounce away the flying rocks and land. Click! The wind pressure swept away the rubble, and Kenshin rushed out from it. Using rubble and lifted floor as cover, the real killer move is here. Dragon Soar's Flash. He turned sideways and swung the divine sword upwards to cut towards Saber's neck. But assassin! You have a biggest weakness. Seeing the fatal blow coming, Saber did not panic, but instead pointed out the opponent's weakness in her heart. Release magic power. Her body accelerated suddenly, and at the moment when Saber tried to avoid the attack, she slashed at Kenshin with the holy sword. Sizzle! Puff! The two swords crossed each other and hit each other. Zzz. With their feet rubbing against the ground, both of them glided away from each other. Saber covered her neck with her hands, where a red bloodstain had already appeared. Although she had improved her own speed, it was still difficult for her to cope with Assassin's incredible speed. The other party was faster than me from beginning to end. What a terrifying opponent! In this war, the Chinese people have made great progress. It's hard to imagine what would happen if you had that kind of will. Having made such comments, Saber looked straight ahead. Tick-tock. Blood was dripping, but Kenshin stared at Saber unmoved. Although his chest was cut by the holy sword, he remained silent as if he felt no pain. This battle is hard to describe. Weber observed this scene through his familiar and had begun to get used to it. After experiencing such a grand scene before, the simple and unpretentious confrontation between Saber and Assassin is actually very touching. It doesn't matter. Someone will die here anyway. The outcome of their battle will also affect subsequent plans. Deep down, I also hope Assassin can win. Lelich is much more straightforward, he always acts with the goal of winning. Naturally, he hopes that things that are beneficial to his side will happen. You have already controlled Assassin's master and can deal with him at any time. After looking at Rider Weekly, Waver also knew his reality. Saber is obviously an ally, but she expects her opponent to win. They will not be shaken by so-called feelings but will actively seek ways to win, even at the cost of any despicable means. Only the winner can have the last laugh. Although he didn't want to agree with this statement, Weber, who was still superficial in knowledge, couldn't refute it. Saber's attitude. Do you want to release your noble phantasm and decide the outcome in one go? Suddenly attracted by a burst of light, Weber opened his eyes and saw the familiar scene. Lelich didn't expect the other party to be so decisive. With Saber's light cannon, Kenshin would be dead if he was hit. Why do you choose to use the treasure at this moment? But the prerequisite is to be able to hit the target. With Kenshin's speed, it is impossible for him to stand still and let Saber aim at him. So Lelich felt that the opponent's move was a little bit unpredictable. Come on, assassin. If it were you, you would definitely make that choice. Holding the sword in both hands, Saber focused her mind on Kenshin and then thought. The light spots emanating from the surrounding areas are like fireflies, dazzling even in the daytime. Knowing the power of the Sword of Victory Oath, it is a treasure that can destroy the black dragon summoned by Caster with one strike. Kenshin definitely won't be able to eat if he's hit. Avoid. Kenshin had this thought when he realized that the other party was really going to release his treasure. Excalibur. The golden light came straight at him, and Kenshin's already tense nerves and body reacted. Pushing off the ground, the body leaps to the side. Dodge it. Not only that, he also rushed over from the side. Waver and Lelich naturally also witnessed that scene. Kenshin approached from the side at an extremely fast speed, resisting the wind pressure brought by the Sword of Victory Oath. When Saber looked at him, the other party had lowered his center of gravity and appeared in front of her, and the Sword of Victory Oath was also released at this time. Recalling my encounter with Assassin. First battle, fighting Berserker together, jointly encircling Lancer and Caster. Although the time was not long, Saber believed that she still had a deep understanding of him. If it were you, you would definitely avoid the Victory Oath Sword of Promise. If it were you, I would definitely come close. If it were you, you would definitely swing your sword at this moment. Without any wavering or concession, Kenshin heard the other party's tone of unwavering trust. So. Come on. Let's see who of us can survive. The Holy Sword and the Divine Sword were slashing at each other, and the intertwined sword edges represented the unstoppable link. Pft! Pft! The sound of the sword cutting through flesh was heard, and blood splattered everywhere, staining the dock red. Chapter 4949 Why you lost to yourself who has no will to survive. Tick-tock. Poof. The blood spattered on the ground like ocean waves. Saber and Kenshin left different injuries on each other. But. Ahem. Fell to the ground, but Kenshin knew about this round of confrontation. He lost. The opponent who issued the Sword of Victory Oath deliberately released it to lure him to come closer. Assassin. Your swordsmanship and body skills are quite impressive, especially since they have improved in such a short period of time. But you have a fatal flaw. Falling to the ground, he could vaguely turn his head and see Saber squatting on the ground, covering her wound. Defect? I vaguely remember that this word was spoken 4 or 5 years ago when I was practicing swordsmanship with my master in the mountains. I didn't expect to hear the enemy say this word to me now. The other party's green pupils trembled slightly. That is a look of pity. You must have been on the road of Shura killing enemies, right? It's incredible that despite killing so many people, you can still feel the goodness of Milang Hui Hawaii. It's really rare to see an assassin who is not mentally broken or twisted. I remember that a certain country described assassins like this. Death Warrior. Having vaguely grasped some of the knowledge, Kenshin panted and knew what the other party was talking about. You are simply the incarnation of that. Every time I fight, I can feel your fierce killing skills. You are superior to me as a king in terms of swordsmanship and body skills. In close combat, you should have the advantage no matter what. But now, you have lost to me. It's not because of the weapon gap, nor because of the skills gap. Standing up unsteadily, Saber still stood up even after receiving a blow. The blood-stained figure is so upright and tenacious. You lost to yourself who has no will to survive. Hearing the last sentence, Kenshin's pupils shrank sharply. Zintai, you just need to think about how to survive. Must be alive. Even his breathing was no longer smooth, and his thoughts returned to the long past. Kenshin only learned part of the flying sword from Hikoshi Juro and went down the mountain alone. Regardless of Master's objections. And what greeted him was An era of turmoil. Bloody killings. Intrigue and deception. In that kind of world, what is needed is strong strength and a cold heart. The will to survive? When he was an executioner, Kenshin had already given up. If he was afraid of death, he would have been killed long ago. It is precisely because of this coldness that he can kill his enemies without fear of death, so he has been alive to this day. Now, for the first time, someone said that the cause of his defeat was actually caused by not being afraid of death. Every attack is focused on killing the enemy. Every action does not give the other party a chance to breathe. Continuing talking, Saber slowly spoke. I won't try to avoid attacks that can cause minor injuries. If you can't avoid a troublesome attack, you will find a way to trade injuries with the opponent. If you can exchange injury for the enemy's death, you won't think about the consequences. You have killed countless people and don't even care about your own life. After revealing what happened during the confrontation between the two, Saber was glad that she had succeeded. Facing such a fast and fearless swordsman, all Saber can do is try her best to survive. Fortunately she did. He slightly avoided Kenshin's fatal sword edge, but was seriously injured. On the other hand, Kenshin did not dodge her blow and was fatally injured. You should cherish yourself more. If you're dead, you can't do anything. As a sign of recognition, Saber looked at Kenshin, who was still bleeding on the ground, and said, "Can you tell me your name?" Finally, Saber looked at the assassin whose magic power was beginning to fade and asked those words. It can be considered that we have not known each other before fighting, but we still don't know each other's name. Himura.sword.heart. I remember your name. Ahem. After hearing Saber's words, Kenshin slowly closed his eyes. Perhaps it was the first time he came into contact with the so-called death, and Kenshin's thoughts were inexplicably complicated. Is this death? He really never considered what would happen if he died. I went down the mountain ignorantly and enthusiastically, but what I greeted wastes a cold and dark time. And finally found a companion on that dark road, but it was ruined. The person who was bewitched will eventually die here. Saber, archer, berserker, rider, lancer, caster. Including all kinds of masters, he has seen a lot of strange things. It's a pity that Feikan Batusai's life has come to an end here. After all, he is just like Saber said. There are huge flaws. The will to live. That is indeed what I have abandoned. He was full of regrets for not being able to see his master again. Feel sorry. I can't save you. After hearing Assassin's sad tone, what came into Saber's field of vision was that his body collapsed and floated into the sky like a point of light, without even leaving any blood. The only thing lying there was her long-lost scabbard. Assassin, Himura Kenshin. Exit. Hey! Rider, assassin lost. Weber looked at this scene and immediately spoke to Lelich next to him. Tisk, did it backfire? Saber has a stronger will to live. He never thought it would be such a result, and Lelich always felt that it was not going well. Although judging from the superficial alliance, he should be happy. Don't be anxious, King. Just the defeat of the servant has no impact. My son Kyrie will definitely complete the mission. Standing next to him and saluting, Kotomine Richhan said in a deep voice. That's right. As long as he can kill Emi Yakiritsugu, it doesn't matter who wins or loses, Saber or Assassin. But, it seems like something bad is going on here, too. Switching the perspective of the familiars, they watched the battle between the masters on the other side. Bang bang bang. So well prepared. Is this your answer? Looking at the powerful enemy in the distance who was pointing a gun at him, Kotomine Kyrie said. His right leg has been shot and he cannot stand or walk. He can only rely on one foot and both hands to move. This is a very difficult situation for him. On the other hand, Emi Yakiritsugu had blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, breathing heavily, and his condition was not very good either. He did not intend to die this time. Naturally, there are as many methods as possible against Kotomine Kaire. The current situation is simply very good. He just found an opportunity to hit the opponent's right leg, restricting his mobility. Next, as long as you don't give the opponent a chance to get close and rely on the convenience of firearms, you can drag the opponent to death. There are still 12 rounds of ordinary bullets. 2 grenades. That's enough. Having made this judgment, Emi Yakiritsugu already had a way to kill the opponent. P.S. Does anyone still remember the Born to Death, that was revealed earlier in the setting of Kenshin as a servant? Well, in fact, it can be seen from that setting that Kenshin will almost always lose in subsequent battles with those powerful melee servants. During this period, besides killing people, Kenshin really didn't have the belief in survival. So Saber noticed this through previous contact, and took the initiative to fight him at close range to exchange injuries. It can only be said that as an enemy, Saber did see through his weakness as an executioner. This time Kenshin lost in the immature period, but it may not be the case next time. Chapter 55 For Your Majesty. Glory to all. Bang bang. 2 bullets were fired, one of which was twisted by Kotomine Kaire and grazed his cheek, leaving a conspicuous blood mark. The other shot hit the corner of the left shoulder. TCH, it wasn't completely successful. Seeing that the 2 bullets only scratched his face and shoulders, Emi Yakiritsugu frowned and felt troubled. Even though Kotomine Kaire's right leg lost mobility, the opponent's strong will and flexible thinking did not weaken or slow down. Is assassin dead? If you delay any longer, Saber may come over. Hiding behind the barrier, not caring about his bleeding right leg. Kotomine Kaire sensed assassin's exit. The geese symbol flashed in his eyes for a moment, and Kotomine Kaire struggled to get up. He can't go on like this. Before Saber arrives, he wants to kill Emi Yakiritsugu. Otherwise, you will break your promise to Your Majesty, which is absolutely unacceptable to Kotomine Kaire. Flaw. Ordinary methods will not work for that extremely cautious man, and a more important chip is needed to let him enter. He must use his own life as bait to make Emi Yakiritsugu take the bait. The bulletproof clothes had been partially destroyed by the grenade, so he couldn't resist the bullets and rush forward like before. Bringing this here is indeed correct. Glancing at his side covered by ragged clothes, where the things he originally brought were still tied up, Kotomine Kaire looked a little crazy. Suddenly, Kaire Emiya was stunned when he saw Kotomine Kaire kicking on the ground with one leg, swinging his hands to balance his body, jumping and rushing towards him. He didn't understand what the other person was thinking. Such a swaggering posture, with his right leg injured and physically inconvenient, gave him a good opportunity to attack head-on. Even though he knew there might be a trap, Emi Yakiritsugu would not let it go. He raised the gun in his hand, pointed it at the jumping priest, and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang! Whoosh! Having already noticed the opponent's movements, Kotomine Kaire barely avoided the bullets hitting his left leg and brain, but was hit by another bullet in the chest, leaving a bloody hole. His body paused slightly after suffering the impact. But just for a moment, it began to move forward with difficulty again. There are still 7 rounds of ordinary bullets. Estimating the bullets in the gun, his mind started to run wildly. The irreversible wall was right behind him. Facing Kotomine Kaire, who jumped low in the air and waved his fist, he made a judgment. Inherent time control. Double speed. It was like my heart was being squeezed, and my body was bearing an undue burden. The already heavy body dodged the fist that hit the wall at an extremely fast speed. Bang! The impact knocked Emi Yakiritsugu away, and the gravel hit his cheek, causing him to suffer a lot of scratches. But at this moment, he turned towards the opponent's feet. 2 grenades whose rings have been detached are floating in the low altitude. Boom! The explosion occurred at close range, and both of them were affected. Pfft! Even though he knew that he would not be safe, Emiya Kiritsugu still did this. Kaka. The dark smoke and dust were generated, making it impossible to see what was happening ahead. Emiya Kiritsugu reluctantly climbed up from the ground, opened his blurry eyes and stared. Ahem. Until the smoke cleared, he never let down his guard, and the gun in his hand was ready to be raised at any time. It's over. When he saw Koto Mine Kaire lying on the ground, his legs missing and covered in blood, Emiya Kiritsugu knew that he had gained a key advantage. Click. Pooh. Lying on the ground, vomiting blood from his mouth, Koto Mine Kaire was speechless, but he knew that Emiya Kiritsugu next to him had already pointed a gun at him. Blood covered the ground like a carpet. Bang 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 bang. Pfft. Continuous gunshots were fired, and the feedback sound of hitting the body also resounded. In order to prevent Koto Mine Kaire from making any changes, he deliberately fired guns at the opponent's brain, heart, and other key parts. After all the remaining bullets were wiped out and it was confirmed that the opponent was dead, Emiya Kiritsugu finally breathed a sigh of relief. For this fight, if not for a lot of preparations in advance, it would be really difficult to win over this troublesome guy in front of me. The raised hand paused in the air. He would always do this sometimes. The posture and habit of still wanting to smoke have not changed yet. You're right, Saber. We have to make changes. After smiling bitterly for a moment, Emiya Kiritsugu staggered forward. We still have to check whether Koto Mine Kaire has brought out the Dragon Balls. Although this guy is naked, he still has to take a look. Clang. But when he saw the orange beads hanging on the other side's flank, he hesitated. It was hard for him to believe that he could easily get such an important thing from Koto Mine Kaire. In theory, according to the one-on-one match arranged this time, the opponent should hand over the Dragon Ball to Tokiomi Tosaka for safekeeping in advance. But even though carrying the beads could be interpreted as confidence that he could defeat him, Emiya Kiritsugu found it a little hard to convince himself anyway. Although the opponent's brain and heart were shot through and died, Emiya Kiritsugu always felt that it was unreal. The guy who made things difficult for him, the enemy of his wife and assistant, is now. But the moment he was negligent, his scarred body began to move. For your majesty. His eyes glowed with a red light that Kiritsugu had never seen before, shocking him. Impossible. I have obviously shot through his brain and heart. Subconsciously, I wanted to distance myself, but it was too late. The terrifying corpse raised the orange beads and shouted loudly. All glory goes to Lu. The red light only lasted for a moment, and the moving body fell to the ground again, and at the same time, the orange beads exploded. Disguised bomb. After reacting, Kiritsugu was really in a daze. Although he had guessed that Koto Mine Kaire would have abnormal methods, this suicide attack of Pledge of Allegiance was completely unexpected. You must know that just now he and Koto Mine Kaire fought so fiercely, and the other party did not use any means other than magic. As a result, after dead, he pretended to be a corpse and behaved like this? It doesn't fit in with this guy's style and character at all. Especially those two sentences. For your majesty. All glory goes to Lu. Is there something he doesn't know about? But now it's too late to realize it. He couldn't dodge such an explosion at such a close range, and he didn't even have anything to use as a cover. Bang! A huge roar sounded at the pier. That is Kaire Koto Mine Kaire for Emiya, the worst gift I prepared. Let them feel the pain and despair of their loved ones. He died in the same way as his wife and assistant. Specialty. P.S. It can only be said here that Koto Mine Kaire was forcibly returned to light by the gas and continued a wave of false corpses. Under normal circumstances, he would not do this if he was facing off against Kiritsugu. Unfortunately, Lelich had given him a death order before, and he had to kill Kiritsugu no matter what, so he had to kill Kiritsugu even if he would die. Go according to the will of the heir. Kiritsugu didn't expect this guy to be able to fake the corpse even after finishing the last hit, and his behavior was so crazy that it was not in line with his past understanding.